Senior Gonzaga, John Wega, Charles Michael Legura, Aaron to Lucas Victorino, and Carlo Yabu. Your top 8 from yesterday's Novice Quali. And here are your top 8 for the Novice women. It's Shana Plapol, Tim Guillermo, Red Rocka Manila, Nicosia, Fiona Policio, Ana Cabi, Ana Pinera, and Gina Gao. Another round of applause for our top 8 men and women. At this point, we will be having an observation period from our athletes. So, our athletes will go to all the 3 problems for the final. They will be explained to them by our steppers. For the women, it is Nama. A round of applause. And for the men, it's Sean. Over here. Alright, athletes, go to your centers and let's begin our observation. We will be given 2 minutes per problem. Observation of first problem. time to move on to the second problem. Again, we only have 2 minutes observation time for each problem. Left to observe Boulder 2.
Daryl, lalagyan na lang.
ISO. Sa yung ISO. Sa ISO yung 500 kaya ako lang baba.
I'm gonna cry!
Move on to the third problem. Again, competitors do not touch, do not feel the hole. We will mark you with an offense. Only the starting holes are allowed to be stopped and seen. The rest of the holes, you just look at them.
Pero sa feed, hindi naman siya lumalabas. Pero nag-ano lang yun. Yung mga highlights.
One minute left for observation for the last and third problem.
Hello? I don't know how to...
Hindi ako marunong mag-adjust nito. If ever okay lang ikaw mag-adjust.
Oh my god, it's us. Where? Let me say hi. Where am I? Wala pa. Where is it? Ano to? It's the lift. Oh, it's there. Like
Galing lang. Pero...
Alex!
That is it for observation period. The finalists are now making their way back to the isolation area and we will begin in a few moments.
Question. Instead of All women, all.
So for the finals of our novice men's and novice women's, we will be doing the isolation format, wherein 2 athletes will come out, one
Yep.
finalist for the men's and one finalist for the women's categories, and they will go to their first boulder. After that, we will finish all the athletes with the first boulder, and then we'll move on to the second and the third boulder. Again, it's called the isolation format.
Parang may 30-second delay nung bumalik si Ani nga.
Yeah, hindi lumabas.
Dahil so matagal bago, so around 30 seconds.
Are you ready to start our final? I'm not gonna ask you to shout, but can we at least clap our hands for our finalists? Yeah, naman okay. Okay, may question me. Let's go. We're bringing out our first set of finalists. It's Angelo Yer and Shana Japong. Good job, Angelo, for that wonderful performance. Muntik na siyang umuwi.
Alatin!
Let's welcome Seymour Gonzaga and Tim Guillermo. Seymour wasting no time, already working his way up on the wall.
Alet!
Novice just started. These are the second set of climbers we have. We have Tin on the second problem. She got the zone. This is her second attempt. short, but I think she can make this. Over in men's one, they already got the Sen. I think that was 2 attempts. On the second, the last. Are we gonna see the top? Yes, we see the top. Good show for our second set of climbers. Let's watch out for the next. We have our third set of climbers. Oh wow, that was a flash in men's one. And then women's. Going for her attempt. Gets the cohort zone. Oh. You have 3 minutes left on the clock. Finally, we have our main commentator, Pepe, on deck.
Hello, everyone. Hi, boss. Hi, RG. Let me set up.
Still have 2 minutes. We have the Escasa Bros commentating today. Still have last minute. Can she get the top? Looks like she's getting it. A little bit more push. Yes, there we go.
5 is Nicole Sia.
Come on. Come on. Nice.
Let's welcome is Lev and Wheyl.
Yung cohort, hindi ako sure. I think yeah, fine. Allen! Maganda din yung cold. Allen! Allen! Yeah. Man! Hirap. Yeah. Come on. Come on. Gusto ko kasi makita yun. Kasi kung mag-move ako, hindi na makita yung gusto ko. Ayan, sa left ako ni... Yeah, oh.
That's 1 minute. Let's welcome
On the mats for the first time here, we have Aaron 2, and Anna Cadiz on W1 and M1 respectively. With me here in the booth today, alongside Jolo, is Pico Escasa, my brother, open men's competitor, semi-finalist.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to the novice round of the finals day.
We have Aaron here, I think on his second attempt. Topping the first boulder here. Can take a look here at Anna Cadiz on her second or third attempt, reaching zone. We saw from the earlier competitors that, oops, I don't know if that was legal. Yeah, she jumped into the zone to kind of feel it out, but I think that's not, well, it is against the rules, so it might be counted as an attempt for her. She understands the move, but she's missing the handhold just by a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like her body is hesitating just a bit to go to the right to get the necessary reach to hit that zone hold before she can get her feet going to the right and landing the move.
Her shoe is also not tied. I don't know if that's intentional. Her right shoe is opened. Yeah, so she's generating a lot of sideward momentum, but she's not driving through on her right foot to kind of stand up into the move. The move kind of requires you to hop in a way off of the right foot so that you get the necessary height to reach that zone hold. Let's see if she figures out the secret ingredient to making this move work. Take a peek at our chat. Let's see what's happening. Christian Lintag 305, Sino commentator, ganda ng boses. Christian, thank you for lending us your YouTube premium to stream a live stream. We'll go back to Anna here. They're getting a little bit closer to reaching the zone hold with 45 seconds left on the clock. She's a little bit pressured, you can see.
So what we'll kind of see throughout this novice round is who works well under pressure. There are a lot of different levels of strength, level of coordination, and level of power here in this kind of round. But what's the most important is understanding how to work under that time pressure. Those 4 minutes count out a lot quicker than you realize. So let's see if Anna here can figure it out. Yeah.
With 10 seconds left though, I'm not so sure if that's enough time, but she is a little bit closer to solving this problem.
And the zone could make the biggest difference in a round like this, but we will call it.
A little double thumbs down from Anna, but I think it was a good effort overall. We're welcoming onto the mats now Annika Pinera on W1 and this is Lucas Victorino on M1.
I think both of these climbers started out in Hive Green Hills, if I'm not mistaken. Lucas flashing the first move, that little coordination hop onto a volume, transitioning now into the zone hold. No one's dropped it from here, I think. At least not since we've come on the broadcast. And it looks like he's eyeing that top hold and match.
It's a flash for Lucas, and we have Annika reaching zone now. I think this is her first attempt as well.
Right now, she's just trying to eye up that pinch, trying to figure out how she can get to it with kind of a compression, I think. She just goes with two hands.
We'll switch cameras here to get a little bit of a better view of her on the last move.
Quick pop for both Lucas and Annika. I think that was a flash by both of them.
2 minutes 30 left on the clock. They did not waste any time executing their plan to send quickly.
If I'm not mistaken, given that they're both done, I think the next competitor should be out shortly. We'll see about M1. Women's one is Carlo and
China Gao.
My bad.
And Carlo Yabut.
So both of these climbers qualifying in the first position into this final. Let's see if that pressure gets to them.
China participated in one of our comp simulations in the Beehive Green Hills a couple weeks ago in preparation for Rocka. And she won that comp simulation, so...
But right now looking like she wants to static that first move. Again, beta breaks are completely allowed. Carlo flashing the first move, but he fell on his transition into the zone.
China also making it work. How did she do that?
Oh, and Carlo just reaching for that last hug. Okay, so Carlo got it done in 2 attempts, and China looking towards that last hold now on her first attempt. She opted for a more static movement versus just pure dynamic to that zone, which works for her.
This position is a little awkward on this move because the handhold is so close to the feet. The climber is kind of forced to drive from quite low. Yeah, you can see it. She found that keeping her feet kind of low on the volume is what worked out for her. We got another send. Lots of sends from our last few climbers here. Let's hope, I mean, it'll really boil down to the number of attempts. We can flash the scores in a bit, the provisional scores at least, so you can see who's in the lead.
Yeah, so now we're going to be welcoming our first 2 climbers for the second problem of the round. Looks like it's the women's slab and a bit of power for the men's, a little more physical route. It looks a lot of slopers, a lot of underclings, and a little bit of overhang.
Pasensya na. Alam mo kung paano yun? Yung like...
Economy?
Hindi, sila yun. Ayun.
We're just on stream, right?
We're just a commentator. Timer's asking us what time isolation is for intermediate.
So let's welcome back on the mats, Shana and Jello. Jello is a climber from Flowseed, if I'm not mistaken. So representing his Flow fam right now. And Shana is a crew member at Good Climbs, but was a regular at Vertex Bouldering Iloilo before she came here to Manila. And here she is kind of trying to figure out that slab sequence, that undercling really forcing you to just trust those footholds. And she looks like she's a bit unsure, kind of testing those body positions, trying to find what works best for her. And it's really just this kind of style, just all about moving that body in a way that you can commit to those movements.
We can look over to Jello on M2. You can see him trying to figure out the sort of throwing beta to the outside, or the exit pinch. See if he can make it work. We have Shana here back on the wall. Seems to be
and quick development. Jello false starting the first problem, kind of flagging out to the right and not properly establishing that starting position. And Shana making quick progress on that move, opting for a different beta when it comes on. Let's see how she transitions to this zone. Opting for stepping on the volume, she goes back to the gym. Let's see what works for her.
Yeah. Jello getting a little bit closer to sticking the exit move here. I think he does need to get his left hand a little bit higher on the hold. If I'm not mistaken, the hold is a little bit better to hold towards the middle, whereas he's only barely reaching the left corner of it. There we go. Getting a little bit more purchase.
Again, one of those moments where you get to see kind of the experience game playing into the novice finals, whereas a lot of competitors might not be too comfortable or used to the 4-point start. So especially with those starting slopers where you kind of have to fight for the body position, it gets a bit more difficult. And China making it to the second to the last hole. Well, the thing with slab is it's never done until it's done. Here she is kind of struggling to find that left foot, just a bit too close to her right foot to be comfortable, but she makes a quick move out right and looking for the last hole she goes. And she pops the problem.
Great commit on that last move, that cross move. Definitely not as easy as it looks, or not as safe as it looks either. Cut back to Jello here.
Kind of struggling with that start position. I'm not too sure if he's going at this correctly because there's that right hold.
Skipping this pocket here on the right on the volume. Maybe he's committed to...
I suppose the angle is not great to us, but that hold doesn't look too bad to me. But honestly, knowing that...
Yeah, now he's trying to give it a couple of tests. Holds, but 40 seconds left on the clock. Oops, another false start. He's tapping out. That's alright. As it's only the second boulder, it's more than enough time to climb later on. It's better to save your energy if you don't feel confident that you'll progress much. We'll welcome onto the mats our next two climbers. We have Tin Guillermo and Seymour Gonzaga. Oh, okay, yeah, hello. This is a small camera for us now. Tin on W2 used to be a Beehive Green Hills regular, but recently, after the opening of Boulder Space, has changed sides. And then we'll take a look at Seymour Gonzaga here in M2. Let's see if he utilizes this pocket.
Yeah, so he looked a lot more comfortable on the sloper out left, but he opted still to skip the pocket, but he fell still after that. Tin opting to use the footholds as handholds. When it comes to slab, you just use whatever you can get, whatever is comfortable. Seymour opting again.
Yeah, similar to what Jello's doing. Oh, and finding the pocket with his right hand rather than going with the right hand first. Let's see.
I think it's more of a slope jog, knowing that set of holds.
Isn't that like similar to the green? I can't see it from here that well.
Blue pill impossible set. Then don't have any pockets.
Well, Jello's made it to zone here. Just needs to bump the left hand into this undercling. Nicely done. Ooh! And slipping off of the right foot at the last second.
So yeah, that was the first time we got to see the sequence after the exit of the cave.
From what it looks like here, that foothold that Jello slipped on is dual texture around the edges, so proper foot placement is definitely key to making that move work.
Knowing the blue pill set, those footholds come from, they range from really good to really, really, really bad. And that looks like it kind of leans on the really bad.
Then here, reaching zone.
Yeah, when it comes to those underclings and those side pull pinches, right? Your footwork just becomes so much more important because you can't put as much weight on the hands, and it looks like Seymour just kind of roughing that last sequence. And Tin pinging off the zone hold.
Welcoming to the booth, Billy Barr, our host. Anything you want to say to our YouTube viewers, Billy?
Hi, good morning.
He says good morning.
Novice men's and women's looking gnarly.
Ano yung Tagalog ng gnarly? Ba't may in English kapon?
Anything. Because you could describe every...
That's gnarly. Okay, I get it. I see the vision.
Bakit may pag-reveal ng bagong gym?
Chesky Pesky asking bakit may pa-reveal ng bagong home gym. I don't know, maybe I miss my regulars, I don't know. From the chat, why are two Pepis talking? It's actually two Picos. Rain Moralio, 10 podium or never na ako mag-climb. Okay, good luck. Hopefully you get to climb.
Guys, most people know me nowadays. Please say two Picos instead of two Pepis. And Pepe is now known as Pico's brother and not vice versa. Thank you very much.
From the chat, Billy, Ikay says, good morning, Billy, from Ikay. Yeah.
Hi, good morning, Ikay.
Yeah, we'll jump real quick and back to our comment here. Jello making it the zone, but falling from the right crimp, which is 10 seconds left on the clock, unfortunately. Then as well, conceding this boulder.
And him giving Seymour a little high five before they walk off the mats. Yeah, to all you aspiring competitors, I promise you, zones are pretty important in a difficult round. So let's see if the Seymour and Tin, after getting those zones, can keep a cool head and move into the next problem.
Welcoming bib number 4016 is Samantha Gale Tan. And on M2 is John Nuega. That's a Nicole. I'm not sure. Nicole Tia is on this list, but she's not here. We'll find out later where she's gone.
Yeah, so John actually just got back to the Philippines. I owe him a few coaching sessions. I taught him a few things.
Doing a double catch dynamic beta on this first move. Very different from what we've seen so far. Is it the result of Pico's dynamic coaching? We don't know. Over at W2, Samantha, Gale, Dan, Sam trying to trust these tiny footholds and make her way up to the Gaston.
Go, John!
Yeah, well, Slab, I mean, everyone watches Slab and thinks they can do it, but will you do it? Probably not. Slab is always a little more deceptively difficult than you'd expect. So those footholds, they don't look great for me right now. I'm not sure what they look like on the broadcast, but I'm sure they just look like little pixels on your screen. The time pressure plays a lot into how you execute the slab. It's all about slow and controlled, but how slow can you go with those 4 minutes? And John making out of the cave, getting that toe hook and moving into the zone, shifting his feet a bit higher into that better body position. Looking a bit shaky, fighting that swing out left, that little barn door, but he gets to control it. Let's see if he can figure out a foot position to get into that crimp first, and he figures it out.
Is he gonna bump his left hand in time? Hopefully we see. I'm worried he's gonna try double catching it. Oh, and he hits him.
Okay. Maybe I should.
Okay, yeah, we'll trust him on that. Switching feet here and trying to fight still the tension. Ooh! Falling off again at the last second. It seems even the top move isn't free.
Yeah, I mean, well, those flat holds, they're like, the juggiest one is still not a jug, so your body position is still quite important towards that last move. I can imagine with a terrible foothold, it doesn't feel too great to really shift your weight to the left. Very likely maybe get a toe hold on the zone or swap feet, one of those. It's likely the thing that would work. I can't say for sure, haven't tried the problems, just by watching it. Let's see, I'm sure someone down the line will be able to finish this. Let's see if John can get it done in the last 1 minute.
a bit. I'm gonna ask you. And
Where is she? Huh? Is she here?
so maybe the order
Is it
just
like
changed.
that?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Okay. Alright, what's she's timing? Okay. We thought she's like absent. Anyway, all good. Just clearing up some confusion for us. This guy's Novice?
I guess.
I've seen this guy climb, he's quite strong.
I mean, come on, look at the fountain. That's part of it.
Okay, fine, that's fair. And Aaron True. And Lebs.
Okay, like these guys literally, they...
There we go.
Some of these guys pull hard.
W2, Nicole Thea. And on M2, is this Charles Coe?
The number ends in a 4.
Yeah.
Our next rider is Nicole Thea.
Nicole Thea, also a Bouldering Hive Green Hills regular.
Guys, come home. Peppy misses you. And Charles kind of making it out very easily. But again, we saw earlier by all the other attempts that the last moves are not free. But let's see if he can get it done.
He does seem really stable on the... Oof! I spoke too soon. I think this foothold is really not that great. Okay.
I was thinking, exactly. We just needed a foot on the zone just to kind of pull this out.
I think this is a flash from Charles Coe. Over to Nicole. We have her making her way towards the zone here. Let's see if we can switch cameras. There we go. On the zone now, Nicole. It's alright.
Yeah, so we finally get a stop on M2. I think from here on, we're kind of going to see a few more tops from the top competitors of the Novice. Let's focus on Nicole popping her left up off the zone.
Yeah, from here it does look like some kind of thumb press or Gaston. Quite shallow. I'm nearsighted. But Nicole knows it best because she's the one closest to the hold right now. 2 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock, more than enough time. The tricky thing with climbing slab on time limit is if your attempts take too long, you kind of really only get to do maybe 2 or 3 attempts in 4 minutes, realistically.
Yeah, but here she is moving quickly through that lower sequence, showing that she learned how it feels, learned how it moves, trusting those footholds very quickly. And now here she is back where she fell off. But maybe from here on out, maybe 1 or 2 more attempts at most. But let's see if she can get it done now. If I'm not mistaken, this set is the Lucha Libre set from Flat Holds, mixed with some key volumes, and I think that other one's a volume from Hive. The reason she fell off of that move after the zone was she was actually hitting the blocker. I don't know who set this, but if I had to guess, maybe Randy with all those blockers. Underclings and bad feet. Yeah, but very close to making that move. She just has to aim just a bit higher.
By the way, in the gym, on the decks, we have DJ Doze, aka RG Alcantara, supplying us with our early morning beats.
And again, Nicole making it to the zone and moving past it finally, because she found like that little good bit. And
left hand popping again. You can see her hand positioning is like pinching the dual text portion of the hold. So he has her thumb with the textured portion and her fingers on the dual text, which is why she's tending to slip out. I'm wondering if it's meant to be a Gaston, but it does seem to kind of work for her.
Here she is trying again with 20 seconds on the clock. Each of her previous attempts taking around 40 seconds just to get to the zone. To me, this is kind of like where the lack of experience kind of shows. Wherein maybe she should just call it. But with less than 6 seconds on the clock, moving towards that pool.
To be fair, that was quite close with 5 seconds left on the clock. Adrenaline is surely one of the things that's pushing her to kind of keep trying, even if there's only so much time left. We'll move back to our split camera to welcome back. Oops. To switch screens, welcome in our next climber. We have
Kyla and Mikael.
Kayla's first time competing.
Kayla, first time competing.
Also,
and
Hive regular, no?
yes, I have seen her in. Actually, also Lebs is also a G-Hive regular. A lot of G-Hive regulars in Novice today. Huh.
Hey, Hive represent.
Respect.
Former Hive.
Lebs, quite a dynamic climber also. Yesterday I was talking a lot about. Yeah, there you go. Yesterday I was talking a lot about how a lot of the newer climbers are very dynamic, new school style, appropriately called new school.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people regard me for my coordination, but these days I'm not too sure. These kids these days just throw themselves at these moves. So Lev not hesitating at all to go for that double catch, but just lacking the accuracy on that right hand.
I think a big part also is that he looks a little bit too much to the right of the holds here. He needs to be a bit more to the left so that his left hand can get a better grip on the slopers.
Yeah, I think a lot of people here competing, it's their first comp, they're making it to their first final, and they're really excited, they're really having a lot of fun, but at the same time, it's really about keeping a level head. So Leb kind of just like focusing on this double catch beta, which might not work when in fact we've seen other competitors just go for a more static beta. So guys, being coordinated and dynamic is great, but let's not lock ourselves into that.
A really big challenge in 4 minutes is deciding if the beta that you figured out is the correct one or not, or if you want to spend a precious few extra minutes trying a different move. Ooh. From the chat, let's take a quick peek. Shout out to China Gao. It's pronounced as China, by the way. Sorry, my bad. Novice problems giving Gatmabi in the umaga.
Wait, let's go back to the... so Kyla, here she is. She's trying to trust that left foot. Dragos, sporting Dragos right now. Dragos are known to be some of the softest shoes on the market. So all of that you see right now is pure foot power. Making it to the top, and she matches. So a second top of women's too right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Is M2 starting hold a jug? I don't think so. It looks quite sloppy to me.
So one thing I've learned is jugs are relative. So it really depends on who you ask. But for a lot of these novice climbers, assuming they do belong in this category, that first hold will kind of still be a bit of a fight.
People in the chat also asking for novice men scores. Let me see if I can put it up. Novice men finals. Oh. Yeah, it's all good. Leb's still on the double catch here.
With 30 seconds left, yeah, you kind of just have to decide with time pressure, is what you're doing working? For Leb, it feels like, maybe for him, it feels like it's working.
15 seconds may be enough to secure a zone. I think that's about it. Again, zone really crucial. Sure, go ahead. Pico is stepping out of the booth to observe the problem. I think it's like the slopey juggy ones. We'll split the screen again to welcome back our competitors. We have receiving coaching from the man himself, John Post-Valoria. So a little bit of pressure on him, I suppose, to perform well. Anna here reaching zone on her first attempt.
Yeah, so we have Anna Cadiz and Aaron Chu here qualifying in the 3rd position. Yeah, having been there, I'll let you guys know that qualifying in a high position puts a lot of pressure on your mental. These guys, they have the ability to execute. The question really is, can they keep a cool head to execute that cleanly, quickly, and precise?
Speaking of, we have Anna here falling off after the zone hold. Oops. Checking her span to see if it's enough to reach. It's more than enough. So definitely she knows now that she can reach it. Statically. Aaron sticking the double catch on the roof here.
Yeah, well, Aaron, this guy's known to be a very physical climber, you know, like a lot of hard pulling. These slopers should be a comfort zone. This body position, that little overhang, this laid back should be comfortable for him. Let's see now if his footwork can stay up to par with the rest of his body. There he is, looking at that foot, kind of trying to thrust it over the double catch, healing that foot and getting it second up.
A little fun fact, when Aaron was really new to climbing and still in rentals, I coached him for a while on like black tags and blue tags. So now he's here at Novice Finals. Maybe I jump-started it. I don't know.
I don't know, my student's also in Novice Finals.
Alright, I was first.
Nice.
We'll look back here at Anna with 1 minute and 20 left on the clock. She's using a lot of these footholds to kind of push her way up.
Yeah, so a lot of our women's competitors, not the tallest, but they make it work. So a lot of these girls have figured out their own beta throughout all those regular climbing sessions they have. So Anna struggling to trust that right foot. Shifting her weight and holding that barn door outright, finding that left foot. This might be her last or second to the last attempt, depending on how long she takes. Struggling to really trust that left foot.
There you go. We've had a lot of climbers kind of hesitating standing up on that left foot. 30 seconds left. I think she's going to try one more time.
Yeah, she's just hopping on right now, I think.
So that's an invalid start.
So the difficulty with that move after the zone is that it's your left foot that has to stand up, and the zone just doesn't feel like it's giving you enough pull because, again, it's facing you. So you really have to drive from the left foot, kind of pulling with the left foot almost, just to oppose that right undercling. I think Shanna doing a really good job of making use of that earlier.
That's it for her. Time's up. A really big difference in the time management, I suppose you could call it that, between Novice and today and semis yesterday from Open. But a lot of the climbers from yesterday were leaving the mats at with 40 seconds left on the clock here. But today our climbers are waiting for the clock to hit 0 before they walk out. Again, time management is energy management, which is why it's so crucial that our climbers ration how much they spend energy-wise on the mats.
Yeah, so one thing to notice about slab is it does not feel tiring, but that that little tax per attempt kind of just builds up. And Luca's making quick work of that first sequence, making it to the zone here. So far, we haven't seen too many drops anymore. He goes to the crimp, matches his zone, comes back to the crimp, and he just holds the undercling, swapping feet. Let's see if this works. Everyone else went for a heel method. He feels it's not good and goes for the heel.
And this is a flash? I think this is a flash from Lucas Padrino here. His second flash.
He runs off, okay.
His second flash. Annika making her way a little slow and steady. Asking the judges if it's okay to crimp the edge of the volume. So a little clarification for anyone watching back home. Yes, you can crimp the edges of the volume. They are illegal. The only things climbers should not be using are the bolt holes on the walls and bolt holes on the volume. But
Little fun fact, there are actually a few volumes, they don't manufacture them too often, but they do have bolt holes, so you can secure the volume to the wall with a bolt. And if ever you see one, you can use it. So the only time you can not use a T-nut hole if there's no bolts in it. So the moment you see a bolt in it, it's good to go.
yeah, so that goes for holds, that goes for volumes. If you can, goes for screw holes as well.
So Annika going for this kind of cross position, not feeling as comfortable as the other girls who just kind of go for that Gaston with a little palm press on the volume. She's really eyeing it up. She kind of felt around for that left hand volume, and I feel like that'll just give her enough of a clue. And here she is kind of just testing that water. Now she's making her way back to that same body position. Let's see if she learned from her previous attempt that just palming that will make all the difference for that Gaston. But here she is kind of shifting her body out right to go for a little cross, which I don't feel is impossible, but I feel like it's a lot more difficult than palming. So her left hand still looking. There, she finds the Gaston with the body weight shifting to the right. With only 1 minute left, she looks at the clock. Annika, probably one of our more experienced competitors, having competed in a few other comps, making a few other finals, including Boulder Space League Open Finals. Maybe was that 2 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken. Or was that last week Thursday? I don't know.
Anyway, nonetheless, she does have a lot of climbing time. Whoa! Quick cut to it. Angle it down. Let's see the deck. That's cool.
Annika going for this high foot on the volume. Yeah, I mean, with 25 seconds left, no zone is actually going to be quite impactful down the line, I think, in this round, wherein people have topped the problem. Yeah, if nobody gets a zone and you don't get a zone, that's totally fine. But in moments like this, you're going to feel the impact. And let's see how
She's yelling at the crowd that she can't read the route. A little, I guess, nervous. It is, after all, maybe her first big comp.
Carla Yabut and China Gall. Again, let's see. So, I mean, I don't know China, but from the way she climbed, the women's one, I'd imagine slab might be something to her liking with that very precise footwork, slow and controlled movements. But let's see. Anything can happen. Carla Yabut, representing Flow State, qualifying that top position. Really strong climber. I've seen him develop in the last year or so. Just constantly getting stronger. I think it's all that coffee he makes in his cafe. Carlo just campusing through that first sequence. Yeah, Carlo, very strong guy. Good looking. Tall, dreamy. My bad. Looking less comfortable on the zone. He is touching every foothold. I don't know why. And falling. Okay. And China here looking for that left hand. Kind of pinging. Just sliding off of it just a bit. That's why I chalk up excessively.
I feel like this volume needs a little bit of a brush. Being the last climber to climb on a slab. Thank you. Being the last climber to climb on a slab, there's a lot of chalk residue and whatnot on this volume because people are stepping on it and also holding onto it. So it definitely needs a little bit of a brush.
Yeah, I mean, part of like experience is really knowing all those tiny tips and tricks when it comes to competing, and really about keeping your cool. Carlo reaching for the bottom of the volume. I'm not too sure what is going on, but he doesn't seem as comfortable going for the crimp. Okay, and Sheena made some progress. She's at the blocked hold right before the zone, kind of feeling around. So Sheena seemingly leaning towards a more really controlled style, kind of just testing all those options. Kind of what people would consider like that more outdoorsy style, wherein you have those really slow and controlled movements. Here she is, even actually sporting the more outdoors shoes, the lace-ups.
Those are trad climbing shoes, if I'm not mistaken. It's less Sportiva. Cool.
Yeah, here she is.
Jello again, sorry, Carlo, falling on the crib after the zone. I wonder what it is. If it's his foot placement or if he just can't find the right way to generate the tension needed.
Honestly, I'm wondering if maybe something uncomfortable with his hand. I know Carlo in the last year or so has suffered a few injuries. I don't know if any of those involve the right hand injury. But Gina's making her way up. This is where
Slow and
most of
steady.
the girls struggle. Really trusting that left foot. You can see she's testing that foot, really adjusting and adjusting and adjusting.
We saw earlier Shanna just standing up into it and immediately getting her right foot up just to minimize the amount of time she's spending on that sketchy foothold. Oops, it's slipping. Again, it's probably better the moment you stand up and really put some weight on it. Ooh, and she falls with 25 seconds left on the clock. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough time.
Carlo opting for a weird beta, pushing against the, what do you even call it, an arch? Oh, and he skips a hold, just going for the last hold. Let's see if he can figure out the body position. All the other time he found it, and here he is finding it.
Good buzzer beater from Carlo here. Opting to skip entirely the one hold that was making him fall off the boulder. Like we said a while ago, beta breaks are valid and fair. And advised? Maybe not, but definitely if you can make it work, you can make it work.
Yeah, so beta breaks, for those who don't know, maybe we have a few non-climbers in the crowd. Beta breaks are when the climbers skip what the people who made it, so the setters, intended, so what they had wanted the climber to do. So if you can skip that sequence or find an easier or harder sequence that cheats, essentially. Cheats in a sense that you circumvent, not cheat in a sense that it's against the rules, but it is totally valid. So now we get to see, for the first time, men's 3 and women's 3. So both of which are kind of on the center of the comp wall. These more overhanging sets. So the green men's problem looks like a very powerful boulder. Going into these 2 volumes, I'd imagine you'll see some really cool one-arm cut looses, whereas the women's looks like to be a more sustained style with a lot more moves. So this being the last problem of their comp, it always leads up to 2 things. The first is you're tired. You've done 2 days of climbing. You're at your limit. This is the last of the comp. But the second thing is, it is the last of the comp, meaning you have nothing to lose, nothing to save energy for. So let's see. I feel like mentally this is the make or break for a lot of these competitors. Shanna, I'm not too sure how she did on women's 1, but she got women's 2, and I think that's a big difference maker. Let's see if she can push through the women's 3 and really go for that top hole.
Jello, Hoyer.
Yeah, so Jello, the flow state style, I'd imagine is quite dynamic, quite powerful with their overhang in the riot. And there's that big one-arm swing.
One-arm swing here. Shanna speeding her way through this boulder. Maybe this is her signature style of power boulder.
Yeah, it looks quite like a little leap.
I feel like she's flying. A flash. Oh! With a one-arm hand. What on earth?
Really
points actually.
I think that puts her on the podium.
She is in the lead right now with 3 tops.
No, wait. I think that puts her in first place.
Yeah, I think so as well because all of her other competitors didn't only top 1. She might secure first
No,
here.
I think that's a secured first. There's no way because no one else got 2 tops. So Shanna securing first place, but I'm not really
She knows last seed to being to podiuming. Let's see. Hopefully she knows. It's cut back to Jello here. Can he hold this one-arm swing? Okay, we got double angles. Unless you guys in the chat don't want double angles.
Why is it that level?
yeah, with this kind of style, this power style, wherein you're at the end of your comp, it's really just all about who has that reserves of their power and who can tap into that reserve and really pull it out and show it to the crowd.
What is the second volume on the left for?
To the move out to the big green sloper, I'd imagine. That sloper is not that good. So what I would probably opt for is go for that sloper. Well, it's like a pinchy sloper. Swing my foot, get that toe hook in before I go for that screw on crimp. But let's see first if Jello still has that power in him to really go for that. Here he is kind of just missing. So as you get more and more exhausted, more and more tired, the accuracy goes down. And this move, it is a jug for sure. I feel like you can't contest that. But the power and the swing and the control required is just a little bit too much when you're at the end of your...
Yeah, you see Jello's arms shaking a little bit and he's grimacing. Perhaps the fatigue is getting to him here. He's checking the time, 1 minute on the clock. We had double angles.
Oh, double angle.
Yeah.
And this is kind of where experience comes into play. Jello has not taken any time to rest. He has 4 minutes. That's plenty of time to stick a move like this. Wherein there's only 2 moves before.
He's back on right after falling off here. I think he's quite fighting for it.
It's just better to take 10, 20 seconds off the wall, sit down, get your heart rate down, breathe a bit before hopping onto the wall. Because right now what's happening is just his quality of attempt is just going lower and lower. He takes longer and he's just not moving out.
Yeah. 20 seconds left. Is he gonna rest for a second or something? Oh, he's stopping out here. Great effort from him. Great fight for sure. On the mats now, Tin, Guillermo, and Seymour Gonzaga.
So Tin, I feel like should excel in this style of climbing wherein it's really just a lot of sequence, a bit of overhang, and just pushing for it. So for women's 3, I'd imagine. Oh, Seymour going a bit wide on that jug.
Just missing it, overshooting it.
Women's 3, I'd imagine, is kind of an attempt game. So it seems like Tin false starting on that. Let's see if that affects her mental, but I'm sure she'll just bounce right back. So more second attempt, going for that zone. Getting that toe hook in.
Seymour again. Overshooting a little bit. Tin also making her way to the right. Let's see.
So women's 3, I'd imagine you only get 2 or 3 good attempts in this style. Depending on how strong you are. Obviously, the stronger people can maybe go laps on this, but let's see how our novice women's do.
A couple viewers in the chat cheering on Tin here, and someone cheering on Chucky. Ale Chucky.
Yeah, so the difficulty here with men's 3 is really about hitting it in just the right amount of power. Anything too much, you go too high, you go too far left, you just can't control that swing. So really what it's about is just all about control. You look at these boulders, you think, oh, it's all power. No, but it's just about exerting just the exact amount of control. So here, Seymour hitting the hold maybe 2-3 times, but not able to control that swing because he just doesn't feel comfortable on it.
Tin trying to rock over to the right and reach this beginning sequence of purple holds here. Let's see if she can hit this move. It's gonna need her to step into the slab wall here and catch her fall with her right foot Zguro. Similar to how we were seeing Jella barely resting, our climbers here are barely resting as well. And again, 1 minute 30 on the clock.
That's really just the lack of experience show. And Jella going for a double catch on his volume.
Yeah, Tin making the beta work for her. Double undercling with the left foot up into zone hold here for Tin.
Tin looking a bit jittery on the wall. Let's see if she can relax her nerves a bit, kind of figure out her beta, control her movement just a bit.
Okay, she sees the undercling here under the volume, which is a bit odd positioning.
1 minute on the left arm on the clock. I don't know if Tin will have enough time if she falls.
She's looking a little bit tired here. Finding a toe hook on the right to match the undercling isn't enough. One more move to the last hold here for Tin. Does she have the guts?
Does she have the power?
Come on, Tin.
Did she find a hold?
Nice catch.
Campuses.
Nice match. We're back now to Seymour on M3. We haven't seen a top or a zone on this boulder yet so far. And missing it. I'm wondering what the secret here is, but 10 seconds left. Seymour taps out.
I feel like for men's 3, it's really about following the arc of your left shoulder, led by the left hand, just so that you're kind of traveling under it rather than towards it. Here we have Brianna Boyer.
Brianna Boyer here with us at the booth.
Bri, do you have any words for an
They're doing great so far. I'm rooting for 10. I don't know who else is competing, but I'm rooting for everyone. And China, I know. China?
She has 3 tops. China has 3 tops.
I never noticed her for a second.
So Shana is actually one of our staff here at Good Climb. They're at Good Climbs. We're a bit far from home.
Let's cut to our climbers here. Sam
And
on her flash attempt reaching zone, and John Nuega
now John
opting for a very static beta here.
is opting for a static style. Yeah, so before the round, well, yesterday after the qualies round, I told John to just have fun, and here he is. Let's see if he has some fun on this men's 3.
Sam on her flash attempt too. Can she find a stable position here?
He doesn't need it.
That's a cool photo. I would want that photo.
That's my favorite
Like
post.
being hanging from the top with one arm.
No, that's my favorite post. They have like
That's aura.
photos where I'm
That's aura. John with a one-hand catch. What is this move? Is it juggling?
in the morning and we already have. They can definitely.
Yeah, 109 people on the chat. Cheering on everyone.
Imagine 109 people in a room with you. That would be kind of warm though.
That was Beehive yesterday.
Yeah, so again, we're seeing our novice men kind of just not resting, but here,
Doing
John
themselves.
taking a step back.
Okay.
Maybe his coach is kind of good.
Respect.
Hopping back on, kind of had a second. That's what I was thinking of. Kind of just traveling under that volume rather than towards it. So you're not swinging out left too much. I think matching the big green macro kind of just gets your body position too far right. But I think John here needs to kind of slow down a bit. 1 minute 30 on the clock. You just need one good attempt. This zone would be a big difference maker. But again, he has competitors after him, so let's see if that gets to his mental. Kind of just thinking about the potential results from your competitors kind of can play into how many attempts you do, how quickly you try things, and how hard you throw yourself at the wall.
See him now wind again for the move. Oof, barely managing to stick it.
Honestly, for me, that hole being flat kind of just throws you out left in a really awkward manner.
1 minute left on the clock here for John. Let's see if he can finally lock this move down. Still kind of struggling to get his fingers around the zone hold here.
I just feel like in the novice, especially the novice men's right now, what I'm seeing is there's like a little hint of frustration from many of the competitors because a lot of these problems just feel within their capabilities. On a regular gym day, they can climb this and they'll probably get it in a few attempts, but that time pressure, that pump pressure, the adrenaline pumping through their veins, their heart rate and their breathing not being that controlled just plays into them having a really hard time. And John here,
14 seconds left. He's still trying. Gotta give him some credit.
Kind of like deteriorating over time.
Ooh, getting a little bit closer, but I think a little bit too late with 3 seconds. No, yeah.
Nice try, John.
Great effort from John here.
So let's welcome Charles. And
Charles, Cole, and
Nicole,
Sam. Oh, Nicole's here. You just saw Sam.
You're doing this the whole day yesterday?
You should slow down. This guy's yapping too much. Nicole is walking her way across these volumes here. Making great use of her time reaching zone from the get-go. Charles, oof, sticking with zone. Oh, fighting to hang on here, matching zone hand, while Nicole, all at the top already.
Nicole flashing women's 3 and Charles kind of looking like maybe.
Let's see if this last one is
His last one is looking
better than it
a
looks.
bit bad, but let's see. Shifting his body
The
position.
top here for Charles. Cole. Oh, don't hang on that. That's not stable. That's not stable. That's just plywood. Don't hang on the top tarpaulin, please.
That is dangerous.
That's just plywood. I think Mickey's looking up at the tarp. That's just plywood. That's just plywood. Please don't ham on top of that. I think he's gonna have to tell our rest of our competitors not to hang on. Welcoming onto the mats, we have Lebs and Kyla Junisho. Sorry, Mike and Bria. Lebs is a very dynamic climber. Ooh,
Going for the right
cross? Is it gonna work?
very painful. Partially because, at least guessing by the shape of the jug, that is a left-hand jug.
Yeah.
So I don't know if a lot of people notice this, but jugs do have either a left or a right hand. This one, it tells me it's a left hand because that left side of that hole looks a bit more narrow than the right side, meaning less of your fingers.
Yeah, it gets around the jug here. Quick cut over to Kayla. She's making her way through this boulder past the zone already. Did she see the undercling? She's looking for it. Gets the double undercling here. Ooh, oh my god.
Holding on.
Losing the tension in the feet, but keeping the tension in the hands to hang on.
Let's see if that costs her in these last two.
No, we haven't seen anyone drop it past this move
Not
here.
only a problem to her,
Fighting to stay on here and matching for the top.
and not even a
Not even a smile on her face at all. Lebs sticking the move also, but spinning up, trying to hang on. Can he get his foot on? There we go.
Here's hanging out again. Let's see, maybe he has to
Slow
relax
down a little bit.
There he is, slowing, controlling it a bit more. But this last
I
stop
really hope he doesn't grab the tarpaulin.
calls for
Oops.
just
left here. The orientation of the hold, or rather the jib that tells you where your thumb is meant to go, reads it more as a right hand rather than a left, but Lebs is almost making it work, so let's see if he can make it work twice. 1 minute 45 on the clock here. Still a lot of time for him. He's resting a little bit, something we haven't really seen our competitors do much. He's taking a second to recollect. I'm sure that last attempt spiked his heart rate because of how hectic it was.
I mean, the difficulty here now is that took a lot out of him, right? If you're spamming that first move and you don't get it, and you get it eventually, that's fine. That's great. But here he was at the second to the last hold, touching the last hold, and hopping on after like less than 30 seconds of rest. Let's see if he can still have something in attack. Struggling again on that first move. I wonder if his skin is taking a hit looking at his hand right after that attempt. Catching jugs does not ever feel great. But here he is going again, opting for a no toe hook, swinging out far left.
Are our voices weak or no? I can hear it in the IEM a little bit.
I can hear it that much here, but I mean, like, it feels like I can hear it.
No, I mean, because we can make it louder.
Oh, we can? Hello?
Hello, hello, hello.
Why did I hear you so much more? Oh, wow.
That's okay.
That's a bit weird.
Maybe this. Here we go.
Oh, opting for a changing of his weight, opting for a cross move with 20 seconds left. I feel like
That was really close though, with 20 seconds on the clock left for Lebs. I'm wondering if it's more than if it's enough time for him to execute. That time is ticking down really fast, but I think that's it for him. Really close, but
nice attempt.
just a little bit out of reach. No, he's back on with 3 seconds. What's he thinking? Okay. Respect, last Boulder. Leave it all on the wall.
You love to see that from a competitor, just throwing everything at the wall, doing their best and trying their hardest. But yeah, just not playing at the time.
On the mats now again with us, Aaron Q and Cadiz.
So Aaron,
Again, this is more or less Aaron's style, very power boulder. He is kind of a dynamic climber, if not the most dexterous, coordinated, I suppose.
yeah, I mean,
No, not a dig at him, but this guy is really strong.
I just feel like the moment you make him run on things, maybe a bit hard. But here, when it's like his arms doing the work, 100%.
All him. Anna breezing through this bottom sequence and securing zone on her flash attempt.
I feel like definitely Anna, you should feel comfortable through this entire problem, not breaking a single sweat. This should do wonders for her confidence. Swing out just a bit, fighting to keep the tension on, getting a little sneaky knee bar on that volume, and swing out for the last move.
Can she secure the smear? It's looking a little sketchy here. She opts for let's go. Upside down, look at the camera. Flash
Up and
attempt.
down with no climb down holds.
Oops.
And Aaron,
We're
let's see
left
if he
here
can
with
figure out
Aaron.
this first move, because I feel like once he gets to that zone, that top sequence should be his. Those holds, not the best, but they're definitely not bad. And Aaron almost holding it. I just feel like
What's missing? I'm wondering what's missing.
just going too high. I feel like when your chest ends up kind of to the right of the zone, it has to drop. So now you're dropping out left and down, so there's too much to control. So I feel like Aaron, not a dig at him, but he is a lot stronger than he needs to be.
Using brute force to hang on, similar to what Lebs did, similar to what I think Seymour did. Let's see if he can
Charles. I think it was Charles.
Let's see if he can lock this in and get a top here.
There he is. You see, displaying that raw power,
Yeah.
holding onto that sloper.
Needing to relax a little bit here, just to kind of get some blood flowing back into the arms. Does he do a right hand?
I think he's looking for the right hand. You see how his body is positioned.
That's
Going for the right hand.
pinching it as hard as he can.
He has to go for
Can he
this foot
execute?
swap. Standing. Oh, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. It doesn't look good to me.
Asking the judges,
1 minute and
that's
30 left.
It doesn't.
He understands. He feels it that it's not valid.
I don't think that was valid.
Judges here discussing, they're giving him a head shake and telling him it's not valid.
I I just feel like he rushed that top. He went for the stand up with that top. The head wall on that is just.
You can see Puss here on the side, his coach, sweating bullets. Sweating bullets. Ivan showing the instant replay. with the instant replay. Asking for a review. 1 minute for Aaron. Let's see if he can gather his wits and shake some blood back into his arms.
But I mean, more so than the power loss, it's really the question of like, how does your mental recover from that? From basically matching but not counting and falling. Can he
40 seconds left.
Calm himself down, relax his nerves, and not be too frustrated with that, and find it in himself, catch it one more time.
This is rough. He's only stuck the first move once.
And he's
such a low percentage first move.
That top sequence, the wall is overhanging.
I'm not so sure.
Just a bit.
20 seconds left for Aaron.
20 seconds left. Might not be enough time, but let's see. He's rushing back onto the wall with 18 seconds left. Going for the last move. Maybe he can get it. 13 seconds left.
That's 10 seconds left on the clock.
Top sequence does not take long.
Speeding through. Rushing the goal.
But rushing just a bit too much.
And he's spent. He's exhausted. Great effort from Aaron here, but this boulder might haunt him in the future.
That will definitely be a little haunting. I'm sure we'll see a story about it. Maybe a little.
What the hell?
Little
Take this mic away. Take this mic away from this guy.
So next we are welcoming the number 2, the 2 qualified in second position, Lucas Victorino, and
Anika Pinera on W3. We haven't seen our ladies struggle much on W3. That should be easy work for Anika, I think. On M3, Lucas Victorino. I think, if I'm not mistaken, at least based on when I see them in the gym, Lucas and Anika are from the same friend group. So
yeah,
it's been nice.
if I'm not mistaken.
Hanging out on mats here with both finalists coming out at the same time.
Yeah, it's quite fun to come out with a friend. When you're on the mat, it just feels a bit comforting. You look to your right and you see a familiar face.
Oops, just missing this jug. Maybe needs a brush. Again, as one of the last climbers on this boulder, must be grimy. Meanwhile, Anika breezing through this boulder, even if all the women before her have ascended. Let's see if she can pull through and get a scent here.
But again, everyone breezing through it does play a role into how it pressures you, the mental. In your head, everyone's done it. If I'm struggling, why am I struggling? He or she is kind of...
She seems to be in control a little bit. Maybe nervous, but definitely in control.
We haven't seen anyone drop it from here. Honestly, I don't know if we've seen anyone drop it from here. Anika, one of the...
Not a single smile on her face either. Incredibly tired.
Maybe a bit disappointed.
Knowing that the podium, the first place has already been taken. We'll cut back here to Lucas. Sticking the first move finally. Can he get his feet on to stabilize his spin?
He's locking off the entire way through and it seems a bit heavy, but here he is.
All that energy gone just from trying to stick this first move and hang on here.
Getting a nice heel, shifting to the right, getting that undertake. But this last bit we saw was not free.
Not free. More than a cent, I'm also hoping that he doesn't grab the top lane.
Let's see
trying to keep tension on his left foot.
He's looking for a left heel.
That is a top for Lucas. Great effort, great control on the last move, showing a lot of restraint and trying not to rush that move.
Okay, so Lucas and Charles both with 2 tops. Let's wait for the score, but I think
it's going to boil down to the number of attempts. Quick look at the scoreboard. Charles Cope with 3 tops at 74.9. Once this updates, Lucas will be above Aaron 2 on the leaderboard with 70-ish points on his board.
And I feel like our next 2 climbers are going to enjoy these sets. Carlo, just a big fan of these kind of powerful climbs. Let's see if he can hold that jump with just one arm swing out. Let's see.
Carlo Yabut and China on the walls here.
And there he is, kind of just holding.
On his back, Carlo Yabut campusing through the first move. Missing, rushing the move, trying to campus the entire way. This flow fam
Let's see.
Let's see. Has he learned his lesson from the last attempt? Taking a moment. He has not learned his lesson, but he's making it work. Gina, slow and steady wins the race for Gina.
I haven't seen Gina slip this entire round so far. Her footwork seems to be impeccable.
It's just gonna work. Carlo, the second attempt.
It's only for that sneaky left heel under the hole, and Gina.
All relaxed and in her element.
Gina had the elegance of a lead climber, to be honest.
She's shaking her head no, probably not happy with the results.
Yeah, so that
was our novice men and women finals here. Again, really great display of athleticism from everyone. The drive to fight and to hang on, definitely much higher than their what I don't know. I mean, like there's definitely more than whatever energy they have left. So a quick shout out to our sponsors here. We have our title sponsor, Oma Jati Anyar, our regional sponsors, Tiger Tropical Adventure, Airalo, Psyche Chop, Keyhold, our major sponsors. We have 8A Performance, Wheyl, who's powering our live stream, Mountain Hardware, Yeti, our minor sponsors, Flow State Bouldering Gym, B-Fit Gym, and Weekdays. We have our partners as well, Evian, Vitacy,
Ascend Physical Therapy and Wellness. We have Mad Fitness, Jollibee, and The Game.
For our donors, we have B-Husk, Unilab, Chalk Bag Project, Medica,
Monkey Eagle Brewery, Not Just Juice, Ori Creamery.
Of course, our hotel partners,
Seda Residence Makati, the City Flat Circuit.
Yeah, that's about it. Thank you so much for helping make C-League Rocka Manila 2026. Thanks for making it happen. We'll go into steady break here as we prepare for our next round of finals. I think we'll be looking at intermediate men and women. Let's flash the comp schedule really quick.
How about the scores?
So next one is
And the scores.
The scores you guys will be seeing are actually the provisional scores. The final.
Okay, so it's the
They're
same thing.
subject to appeal.
Yes. Again, it's the athlete's right to appeal their climb, but as it stands right now, we have Shanna in first with 3 tops at 74.8 points. Nicole Sia behind her in second with 2 tops and 1 zone. China in third with 59.8, just 0.2 away from beating Nicole.
Two attempts make the difference. And again, one more attempt right after makes the difference between third and fourth. So Kyla missing that podium just by 0.1. But let's see if any appeals come through.
Appeals are the right of the climber, and so hopefully they exercise their right and they get the score that they earned. Let's see if that affects the scores later on and if it affects the podium. Let's check out the leaderboard for the men's novice finals. Let's wait for it to refresh. I hope this works. I actually don't know how to use this, but I'm pretty sure that's how you do it.
Is there like a second scoreboard or just...
It usually just updates. Wait. Scores, live scoring. This one and then refresh. There we go. I got it. So Charles Coe in third with 74.9. Sorry, in first with 3 tops, 74.9. Lucas Victorino in second, 74.8.
Again, the one attempt. Changing where you land on that podium. And Carlo Yabut at
74.5. 3 tops, 3 attempts away from getting second. Aaron in fourth with 2 tops and 1 zone. John Nuega fifth with 1 top, 1 zone, and Lebs with 1 top, 1 zone as well. So again, you can see a 0.1, 0.2 point difference between being first and being second. So every attempt counts here, which is why you really want to keep those in mind when you're competing. We'll take a short break while we're on setting break. You guys can check out the live scores on climbbuddy.io. The link is on our Instagram account. Just check out our stories. And of course, we'll see you guys in a bit for our intermediate men's and women's finals at 11:45. Oh, we have awarding at 11. And intermediate finals at 11:45. All right. Really? Yeah. So it's awarding now alongside the setting break. That's good. We'll see you guys later. Thank you for tuning in.
Congratulations! To be clear, they don't do together, no? Okay, make sure not to use that for, okay? That is it for our first session. So if you are new, make sure as spectators, you get signed up at the front of the house so your name gets included for our raffle. And that is it. Let me just go check on the Jordan if we're ready for our awarding. We are awarding our novice winners right now, right here, right now. Ladies? Ladies, here are the prizes. Yeah. Yeah, good luck. Let's call on our winner. Let's give a round of applause for our group leader. It's Carlo Yapper. We have a lot of prizes from all our sponsors: 8A Wheyl, Mountain Hardware, Yeti, Hive, Hive, and Bruno. Once again, our third place Novice men winner, Carlo Yapper. Ako na to. Ako na lang to.
Ano ba ito? Raffle ba ito? Ano pa?
Iparaffle na lang natin.
Naka-best yung tawag na yung title.
I hope you also get to see our second place and our champion. So please do stand by. Let's go on our third place. The winner is Carlo Yapper. Carlo Yapper receives prizes from Hive, Sideshow, Eager Tropical Adventure, Mountain Hardware, AC, and Yeti, and of course Wheyl. Carlo Yapper will also bring home a cash prize of 750 pesos to Angeles Pampanga. Contributing to Angeles Pampanga economy. Shout out, where are the Rocka members? Are you proud of your little fan? Next, our second place winner for Novice Men. Let's call on Lucas Victorino. Congratulations, Lucas. Lucas will bring home prizes from Hive, Sideshow, Eager Tropical Adventure, 8A Performance, Yeti, Wheyl Nutrition, and Mountain Hardware. He's also bringing home 1,500 pesos in cash, adding to the economy of adding to Patrick's economy, 1,500 pesos. Congratulations, Lucas Victorino. Let's call on our Novice Men's champion. Let's hear it for Charles Cole. Congratulations. Charles Cole won award prizes from Hive, Sideshow, Eager Tropical Adventure, 8A Performance, Wheyl Nutrition, Mountain Hardware, and Yeti. He's also bringing home a cash prize of 3,000 pesos and beer. And also a 3D printed beer bottle holder by Christoph. He 3D printed the bottle holder. He's a talented tall guy. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it for our Congratulations again. Let's take a picture with Crystal. Congratulations to all our winners and all our finalists. We hope to see you next year in Rocka Manila Inter category. Congratulations. Moving on to our Novice women's winners. Starting with our third place winner, let's call her China. Wow! Another round of applause for our third place winner, China Gao. China won prizes from Keyhole, Side Chalk, Eager, Tropical Adventure, 8A Performance, Wheyl Nutrition, Yeti, and Mountain Hardware. She's also bringing home 750 pesos cash prize. Enough for a day pass and a meal for the day. Some commute forward. Congratulations, China Gao. Let's call on our second place winner. It's Nicole Sia. Congratulations. Congrats. Nicole also won prizes from Keyhole, Side Chalk, Eager, Tropical Adventure, 8A Performance, Wheyl Nutrition, Yeti, and Mountain Hardware. She's also bringing home a cash prize of 1,500 pesos. Now let's call on our champion for the Novice women's category. Let's hear it for Shana Champo! Very strong finish by Shana. Shana is bringing home prizes from Keyhole, Side Chalk, Eager Tropical Adventure, 8A Performance, Wheyl Nutrition, Yeti, and Mountain Hardware. Shana is also bringing home a cash prize of 3,000 pesos. Enough for 5-day passes. Ang daming prizes ni Shana, buti na lang mabait siya. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our Rocka Manila 2026 Novice Women's winners. Congratulations, ladies. See you next year in the Inter category. Very strong ladies. Let's have a picture again with Crystal. prizes. So many prizes, what do you think? Wanna join next year? You might get. Next year you'll be standing on the podium. Congratulations to all our winners and all our finalists. We hope to see you next year on the podium and in another category. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting our inter-finals in 15 minutes.
here we have our inter-finalists. They'll be viewing the 3 problems they have. First, so we are introducing our inter-men's finalists first. And they'll be breaking into their groups, looking at the individual problems for 2 minutes per problem. They're allowed to share data if they will. They're allowed to feel the start holds, but they are not allowed to establish. So they're not allowed to get their feet off the ground. I'm not too sure how strict they will be here, but the judges can decide to penalize them with extra time, for example. So yeah, let's get to know our inter-women's as well. So the viewing will start now with men's 1 and women's 1 on opposite sides. We have a little bit of a technical difficulty, or our cameras are not working.
John Valoria. Our head setter, John Joseph Valoria. 1 minute left. Again, we only have 2 minutes per problem.
So a quick thank you to our sponsors, our title sponsor, Oma Jati Anger, our regional sponsors, Eiger, Tropical Adventure, Iralo, Side Chalk, and Keyholes, our major sponsors, 8A Performance, Wheyl, Mountain Hardware, and Yeti, our minor sponsors, Low State Bouldering Gym, BFit Gym, and Weekdays, and our partners, Evian, Vida C, Ascent Physical Therapy and Wellness, Mad Fitness, Jollibee, and The Game, and our donor, D-Husk, Unilab, Chalk Pie Project, Aura Athletica, Monkey Eagle Brewery, and Not Just Juice, and Ori Creamery. And our hotel partners, Seda Residences, Makati, and the City Flats Circuit. So let's follow along with our finalists while we get a first look at some of these boulders. So women's 2 looks to be the kind of slab coordination style, featuring a lot of volumes and slopey directional holds, while men's 2 looks to be the more power crimp style. So some of our finalists, we'll get into it later, but some of them did mention enjoying the more crimpy style, while some prefer the more power dynamic style. So let's see how all of these problems and these sets play into their strengths, and how they can perform under pressure. So some of these athletes have been climbing for more than 3 years. Some of them have had a plentiful comp experience, same with the women's. So we will see a little more experience and a little more high-level climbing from these athletes. So we have 1 minute left to view the second problem. You'll see them trying out the start positions, holding, taking a step back, and looking closely at all the holds. You'll see, if you look at some of their reactions, you kind of get a good idea of who likes which problem. You'll see some smiles on some of their faces and some looks of disgust even. Yeah, so the last 30 seconds, you'll see Alon kind of testing the start position, reading the beta. The women seem to be discussing beta amongst themselves, while the guys are kind of just reading on their own. Some of them just taking a step back, arms crossed, looking closely at all the holds. Maybe they know exactly what they need to do, and they know the style is just really all about pulling hard, trying hard, and going hard. The women's really being a lot more collaborative, but I suppose the style is really all about reading. And now, converging in the middle are the men's 3 and women's 3, the final boulders. Here we might see the men collaborating a bit more because this problem is difficult to read. I had a hard time reading it. I wasn't exactly sure what the setters wanted the competitors to do, but I think with this problem for the men's, we will see a few different betas. And here for the women's, this is the kind of problem they will know exactly what they need to do. Wherein they just gotta go, And those holes, they're good enough, but they are far, far, far from each other. That last hole deceptively bad, and that being their last problem. Let's see if any of their hands can still keep up towards the end of this competition for them. Yeah, this kind of setting, anything can really happen. So I'm quite excited. We weren't able to show it properly on the feed, I think, but men's one and women's one are both kind of these pretty dynamic moves. So right now, women's problems looking to be pretty powerful. So let's see whose style that leans into. Looking at the field right now, it can go any way. The men's, a lot of these climbers climb very, very differently. Some of them are very experienced, some of them, this is their first final. So let's see how it goes. All of these climbers, very strong. Many of them well known in their local gym communities to be very, very strong climbers, to be doing consistently some of the hardest things. So let's see how this final goes.
So that's it for our observation period. Our climbers are being escorted back from isolation, after which we'll see them one, two at a time, finally start climbing. On the list,
And that is your observation period. Thank you, setters. Our finalists are making their way back to the isolation area, and we will begin with our first finalist, first pair of finalists.
This is an order of appearance. So on the mats now, joining us in a moment, Jun Tang from Singapore and Nina San Andres from the Philippines.
Yeah, so Jun has been climbing for, he told me, around 3-ish years. He's a 25-year-old from Singapore, who considers Boulder Plus as his home gym. So let's see if that foreign style of climbing here in the Philippines, let's see how he does on this stage. So
we do have some Singaporean setters on the team here, so perhaps they'll feel a little bit familiar in a way. I remember interviewing Han Joseph Boy yesterday after the Open Men's semis, and he said the setting was very fresh, but still somehow familiar because of all the international stuff.
Let's bring out our first
So here we're bringing our climbers now on the mats.
And from Quezon City, we have Nina San Andres.
Nina San Andres has been climbing for around 3 years. From QC, which means Quezon City, so her home gym is Power Up Tandongsora, according to her. She's quite tall period. Let's see if that height will play a part in solving this.
Okay, so June here making quick work of the start, but looking a bit lost, and he drops off the starting position. Those AG holds are not that good. But here on the slab, it just emphasizes the importance of footwork. And Nina making her way to the second hold.
She did say she was fond of dynamic movement, so let's see if this seemingly dynamic movement is something she's going to figure out. She's doing a bit of a chalk up here. I guess bracing herself to get ready to swing towards this zone hold. Looking to the audience for a bit of approval.
So June, actually, when I was interviewing some of our finalists, he was the only finalist to say he was hoping to see some slab, to be excited for slab. So he considers himself a bit of a slab climber. So let's try to see how this slab style, which is a bit coordinated. Here he is moving to the zone with that double catch, kind of how I read it.
Coincidentally and ironically, Nina is one of the few women I interviewed who said she preferred dynamic movement over static movement. So let's see again if that works in her favor.
So time burning down. It's 2 minutes and 10 seconds left. Nina's still on that first move. It's a bit of a commit, a bit of a foot shuffle in luck. Maybe a bit of a fakie. So fakie is when you lead. Oh, Nina spinning off the wall. Let's see, she stands right up, feeling a bit pumped up from almost making that first move.
A little under 2 minutes here. June is still on his way to figuring out how to hold on to the zone holds. A little bit closer than the last attempt. I'm wondering if he needs to stand up more onto his left foot. These are key holds, right? Because AG holds.
The volumes are key. So Nina making again her way towards that zone hold. I think the intention is truly just to paddle, knowing those super holds. That zone hold is quite juggy. The one before it is okay to pull on, but you have to be quite strong to stop on it. The orientation as well of those holds really encourages you to continue. So our feed right now is on the women's side, but Nina pings off again. So we have some technical
What's happening?
difficulties.
Let me check.
Maybe just restart the cam. So that beep is the 1 minute timer left. So they'll hear that beep and they'll know it's time to go again. But then, again, this is their first problem, so they really have to figure out how much effort, how much energy to use in this one.
No, the camera's frozen.
Froze?
Yeah.
We're experiencing some technical difficulties on the women's problem right now. Nina, a lot closer this time, but still pinging off, letting her left side of her body kind of swing out. So let's see if June can make this zone. I feel like this zone might be the difference maker. It looks like he's not trusting that foot just enough.
Yeah, that's what I'm...
And he's not getting his hips really over his feet.
4 seconds left here. I think that's it for our climbers. No zones on either for first climbers, so let's see if our next set of climbers can manage to find their way through. On women's one, we have Nala Orna, and on men's one, we have Luke De Los Santos from the Philippines, both of them.
So Luke, he's a climber here from the Philippines, where he has a lot of supporters here in the crowd because this is what he considers to be his home gym. Beehive is his home gym in his heart, but he said his birthplace is Davao, so he's here to represent Boulder 24. So let's see what he got on this slab. It's a bit of a commit move, and Luke told me his superpower essentially is his confidence. He's really, and slab is all about being confident, being delusional even. When I climb slab, I just have to believe I can do it. And Luke tells me that is his morning routine before a comp, where he just tells himself he can do it.
Speaking of confidence, here we have Nala on the at W1. She says that dynamic movements are also one of her favorites. Or she and Nina were one of the few climbers who said they liked dynamic moves, and they were hoping to see dynamic moves in the final set. Nala already dialing down this paddle move, and she understands the beta, but let's see if she can get to execute. Luke slipping a little bit on the start position, might need a bit of a brush. You can see him wiping his feet. Nala sticking the move, but slipping out of the paddle. She's hopping immediately right back on, not giving a moment to rest.
Luke looks like he is close to sticking to that zone move, but his left hand just a bit too low. Nala hyping up the crowd, looking at the crowd for some energy, looking at many of their supporters. Both of these people are Beehive regulars, so a lot of this crowd are the people who do know them. And Luke, again, close to sticking that zone move.
Nala as well, just missing driving off of her right foot. Seems she's insisting on trying to shuffle her feet to the right. But the move is more, I think, of a stand-up onto the right foot, springing off of that right foot after establishing it on that volume, catching the hold before zone, before stepping over into the square-ish volume there on the right.
On the attempt just before this, Luke tried something different here, trying to match her left hold instead of going for the likely intention of the setter to do that double catch to the zone. Let's try to see if he figures something out. I really think it's all about that left foot, really getting over it, getting stood up on it, which is quite difficult because it looks quite slopey.
A little bit better on the step over for Luke here, but you can see his hips are a little away from the wall, leading to him coming off balance and slipping off of that foothold and the handhold.
So with 1 minute and 20 seconds of the clock, what do you think Nala has to figure out in this next few attempts?
She's established this beta for herself where she wants to shuffle onto the volume and lean to the right. But the volume, like the way the volume is angled, doesn't really allow you to shuffle on it that well without tipping off to the left. That's the timer buzzer for 1 minute on the clock. Both climbers having attempted this with their boulders several times already. Let's see if we can at least see a zone in the next 45 seconds.
So Luke, I feel like he's going too much laterally instead of vertically. That left leg is not supporting his weight enough because as he moves to the left, instead of standing over that foot, he is rocking onto it, and I feel like the body position kind of gets compromised. Nala with a lot of conviction,
Slipping off the second to last hold before zone with 24 seconds left on the clock. We'll take a quick look at the chat. Nika Tabamo says, "Come on, Biko, you're great at discussion." Thank you, Nika.
I am doing my best. If you guys have any questions in the chat, just let us know. We are happy to discuss anything you guys might be curious about. Those of you who might not know much about competition climbing, this is your first time on. Yeah, so the competitors have around 4 minutes to complete each problem. Comes with the zone, giving 10 points, with the top giving an extra 15 with a total of 25 points.
On the mats now, we have Alex Severino hopping straight into M1. On women's one, we have Patricia Angela Cruz, aka Pat Cruz.
Well known for her slap game, so let's see what her dynamic movement is like. Alon hopping right on but falling twice now. It seems he knows what he has to do, but let's try to see if they can figure it out in time. So both of these problems, I'm sure all of these competitors have seen these moves before, and it's really a question of can they do it in the allotted amount of time, not whether or not they can do it, because all of these competitors have the ability. Let's see if they have the level-mindedness to really do it in those 4 minutes.
So Pat has been climbing for around 2 years here at the Beehive Mahati. She considered it her home gym. She mentioned earlier that she wanted to see some coordination moves because it would be funny to her to try. She's she's not that confident on dynamic coordination moves, but you can see she's really trying.
And you saw Alan's last attempt. It was very close because he is really getting over that left foot, allowing his body to really weight that foot, because those two holds he's holding, they're not that great. Your hips move out just a bit and it just becomes that much harder. So let's see if he can really stand up and he gets just a bit closer, kind of kicking off that right hand. Because all of these holds, they are terrible slopey holds. I think the top hold might be the best one. I'm not too sure, but I just know that set gives me nightmares.
Alan famously wearing his leopard print shorts. Shout out to the Leopard Boys, the group of hooligans terrorizing local climbing scene with their
Alan opting for a more static
move for Alan here, working for him. Our first climber to get his zone on this boulder.
Let's see how this second half of his boulder works. Rushing through the move and hanging off. Again, that next hold is not good. I have seen that hold before. It's
Alan
a bit of a
egging on. What the hell is this guy doing, man?
What the hell was that?
This is what I mean. This is what I mean. Giving the Leopard Boys a bad name. Yeah.
What was that? Don't ever do that again.
Sitting the zone move. The crowd going crazy. Also our first climber to get zone on this boulder.
Staying off that right foot. Let's see if she can wait and really go for this last triple move. A bit something going
on
for
the
a
slab
high
side, we
for
have Alan establishing a second to last hold here.
So both of these climbers making the most progress we've seen in this round. Here, I think would be a pretty high foot, a mantle move. Let's see
if Alan can execute this. Meanwhile, Pat is still hanging on with a minute left on the clock. Right foot again, popping off. Alan popping off with the last hold. 50 seconds on the clock. Pat is still hanging on.
And Pat, with moves like this where it's a bit scary and you're in a jump, you never want to leave the jump. Here she is picking off, committing for that move, but that foot just does not hold on.
Now we need to ask ourselves if 35 seconds is enough for both of these athletes to finish after spending quite some time on the boulder.
So Alan figuring out his static beta, really moving through the sequence. Pat with less than 25 seconds left. I'm not too sure if she has time for this. Still taking a few seconds to rest before she hops back on.
15 seconds left here. Alan, definitely his last attempt, setting up for this right cross.
8 seconds, 7.
He sticks it. Can he match it?
4. And he matches it.
With 4 seconds left on the clock. Alan is our first climber to top M1.
So that's our first stop of the round. Alan is a self-proclaimed videographer and he likes to read in his free time.
I didn't know he could read.
I guess that helps. Apparently he reads boulders better than he reads books, but here we go.
On the mats now, the one and only VA social climber. Jeff just recently turned 27 years old. He's establishing M1. Over on W1, we have Molly Fraser, who is the exact opposite of Jeff. She's 14 years old. Still in school. Her name is Molly Fraser.
So Jeff was hoping for a paddle in the men's round, and he does not like slabs that much, but he is working on it. But here we are with a dynamic slab, kind of meeting in the middle between what he wants and what he gets.
Little info on Molly, since all the climbers we've seen so far are from the Philippines. Molly is representing Thailand here. Her home gym is Stone Goat. Again, she's just a kid. She's just 14, but competing in intermediate category. Not afraid at all. She's only been she's climbed for around 2 years, and she looks up to Natalia Grossman.
Well, Jeff, he has plenty of comp experience, and I feel like it's showing here now in this very low percentage boulder. He takes 20 seconds, 25 seconds to rest. Take a step back and really read what he is doing. And here he is figuring out a more static beta, and he motioning to the crowd that he's very close with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. Let's see what he does to adapt to what he just figured out.
Over to Molly, figuring out the dynamic beta, but maybe not committing enough and jumping off with the right foot enough to reached that second to last hold for zone.
So Jeff actually did start here in Beehive around 3 years ago. I remember we used to project a few problems together, and here I am in the audience watching him compete.
I remember Jeff wearing Simone Decathlon shoes. Yeah, green, gray shoes. Here he is now. 12 competitions attended for Jeff just in the last year, and 5 finals appearances. Molly inches away from sticking this move here. 1 minute and 30 left on the clock, more than enough time for our climbers.
So we have these two climbers with very, very different generations. Let's see how they handle the
Very different generations.
Here they are sharing the same stage. For me, that's the most beautiful thing about climbing. We have a young 27-year-old and a 14-year-old on the left, just battling it out. Both trying to figure it out. And Jeff, with many, many supporters, both from the crowd and in our chat. So shout out Jeff, shout out Jeff's followers. Jeff is well known across climbing social media as a social climber, doing well both in climbing content and in his memes.
Molly lacking a little bit of confidence there on the swinging up. 40 seconds left on the clock. A couple voices in the crowd cheering for her. I hope she hears them. I hope she knows that we're supporting her here.
Yeah, one of the most difficult things about competing in a foreign country is how, well, foreign it is. And Molly, just being a kid, I'm not too sure how much comp experience she has or comp experience in another country, but it has to be a bit daunting. But the Philippine crowd, well known for hyping people up. With 9 seconds left on the clock, can Molly get the zone? Let's see. 5 seconds.
Just a little bit off here. Both are climbers trying their best to make the most of these difficult boulders.
So we're going to welcome onto the stage now Axel and Brianna Boyer. So Bri, pretty well known throughout the local climbing scene.
Bri has competed in quite a number of bouldering competitions. She's podiumed in a lot of them as well. She definitely is more on the experience end in terms of our intermediate competitors. Over on M1, we have Axel Balinas.
So Axel's been climbing for around 3 years. He's 27 years old. He's from Bacolod. So his home gym is Puro C from Bacolod. So our Rock Outdoor Center.
Bri's preferred climbing style are powerful boulders. And she did say she wanted some core dyno, so here's a core dyno for her.
So Axel, this problem is completely opposite of what he would like. He told me earlier in isolation he prefers crimps, none of which exist on this boulder. These are like very modern slopey edges. At best and at worst, just open hand slopers. He dislikes slab. I feel like M2 might be something he'd enjoy, but M1 is really not his thing. But let's see if he can figure it out in the next 2.5 minutes thereabouts. Trying something different, just on the left side, rubbing his forearm. I think he's crashed it against the wall, but he is back on the wall.
2 minutes 30 here.
So Bri establishing on the jog before this big dynamic move. Bri has been constantly working on her dynamic movement, shuffling, holding it, and
Barnering out just a little bit off balance here. Maybe needing a little foot swab to flag right better or something of the sort. 2 minutes on the clock. Both our climbers still making their way towards zone. From the chat, we have Michael Tavan saying, "Go Axel, Visayas represent." and Marcos Vidal, Ale Ale, Kuya Axel. A lot of supporters from outside of from the Visayas region rooting for Axel here. I've competed with Axel a couple of times, both in Rocka and in the few comps I joined in Iloilo.
So actually, both of these climbers are setters, so they should be familiar with how the process behind the scenes goes, and let's see if that plays into how they approach these climbs. Let's see, for me personally, as a setter and a competitor, setting kind of puts me in this tunnel vision of what the setters want, but Brie kind of close to making that move. Let's see if she can get the zone and really make it towards that last move. Not exactly one of the most dynamic climbers. She doesn't enjoy it as much, but constantly working and getting very, very close to making that zone hold. One of her stronger climbers physically. Let's see if she can just hold that hold. Spinning out, very difficult. If she just continues that movement, then I'm sure she can hold that next time.
30 seconds left here. Climbers looking a little, Axel looking a little defeated on M1. Let's see if he can make do with the time he has left. Difficult start position here. 9 seconds left. I think this might be it for our climbers. Bree barely sticking that move once more. And I think that's it. Good effort from both our climbers, but we haven't seen much progress outside of Alon and sending M1 in the last round.
Let's bring our next set of climbers for indoor women. We have Sami Narvaez from the Philippines. And for internet from Singapore, we have
Here we have now Gabriel Nong from Singapore and Sami Narvaez from the Philippines.
So Gabriel actually has the most experience out of all of our competitors in climbing years. He's been climbing for 6 years. At only 24 years old, he started quite young. So let's see how he does in M1 here.
Sami, on the other hand, has been climbing for a year and a half. She wants to give a shout out to her friends, Rachel, Hazel, James, Kent, Lindley, Tristan, and Mark, and the Cavite climbers in general. You guys know who you are. If you're watching the live stream, make some noise for Sami here.
And if we have any climbers or any of your audience members watching from Singapore, Gabriel is a climber from there. He's been to 2 other finals in Singapore. So maybe not as much comp experience as some of our climbers here. But he does regular Boulder Planet Singapore. So let's see if their setting kind of gets him through this lap. Or if the flavor of the local setters here is just too hot to handle.
Sami getting ready to come up again on this Boulder. Her last attempt was quite good. She managed to hang on a little bit onto that hold right before zone.
And Sami kind of going for that Nala style where she's going for a shuffle to get her right foot onto the further volume, but the right foot kind of pushing her body to the left. So a bit difficult with that method. Not impossible, but the problem is your body is falling so far left before you can make it to the right.
Gabriel here opting to not really use the footholds and to kind of scooch his way to the left to grab zone before, I suppose, getting his feet up if that's what he's intending on doing.
So Gabriel kind of on the taller side of the competitors here might find that left foot a bit too high and a bit too open to get stood up on. So opting not to use the foothold and just rely on body position and contact strength, getting very close to the zone, looking at the clock with 1 minute 30. Let's see if he takes a step back, rests a bit before he gets back on the wall, because that last attempt was quite close. He has to make the most of all the time he has. And Sami taking a very, very far step back, looking again to start the problem. Gabriel making progress but falling off again.
Sami hanging on, getting the zone here. like Pat. Let's see if she can find a way to get up to the top with 1 minute left.
This move is a very, very big commit move. Very high up. Usually she needs at the start of the problem. Here it is at the end.
Sammy hesitating a little bit and stepped over the shaking off just to kind of get some feeling back in her arms before she goes and tries again.
If I'm not mistaken, Sammy recently got lead certified, so let's see if that lead prowess is kind of getting
Slipping off of the feet here. The lack of hesitation is really, the hesitation is really going to affect how you step on these poles.
looking at the crowd with a bit of frustration, looking at the clock with 18 seconds left to see she hops back on the wall, looking a bit pumped, shaking her arms, stood on the wall for quite a while.
Speaking of frustration, Gabriel here shaking his head no. 6 seconds left, he hasn't given up though. Let's see if he can nail it. That's it, I think, for him. And Sammy at least scored his own.
So far with 0 tops on women's 1, the zone is big points that you want to collect. So that was a little confusion from our setters. They were about to remove some holds, but it turns out we have one more competitor. The clock is ticking down, so
Nigel on here on M1.
Charlotte, a regular Beehive climber, very likely quite familiar with some of these dynamic moves.
However, Charlotte actually didn't want dynamic moves that much. She said she didn't want to see any laches. This move is not a lache, but a little similar and maybe a little foreign still to Charlotte.
So Nigel actually started around a year ago in May 2025. So here he is showing up to this interfinal. He has quite a bit of competition under his belt, quite a few medals as well. So he wouldn't be a foreigner to this style. But let's see how his experience holds. Very close to sticking with his own move, nodding his head. He gets the move. So far, we haven't seen anyone sticking with that method. But
What is that on his shoulder? Is he injured? Did he ask him about that?
but it looks like he has some kinetic tape on his shoulder.
Let's see Charlotte here setting up for the move once more.
So Nigel, throughout his novice year, after he's running with 1 year of climbing, he's actually had 2 novice championships under his belt, as well as a few other comps and a few other finals. Constantly getting better and better. Here he is now in the inter level with some of the people he likely could not keep up with 6 months ago, but here he is on the same stage as them.
The power of being young and indestructible.
And apparently sleep, so outside of climbing, all Nigel seems to do is sleep.
Sleep is important for recovery for anyone, athlete or not. So maybe that's a secret sauce to becoming that strong that quickly.
So Nigel was hoping for a big corridor, but instead here he has a very, very small one, where your feet don't even leave the foothold. In fact, that might be the difficulty here. Can he trust that left foot? Charlotte again making her way to that big move before the zone. Let's see if she can get it. I feel like her left foot is a bit high, so her momentum ends up being more downward than to the right, not providing enough swing to the big move, and requiring a lot more power off her arms.
1 minute 25 left.
So Nigel, when I asked him what his favorite style was, he was quiet for a few seconds, maybe 10 to 15 seconds, before he told me that all styles are his favorite. He feels like his only weakness is doubting himself. Let's see.
Sticking zone. Let's see if we'll get a top from Nigel here.
So we saw from
1 minute on the clock here.
But let's see if he's learning his move. This is the kind of move you just have to get very comfortable on. Learn it a bit. We're hopping right back onto the wall with 50 seconds left.
Almost no rest between his attempts here with 40 seconds left. Sticking the move once more, perhaps he's really figured out what he needs to do in order to get it.
So right now, the transition to the left side, we saw Alan drop it. Let's see if he does not. Nigel slipping a bit, looking for that foot.
Let's see, he's stepping on his shorts a little bit.
Oh, holding it.
Asking asking the crowd for more and matching for a top, our second top here at M1.
So that puts him in a very good position right now, provisional, either first or second, keeping in touch with Alon or vice versa. I'm not too sure what the score is right now.
Someone asking for a medic. There's a joke. Someone asking for a medic. Let's hope it's nothing serious. In the meantime, let's look at the scores.
So our setters removing a few holds to make some way for the women's blue problem, to avoid any possible dab situations. So for those of you watching who don't know too much about climbing, a dab is when you make use of a hold that's not part of the climb you are climbing. So similarly, I think men's too, kind of a crimpy power style, should very likely be removed. A bit of confusion, I think.
Vera, we are technically missing a climber from the men's round. He unfortunately didn't make it today. A climber from Vietnam. So Vera is climbing by herself here. Vera is from QC. Her home gym is Power Up Tandang Sora. She's been climbing for almost 2 years, and she's competed a couple of times in that 2 years. This is her fourth comp in that amount of time. So she is quite familiar with how a competition goes. So let's see. A little fun fact about Vera, she, in order to kind of help keep her mind at ease, she wears fun socks to comp. So today she's wearing some socks with a T-Rex on it that says the GOAT above it. It's a reminder to her that this is not that serious and you can have fun. Let's see if she's going to have fun with this W1. So Vera's been resting. 1 minute 50 on the clock.
Vera also quite good at rope climbing, so let's see if her endurance can give her a bit of power. As far as I know, anti-gravity, the CCM rope comp, she was able to get into the finals and get into first position, I think. Gold medalist at anti-grav last year.
Her weakness, however, is dynamic movement. She considers herself more of a board style, outdoor style climber. So maybe dynamic is really not one of her strong suits. She was hoping for a dynamic move that could be beta broken by staticking it. If you guys noticed her on reverse attempt, she did get a try managing her way to the right side.
We have green and red and sandwich.
Let's see here, this is static I was talking about a while ago. Can she span to the next move or maintain the tension? 1 minute left on the clock.
While I think a move like that is possible, it does become quite difficult. You either can span it or you have to push yourself to the right from a more stood up position, like shifting your body position. Many more static climbers prefer making big moves a bit smaller, whereas it can be a bit more visible, it can be a bit more difficult. But it works for them, and if that's what succeeds, then that's what succeeds. So right now we are not in the highest scoring round. With no tops so far on the women's, let's see if Vera can get it done. And only 2 tops and minimal to no, I think no zones from the other men. So very low scoring round. Vera, take the
Trying to mantle up. She did say she wanted to kind of mantle something. But with 8 seconds left, I think she's just choosing to concede this boulder. Let's see if our you're now ready to welcome onto the mat our next couple of climbers for the third.
they're going to be editing some of the problems to make way for the problems that kind of intersect. So that's women's one fair to same wall with women's two. So they're trying to make some space to avoid any damage situations.
While the setters are while the setters are fixing these boulders, let's take a quick look at our scores so far from the men's. We have Nigel Ong in first place with 1 top and an attempt just above Alan. Alan has 1 top as well, but it's down by 1 attempt. The rest of the men have no scores yet because they haven't managed to reach any zones. Let's take a peek at the women's here real quick.
So while we're having this mini setting break, if you guys have any questions, anything you'd like to shout out in the chat, just let us know. We're reading the chat every now and then when it's a bit slower. Yeah, just let us know.
From the women here, we have only zones so far. Both Patricias, Sammy in first with 1 zone and 9.6 on her score, and then followed by Pat with 9.5 in 1 zone, just 1 attempt below Sammy. Again, highlighting the importance of limiting your attempts and managing your attempts to make sure you make the most out of every try you get.
Go commentator mode.
It's commentator mode.
So while we have some dead time, Pepe, how do you think you would fare in this men's round?
M1 definitely like hard. I don't think I could have managed to do that in 4 minutes. Definitely like something like a couple of sessions of working on it. Let's see how the rest of the boulders go. But the women's problems look a little bit more my style, rather some dynamic, straightforward dynamic movements are a bit more my style. So I think I'd be more comfortable with that. Let's check it out. Let's see how the rest of these boulders feel. How about you, Pico? What do you think of M1 so far?
Everyone in the audience who's thinking to themselves, I could do that, you are correct. I personally think I could do all of these problems, not just easily, but quickly. I would do it first try, I think, all of these problems. So let's welcome back to the mats Nina San Andres on women's 2, as well as June from Singapore. First look at these 2 problems. So Nina might excel in a style like this, wherein her taller stature, is that a word? And her span kind of can play into making these big moves a bit smaller. Let's see how June does on these very, very powerful crimp. So June said he does like all styles of problems, but he does struggle a bit on crimps, he said. So having climbed for 3 years just about as much as me, I do relate to him quite a bit. I enjoy many, many styles, but these cramps with my finger strength are just a bit too difficult. So let's see how he fares on these kind of powerful style. Looks like after that first hold on the volume, we're popping into this block crimp right before the zone. Looking really, really physical. And Nina, facing the crowd, staring at us, has to do this sign of the cross. She's going to be kicking out with her left leg, kind of reorienting her body to face the wall again. And oh, very closely going for that sloper. A little directional undercling, a pretty juggy, but still an open hand sloper. So I think after that turnaround, you kind of have to shuffle and kick into the next foothold. So here we have June, kind of working towards the big move. This kind of looks like a more board style problem. So let's see how June fares. We have a few other competitors who do enjoy board climbing, who do enjoy crimps, who do enjoy more of that power crimp style, more so than the regular dynamic slab like we saw in M1. So right now with the men's, we are seeing quite a bit varied of a style, but with the women's, leaning more into that high commitment style rather than pure power. But I do think women's 3 will lean into that power style. Let's see how that changes, how everything goes. Yeah, so this round, again, these are far more experienced competitors, but still not the most seasoned veterans, I would say. So while they've done a few comps of their own, let's see how they fare under the pressure, under the mental load of competing, and of especially not getting even zones on the first attempt, on the first problem. Here we are in the second. Nina making her way to the zone, very close, holding it and swinging out, and June here just taking a moment to himself, breathing a bit, thinking a bit before he hops again on this very, very physical style. I was lying earlier. Honestly, I looked at those crimps and I realized I cannot do that.
June here, moving through the first sequence of problems. Meanwhile, Nina opting to not face the crowd. Oh, spoke too soon. Here she is, waving. Let's wave at Nina. She's too locked in. Nina, hi. She's asking for the time. There's 20 seconds left. I don't think she can see the timer from where she is.
Yeah, you
14 seconds. I think she's hesitated a little too long here. 10 seconds. She's barely establishing the zone hold. Great effort from our athletes. Again, not too many zones or tops from our climbers.
So welcoming onto the stage again is Nala and Luke. So these two problems, I feel like, well, women's 2 and men's 2 are almost polar opposites, with women 2 requiring high commitment, big foot movements, whereas men's 2 is all about the hands. So let's see how Luke's hands do. Luke has a lot of competition experience, having competed in Iloilo, in Davao, and in Cavite, and doing very well in all of those, hitting the podium.
Meanwhile, we have Nala here, mantling her way up. She's actually just healed from a shoulder injury quite recently, and a elbow injury before that, so she's not 100% healed, she says, but in the progress of getting better.
So Nala kind of experimenting with these body positions, opts to go back to the stable position, looking behind her shoulder. She does not seem to be looking for that face the crowd beta that Nina found almost instantly, but here she is, kind of exploring these positions, refusing to get her hips away from the wall, because that requires a lot more commitment to fall back into the wall. But this looks like a lot more balancy, a lot more power, because you have to find a way to generate enough power to go to the left, which is right now quite a far distance.
It's a little bit of a life hack if you're competing and you imagine what you want, what you think the setters want you to do. A big part of setter logic for comps is to put on a show, and if the setters can squeeze in a face the crowd beta somewhere, they're going to make you face the crowd. So that's something you should be able to predict. Over in M2, Luke.
So Luke not looking too comfortable on this first move, this big bump to a block crimp actually. The crimp, the way it is blocked actually makes it a little more difficult. And Nala shaking, nodding her head on the face the crowd beta, looking at the crowd for a bit of support, holding her heart, doing a sign of the cross before committing into this. I am promising you, the sign of the cross beta works. Shaking a bit, slapping her legs. I saw her story the other day, talking about,
big fall from Nala, but she gets right back up, giving a thumbs up that she's okay. Sometimes you just need to get those nerves out of the way and then afterward lock back in.
So Luke making his way past the first hold, past the second hold, looking towards the zone, before the zone hold, and he falls off. Nala knows what she has to do. Let's see if she can lock in and do it.
Running on a lot of adrenaline, it seems. Right after each attempt, she's getting it right back on with 1 minute and 30. It's actually still a lot of time. spending an extra 20 seconds to just rest and collect yourself could be the difference between reaching this zone or not.
Nala, like again, clutching her chest, trying to lower that heart rate, trying to relax just a bit before this heavy, scary commit move. And there she is, committing so much better, but that left foot just not as good as she expected. Popping down. Luke getting a lot of encouragement from the crowd. Nala trying to shake off a bit. Her arms pretty pumped from all these pressing moves.
Again, she is still recovering from an elbow and shoulder injury, which are both the joints that you need in order to push and press on these holds. Hopefully it's not causing any strain for her.
Luke establishing again on M2. Let's see if he can get some progress from his last attempt. The difficulty with this style is it just has so much strain on your body. Your body just gets so tired. Nala again setting up for this big move before the zone. Again, it's all about committing your body into the proper position, holding it almost.
Getting a little closer to sticking the move here, but with 24 seconds left on the clock, she's deciding to just tap out. A little scream of not so much as frustration as it is excitement. Luke not giving up with 10 seconds left. Maybe he's just brushing for the next guy. 10 seconds left. You should just brush it for the next guy, Loki.
I think he is.
Brush it for the next guy. Thank you, Luke, for brushing for the next guy. Really, really good sportsmanship.
A good display of sportsmanship right there. Pulling a bit of a Yannick Floy for Adam Ondra and
Yannick ng Pinas.
Yeah, so that was Yannick.
Let's bring in Alan.
Alan Ondra.
Alan Ondra.
Alan Ondra here on M2. I think he should enjoy this kind of style of climbing.
This is why Alan got a perm, by the way. It's just so he look a bit more like Adam Ondra.
But again, Alan was complaining about just recovering from a right finger injury. Here he is, having to rely on that right hand. Full crimping, really putting a lot of power on it. Going first person to stick that move. Really, really fighting on these two crimps. Looking for that foothold that's just a bit too high. Going for this undercling. I think it is quite good, and he drops it. And Tall Pat.
Over to Pat. Do people call her Tall Pat, or is it just you? I've only heard you refer to Tall Pat.
Quite a few people calling her Tall Pat.
Okay, so Tall Pat, she did really she said she really enjoyed slab. She's her first one to kind of split her way here. Her height and her flexibility definitely giving her an edge over her competitors when it comes to slab. Let's see if she can use this, her height and advantage. Ooh, just missing the volume, shaking off her wrist. A lot of weight on her right arm there, leaning against the wall like that.
So Alan, taking a bit of time before hopping on the wall again. Again, these crimps, they sneak up on you and you fight just a bit too long on it and your fingers just get a bit fatigued. So let's see if we can find a bit more. Again, this round has not been the highest scoring so far, so a single zone can make the difference between first and not first, or podium and not podium. So right now, Alan again breezing through this. He reads it now as a right foot, getting the zone, first one to make the zone. Now we have this big move out left to the flat volume. There's nothing on that volume. It's purely like a sloper. Making it to the last move.
2 minutes 20 on the clock here. Pat also making her way slowly to zone. Meanwhile, Alan falling off after fighting to stay on that wall there.
Again, he's picking up, clutching his right hand. I guess a little pain flaring up from that undercling, just fighting on it.
He's laughing about it. Hope, maybe? Or what's happening?
I think he's washed.
He can't be washed.
Well, you have to be
little fun fact also, Alan's already podiumed in Rocka Manila before in second place. Maybe this year he'll get first? Who knows?
I think it would be infinitely funnier if he got second again. Let's keep up the tradition, boys.
Someone trying to start a Let's Go Pat chant, but it didn't work. Oh, okay, they're trying again. Crowd picking up on this cheer for Pat. Facing the crowd, no, not even facing the crowd anymore. Doing this Matrix style, what is happening beta. Leading back, splitting.
Alan, prepping for his seemingly last attempt, taking a bit of time to rest. We'll probably see him hop on the wall either around minute, 50 seconds or 40 seconds. This is not the longest problem, but it is heavy.
1 minute on the clock here. Let's see if our climbers can convert all of their effort into a top.
So Pat has not actually tried any dynamic beta, really opting for that split beta. Let's see if she changes up her strategy at this time. Alon pinging off again. Let's see if he hops on the wall right away. Again, even just failing one or two moves puts attacks on your fingers. But that zone he secured really gives him a good edge. Let's see if Pat can secure the same zone, putting her far above her competition.
Facing the crowd now, Pat switching up her beta a little bit, and Alan not having to change much, but still falling off in this move. Pat figuring out a dynamic beta with 18 seconds left. This is something she can do.
And Alan calls it early with less than 20 seconds left.
Hitting zone on that boulder is still great for Alan, who's second place right now according to the standing. We can flash the scores in a second.
Well,
time's up here.
After that zone, Alan definitely gets bumped up to first place. But obviously, we still have 5 other climbers after him. Let's see if they can do anything with what they got. So, up next.
Applause here. From the chat, Christian Medina says he's not washed. Proof? Where's the proof?
And Al Patrick Quintero 4091 says, "Don't hurt my king." That is not
get hurt. Don't get hurt, my king.
Oh, don't get hurt, my king. Well, he seems fine right now. Welcome back onto the mats, Jeff, Kape, and Molly. I feel like Molly quite dynamic, but a bit shorter on the shorter side of the women's competitors. So this big move gets a bit bigger for her. But here she is moving up into the position. Let's see if she reads it correctly into that face of crowd.
You've climbed in Stone Goat before, I'm sure, and I've seen some clips from Stone Goat. I haven't climbed it myself, but they have a lot of boulders with big moves similar to this. I'm sure she kind of seems maybe at home and a little bit not foreign to her that these moves are bigger than her.
100%. These volumes should feel like a walk in the park for her, committing right away into the face of the crowd. Jeff, actually a crimp enjoyer, making his way towards that hold right before the zone.
I really like the contrast here of our two competitors. We have the youngest competitor and the youngest competitor and another competitor who's not as young. Doing the crimpiest problem, and their youngest climber doing the slopiest problem.
Yeah, so if anything, we just see the contrast of the two styles. We have the more modern boulders with these huge holds and these big moves, whereas we have Jeff on a more crimpy boulder, kind of showing off that more old school style, that really power on the fingers. Let's see which of these two competitors can get it done in the least amount of time.
Something tells me, whoa, Molly managing to balance on this left starting volume before dropping down into the next bigger volume. Let's see if that's going to work for her again. There's still 2 minutes, so there's still a lot of time. A little bit more about Molly, besides her being the youngest climber. She looks up to Natalia Grossman as her mentor. She doesn't have a coach, but she does look up to Natalia as her climbing inspiration.
So Jeff actually has a pretty interesting pre-comp routine. So he eats cleanly the entire week before the comp, but the day of the comp for breakfast he eats some fast food. So he breaks that.
He
breaks that clean.
He's been in finals 5 times in 11 comps, so it's probably works.
So he definitely has a comp routine, and then in the morning he has some Wheyl protein and creatine.
Shout out to Wheyl for sponsoring our live stream as well.
Yeah, and Jeff's goal here is to just be present. He's happy to be here with these people who are way younger than him, and he feels like he's just happy to be in this room full of strong climbers. So his goal is to really just enjoy it, to absorb it, and to do his best. And here he is doing his best on these cramps.
The youngest and the younger competitor, that's right. Youngest at age and youngest at heart is correct. That's how we're going to be phrasing it from now on.
So I actually remember meeting Jeff when he was still 12 years old. He started climbing when he was just 14. He just turned 22 this year, actually.
So another fun fact about Jeff. When he was a kid, he actually gave some bread to a young boy that he saw eating by himself, and that boy grew up to be John Valoria Puss, actually. So, yeah, Jeff actually was there since the beginning. That's it though for both our climbers. Let's see, no zones from either of them. These two boulders definitely one of the harder ones than we've seen. I'm wondering how difficult the last boulder is going to be for our men and women here today.
Okay, let's welcome back onto the mats Axel and Brianna. So Bri is less, again, she is not the most, not the biggest fan of dynamic boulders. Here she is waving her arms up in the air in frustration at the fact that she has to do some running. But here she is, well, she bikes through work every now and then. So let's put that cardio to use and start running across these volumes, Bri. And Axel making quick work of the first move.
We were talking about Axel a while ago. He did really want to see some crimps here. Definitely more of an outdoor style climber. Let's see if he can stick this undercling into the volume to get zoned.
Okay, so he actually fell into the same wrong beta that Alan did, wherein they put the left foot on the jib because it was more comfortable. But the moment you swing into that right undercling, you just ping out with that right foot. So Alan's adjustment was really getting that right foot in. Let's see if Axel can figure that out as well.
Bri hopping back onto this boulder. She's not the most technical on slab. Brianna, she does prefer a good power boulder any day. Let's see if she can power her way through this. Don't just like into the mic. What the hell? This guy sucks.
Bri sporting her usual look of crop cotton t-shirt. She crops all her shirts, including the Rocka shirt yesterday, and the iconic white cap. Here she is pacing back and forth, going for a brush. Here, one of our first competitors to actually pull out a brush.
Over to Axel. Looking at the clock, there's 2:15 on the timer here. Lots of time still for our climbers. Brianna refusing to face the crowd. Maybe she's a little shy.
She is not shy.
Losing her balance a bit. Bri is known to kind of egg on the crowd and aura farm a little bit when she's feeling herself, but as she's on slab, maybe she's just not as confident.
So Axel kind of just picking off that block crimp again. The blocker is just requiring so much precision, so much accuracy, and so much power from these competitors. So when you see blockers on these crimps, especially on these moves with little to no feet, it just requires so much control. Axel with not too much rest, hopping back on the wall and controlling it this time. Let's see if he can make it to the zone. Let's see if he has enough power in the tank. Going for that left foot again because that right foot just feels a bit too awkward. Let's see if he can hold it.
God damn. Popping into the right hand again into the undercling. Meanwhile, Bri making her way still up this slab boulder. 1 minute on the clock. Axel pacing back and forth and looking up at the boulder.
I feel like Bri might not be facing the crowd, so she can't see us.
Bri, she can't hear us. Pico and I are her number one haters, actually.
Supporters.
Sorry, I
aggressive
misspoke.
supporters.
Yeah. So Pico, I remember when Bri was new to the gym here in Hive Makati, she was projecting my red tags on the Dawn wall. I think was one of her biggest projects. Yeah.
Old yellow handlebars on the overhang in the Dawn
Pico and
wall.
I taught her how to climb, and she didn't learn any of it. So, and yet here we are.
Do you think if the first thing we taught her how to do was dynamic, she would be a dino god?
Yeah, we put her on power boulders from the get-go, which I think was our mistake. 8 seconds left. Bri bowing to the crowd a little bit. There we go. Axel also walking off. Bri, you suck. Just kidding. We love Bri.
Bri will probably excel in that third boulder, but let's see if that can be the difference maker. A lot of these boulders quite brutal even.
JB Boyer in the chat. Leave my baby sister alone, commentators. It's just a joke. We love Bri. Sammy on W1 and Gabriel Nang on Boulder 2. Pico, did Gabriel say anything about crimps in your short interview with him?
Let me check. Actually, Gabriel likes power routes, so this is kind of on the power side. He does not like slabs, so maybe he will enjoy these crimpy styles. Let's see how his fingers hold up against these. He campusing, holding these crimps. Let's see if that costs him going for the underling on a campus.
What the hell? Meanwhile, Sammy making her way, chimneying up this start sequence. This is her third comp, and she's trying to just have fun so that she doesn't get nervous.
So when I asked Gab what he does outside of climbing, he just said nothing. So let's see if doing nothing but climbing can pay off in this M2 boulder. Sammy picking off the left foot.
A lot of our climbers slipping on the left volume and falling first. It's a little scary, but so far nobody's gotten hurt. Let's hope it stays that way throughout the rest of the comp. Gab campusing the moves here on these crimps.
There he is finding that left foot, but again, being on the taller side, Gab might be uncomfortable. Ooh, and there he is, just holding.
Fighting through the uncomfy, reaching past the zone here. Slipping off. What is happening?
He pings off on the switch foot. Again, being an undercling on the zone, it's kind of important to keep the foot on, but maybe just rushing that foot swap, pinging off, and his left hand kind of just keep on the wall. Again, no one has stopped the second boulder, but that zone really means a lot right now. Again, Sammy picking off the volume, kind of falling forward, but again, these are experienced climbers. These climbers know how to fall, and proper fall form is very important, guys.
1 minute 50 left on the clock. We've just shown the scores here for the intermediate women's after keeping the men's scores up for quite some time. So you guys can check out the live scores as well on the website. You can go to climbbuddy.io or check out the Instagram stories of Beehive PH.
So Gab feeling still a bit fresh, hopping on right away with 1 minute and 40 on the clock. And Sammy making a move for the first time, getting the zone. First zone on this problem.
First zone here on this problem. Let's see if she can send it in 1 minute and 15. With how low percentage the first move is, we're wondering if she's going to be able to do it twice if she falls here.
Very deceptive still this last sequence. That top hold is a jug, but it is upside down. So it's all about trust on that footwork. Now we go from this big exciting move. Now you have to relax. Now you have to do slab. Let's see if her body can keep the tension on this foot swap. That foot swap is really, really slopey. There she is, making her way up that foothold.
Let's see if she can execute here. Pico and I were reading step through into this undercling here. It's imperative that she manages the tension in her feet, because if she just slips a little bit, that's kind of it. With 30 seconds left on the clock, it's a send now or never.
Bringing her foot in, holding it, crossing it, swinging out and falling. Also
Gab also falling on the second to last hold. Tensions are high here on the crowd with 20 seconds left. I think that's it for both our athletes. But a zone for Sammy is huge because nobody on the women's side has zoned this problem yet. Gabriel, 10 seconds left, walking off as well.
So, I mean, a top always feels great, but zones can mean everything. So let's see if these athletes feel good about that, or if they bring it into the next round, feeling bad that they were so close to these stops. Next,
we have Charlotte Gatchalian and Nigel Ong here on the mats. I spoke to Charlotte earlier while she was warming up, and I asked her if she had any coaches or mentors. This is a question we asked all our athletes. She said she didn't have a coach, but she did mention her her husband, Matt, here today, videoing her right now as her inspiration and as her best support. So that's really cute.
Nigel, on the other hand, also shouting out to his partner, his baby, as his biggest supporter. Let's see how he does on these crimps. Being one of the newer climbers, the finger strength usually is one of the last bits to develop. Let's see on this crimp power style, let's see how he does.
Charlotte, her favorite type of climbing is extension and crimps, which is neither of these, at least up to later. He's committing nonetheless into the move. You can hear the iconic Ale Baby for Nigel here from his girlfriend Annika, who was in finals a while ago for Novice.
And Nigel eyeing up the zone. Let's see. Oh, and he pings off that left foot, pushing him out of the move. Not able to catch the zone. And here, Charlotte, again, setting up for the scary move. She had a bit of a fall, the attempt before. Let's see if that plays into her mental. Leaning so far back and going for it.
You can see her taking a couple deep breaths before doing this big move. She did mention a while ago also that she does like to say a prayer before she does any commit moves or anything scary. She does pray before she comes out onto the mat. So hopefully this helps ease her mind and give her some confidence to make these big moves.
So let's see if some Ale Babies can give Nigel enough power to make it through this boulder. Again, not resting very long. Maybe the lack of experience showing. But here he is, fighting on these crimps again. He's opting for that left foot. He felt like it could work last time. Let's see if it'll work this time. Eyeing up that zone. Going into a Gaston. Let's see if he can match it. That looks really heavy.
That is disgusting, Beta. My wrist just broke looking at that. I don't know if he gets awarded zone for that because he's just hung on to it. Was he able to pull in? So maybe he was granted zone for that. Again, zone is huge here. Hey, Bill. Zone is huge here.
Hi, I am the third Escasa brother.
This is our other brother. His name is Pill, sorry, with a P. So it's Pill, Pico, and Pepe. Pill, say
Hi, I'm Phil.
Yeah, this is Pill.
I'm Phil Escasa. We are Dino Bros.
We have 1 minute, 10 seconds left. Nigel looking at the clock, waiting for the right time to start. Charlotte, ooh, coming in, almost sticking that sloper hold. With 1 minute left.
So Nigel looking a bit tired, but still giving it his all, eyeing up that zone hold, kind of staring at, goes again for that Gaston style. Let's see if he can really lean into it, and he kind of tries to cross under it. That looks like it could go. He waves to the crowd, and they give him a round of applause.
30 seconds left. Charlotte still trying this boulder. Nigel has waved to the crowd and walked out, giving the boulder one last longing look. He'll be thinking about this for a while, I think. Charlotte bracing with 15 seconds left for this move. Ooh, almost sticking a move into zone. Great commit on her part. 9 seconds, she's still getting back on. She wants that zone point. 3 seconds, I believe that's it. Hopefully, ooh. Great effort, great effort. Not giving up to the last second. That's something to commend Charlotte for.
And our last from the women's side, we have Vera. Let's see. Again, looking for beta break on these dynamic moves. I feel like it might be possible to just balance on those volumes, but it is significantly more difficult. Vera starting off for the round by brushing all the holds she will be using. Again, a bit of experience showing, a bit of rest. You get to feel the holds a bit more. Reacquaint yourself with the boulder. Again, earlier they were looking at 3 different boulders. And then when you go back to the first one, the second one, it's important to reacquaint yourself because try to freshen it up on your mind. Try to remember what you thought about what your beta will be, and let's see.
Sorry, Vera is climbing by herself, so we'll change the angle to just her. Vera wanted to give a shout out to her girlfriend who got her into climbing, and she says her girlfriend is her inspiration for her to try hard into this climb.
Vera trying twice to do the facing out start, but here she is now facing in, and then now likely she will try to transition into that face the crowd angle. Let's see how she approaches this. It looks like actually she's opting not to turn her back around. Looking for those footholds where she can try to balance. Smearing against the wall, trying to shift her weight further left. Again, eyeing up that hold. Very
losing her balance. Vera's a very static climber here. You can see this is not the first time she's tried to quote unquote cheat the beta by trying to static crimp or anything she can. Hive and Escasa from Risha. No, that was Bill. Piven's our youngest brother, actually. Vera here, taking a couple deep breaths before stepping down a little bit on this volume, digging her feet in. Getting as close as she can to the edge. I think she's going to try to static the boulder again. Getting as many extra inches as she can. Oof, losing her balance. Falling off just a little bit here.
Again, so these dynamic boulders set by a very experienced setters, the entire point of how everything is oriented is to just give you enough stability to move, but all the instability in the world to force you to move. So these beta breaks with these very, very difficult slab, essentially, are very, very delicate slab sequences that even 1 millimeter off, you just start shifting your entire weight and you lose it all. So let's see if Vera can figure it out in the little time she has, the 1 minute and 20 seconds she has. Looking a little more
balanced, definitely. Oops.
Falling, regaining her balance.
At what point do you decide to ditch this beta entirely and try something new? You can see her trying to get as much grip as she can from the walls. She's matching the volume now and stepping down, it looks like.
But the difficulty here is shifting your weight onto the correct wall. Right now, all of her weight is going to that far right wall. There, her foot pushing her a bit to the left, shifting her upper body position to the left. Going back to the hand. Now, what that does is it brings
doing a lot of stepping back and forth here is honestly a bit of a waste of time. 37 seconds left. It's now if she's gonna either get it or not. Hey, Chucky. Extra lunch.
So this is Chucky Pe.
Shout out to Chucky Charles Pe. Thank you for lunch. Chucky is the media head for today's event. Thank you.
He is an honorary Escasa, so
that's Pucky. Pe stands for Pico and Bepi Escasa. Yeah.
So he's actually an honorary Escasa. So
sorry, we missed some commentary there, but Vera has opted out. The setters are making any tweaks? No. So judges are moving around, setting up now for the last boulders for interfinals, men and women. Let's flash some of the scores on the screen now, just so that you guys can get an idea of who's in the lead.
I think they're editing some stuff. So it looks like they might be editing some things. Maybe the scoring round was a bit too low for their taste, so they might be editing something.
The scores haven't changed much. Let me refresh that. Maybe it changed. Yeah, the scores haven't changed much. We still have Sammy in the lead, Pat in second, and no zones or any points for anyone else.
Well, now the setters are making some adjustments. Again, these setters are very dynamic in how they approach the setting. So they're making changes on the fly, understanding better how the level of the competitors is. This is a very, very low scoring round right now, with only 2 tops across all 8 competitors and 3 zones.
So for the men, we have Nigel Ong in the lead with 1 top and 1 zone, 34.1 points. Alan second with 34.1 as well. So if you guys are curious, even when they're tied in points, the ranking is going to be based on the previous ranking at the qualification round. So since Nigel scored higher than Alan earlier, he gets the higher priority for the points here.
So that just goes to show you how important every single round is. If Alan and Nigel both flash this next boulder or get the same number of attempts, Nigel automatically wins just because of that difference in points.
Quick look here at the setters adjusting the boulders. So this is normal. As setters, they need to be able to adjust to what's happening in the competition. So before the setting process, our root setters know who they think, or rather, they make predictions on who is going to make it into finals, and they create the boulders sort of in a way that fits the difficulty level. But of course, because the setters are different. They're human. They make mistakes. So sometimes the boulders might be a little too hard or too easy for our competitors. So we're making a couple adjustments so that the difficulty is just right, and we're able to put on a show for our audience here in the gym and also on our live stream.
So very, very slight changes only. Tweaking some holds, making them a bit better, just so that it's a bit more comfortable. So for lunch here we have...
Mod's asking what's for lunch. It looks like afritada.
I was thinking that's it.
With green beans and rice. So put a 1 in the chat if you like afritada. Put a 2 in the chat if you like mechado. Put a 3 in the chat if you like menudo. And put a 4 in the chat if you don't know the difference.
Low-key, orange meat is just orange meat, no?
On the deck now we have Kenny. Kenny got electrocuted. Do you want to say anything to our viewers?
Hi viewers, Ale, everyone competing. You got this.
That was Penny. He's the youngest Escasa. Ooh, spoilers! Spoilers. Our setters here are testing out some moves, making sure that it's the right difficulty.
So yeah, just a few orientation changes for those holds. I am very sure the women can handle it.
But I'm actually dropping floor.
Oh, you guys do not know the difference.
5 orange chicken. You're right. There is one more orange chicken. It's actually orange chicken. Yeah.
Like that. Is it Filipino though?
If you buy it from Chowking, yes, it is.
Isn't Chowking Chinese?
Not anymore.
Shout out Chowking, Jeff Kappa, Mr. Chowking man. So actually, if Pepe and I were in this final, they wouldn't have to adjust anything because we'd be doing all of these problems quite easily.
Yeah, in fact, they'd have to make it harder.
Yeah, they might have to add a tiebreaker because we're just gonna have the same score.
Yeah, we're probably just gonna flash everything, something like that. Maybe fist fight, determine who wins. Even then, it's gonna be even because we're twins. Little fun fact: Pico and I are actually twins. Yeah.
Yeah, little known fun fact. A lot of people do ask, and yeah, we just happen to be twins.
We're bringing our climbers onto the mats now. Nina here on W3, putting on her shoes. On men's 3, we have Jun Tang from Singapore.
So another thing to consider with these low scoring rounds is how many attempts they rack up throughout the round. You're running high on adrenaline, but the fatigue still builds up. You are tired after all those attempts. This might just only be the third problem, but let's see how they fare in those conditions. So June is actually a student. He's studying physiotherapy. I'm not too sure what that is, but here he is trying to campus into the pinch. What is physiotherapy, Pepe?
Physiotherapy is like big. What is physiotherapy?
Is that like...
That's like PT. Yeah, they're like trained to become a PT. Nina on zone on her first attempt here. Can she get the heel in?
Okay, Nina matching that crimp. Let's see if she can fight for this second to the last hold, the penultimate hold. June, actually this is June's first final, so he might be a lot less experienced than most of these, but here Nina making quick work of women's 3, slipping a bit, fighting, holding. That last hold is not the best, and she falls just a bit short.
Yeah, a bit short for the tallest girl in the finals. Let's see, the last move, sloper into this nacho cheese from Stacks. The last one is a little crimpy, but let's take a quick look here at June campusing his way through the first sequence of moves. Foothold is bad, so he's just opting to not use it entirely. Respect. Right hand here into zone, followed by left hand here into this compression. Ooh.
Okay, so the top sequence of this black problem looks quite crimpy into like these maybe a bit better holds, but again, I feel like the difference maker here would be the footwork, would be how you can find the compression with your feet so that you can take a bit of weight on those hands. Again, if you'll notice, very, very few of these holds are down pulling. Just that first one, the pinch, and then the last hold. The rest of it, you just gotta be able to find a correct position so that all those holds you're holding are just that much better. So a little fun fact about Nina, her real name is Pina Nina. She is actually an Escasa as well.
What? Happening? Well, we'll flash the score for intermediate women's on the screen here. You see Nina flashing the zone on her first attempt, puts her automatically into second, which is quite big of a jump considering she had 0 points in the last 2 rounds. Suddenly she has 10. Nina taking some time to chalk up like a lead climber. Her home gym is Power Up Tandang Sora. It's famous for her lead walls.
Recently, she got one of her projects at Uling Montalban, one of the local crags for sport climbing. Nina making a bit of work, gritting her teeth, fighting for that last hold, eyeing it up. It's a big move. It's a bit of a power, looking for a foot, getting a toe hook, and not making it. Again, with 40 seconds on the clock, let's see if she can find it in her.
We have June here, again, back where he fell. Let's see if he can lock this in. Getting the zone. Oof, falling on that move as well. I'm wondering if it lacks a little foot position.
Does it work on the side?
No, it doesn't.
Really? Anyways, again, like in the novice finals, this final problem kind of... Oh wait, it does. Does it work? On the side?
Yeah. Wait, but it's kind of weird. Now we have to face each other. Anyway.
Anyways, so again, it being the third problem, kind of just a bit too taxing on their bodies. Again, around yesterday, a few problems just before this, and many attempts. So let's see if any of these competitors can push through. Again, on these slightly easier versions, let's see if they can get a bit of that power that they need to push through this final round.
On the mats now, joining us again for the last time, Nala, Orna, and Luke de los Santos.
So Luke, in his free time, likes spending it being a billionaire. He wants to shout out his friends and shout out the Riaño family. He wants to shout out as well Boulder 24 Davao. He is representing them right now. And yeah, right. Let's see how Luke does on this final boulder. Again, he likes these awkward positions. So let's see. This boulder looks like a bit more on the awkward side. Kind of finding those slightly too high feet or slightly too far feet. Let's see if Luke can be comfortable in this position.
Nala is actually one of 3 sisters, all 3 of which climb. With me here now, yelling into her, cheering for her sisters. Amaria, her youngest sister. Amaria, anything you want to say to your sister?
Come on, Ate, you got this!
That's from Amaria, youngest of the Orna sisters. You can see Nala here with a high heel hook into matching this undercling. We saw Nina earlier kind of struggling to match this, so it's definitely not the best hold. Pulling as hard as she can to get the sloper. Is this going to be a send for Nala on her second attempt?
Again, we've seen before from Nina that this last move is not easy. It is quite far and your body is coming from so low on the sloper. Here she is adjusting many times, kind of looking a bit tired on that last move. Let's see how she does in this next move.
It's a matter of being familiar with what you did in the last round to dial in and become more efficient on your second attempt or third attempt after figuring out the top sequence. Luke here falling off in the lower section again. I'm hoping Nala takes a minute or two to rest. There's still 2 minutes on the clock. It's the last boulder. You might as well give it your all as best as you can. That doesn't mean throwing yourself onto the wall over and over.
Again, this might be a question of how experienced they are as competitors. Now they're looking at the clock with 1 minute 50 on the clock. Hopping back on the wall. Here, the thing about this style, it's very powerful, very overhead, and a bit long. So if you rush into this attempt and you don't get it and you're tired, the next attempt you're likely to be even more tired.
Luke here kind of compassing the first move. Nala again on this, falling on the first move as well. 1 minute and 30. Just needs a bit of a breather. On the chat, we have Carlo Pabilani, aka Darren. Hi Pepe and Pico, I miss you both. I'm your third twin. Please notice me, senpai. Hey Darren, wish you were here. Where are you? Get over here. Angelia Orna saying, come on. Angelia Orna is actually the other Orna sister, the middle sister between Amaria and Nala.
So like the Escasas are all B's, the Ornas are actually all A's. So this is Aliana.
AKA Nala.
Then we have
Maria yelling at her sister to breathe, which is actually beta spraying and is actually not allowed from the spectator side. Ooh, big fall from Nala here, but she gets up, sticks out her tongue, and gives us a 2 thumbs up. A little heart attack there. She walks out with 40 seconds left. I think she finds it's not worth it anymore. She does get a zone, however, so let's see how that affects the scores later today. Luke here figuring out how to kind of lash his way up and muscle up. Oof, spinning around with 5 seconds left. I think that's it for him as well.
So the problem right now with Women's 3 is that the zones are becoming less and less impactful the more and more people get it, because now countback becomes very important. Flashing to the zone is very important as well. So Nina still taking that second spot. Here we welcome to the mat tall Pat and short Alon.
Alon's actually quite tall. Fun fact about Alon, he starred in a TV show called, what was it called? He did. He was on a TV show when he was a kid. Let me see if I can find it.
So Alon flashing the zone. Let's see if it'll count, but let's see how his hands can keep up with these kind of crimpy holds. Again, his right hand just newly recovered from an injury. Let's see how he fares on this somewhat juggy, but still on the crimpier side of bouldering.
Oh, he was in a play called, Alon was in a play called Totong Hilot. He played a young boy named Toto. This is Go back. Tall Pat here past the zone on the double undercling, going into the second to last hold. She's kind of bat hanging, a little dangerous. Good thing she's falling on her feet. Alon gripping the zone as hard as he can and trying to bump the left hand, shaking off a little bit. He has a good little fan for his neck here. The heat in the gym is actually not as bad as yesterday, but still definitely a factor you need to consider if you want to be climbing at your best here at Hive Makati.
So most of the audience here on the live cannot see, but a lot of our audience members gesturing their hands in what they think the most ideal climbing would be. Kind of spiritually beta spraying Alon, telling him he's doing the wrong thing without actually directly telling him.
Again, not allowed. As spectators, it's imperative that you guys do not provide beta to the competitors. So there will be some times, though it hasn't happened yet, that the host might ask the spectators to refrain from spraying beta to our climbers here. I think it was Pat who said she didn't want any bat hangs, but here she is bat hanging. Let me double check my notes. Oh no, yeah, that was someone else.
Yeah, so Pat kind of burning out a bit, looking a bit tired on those moves. Again, the move after the zone, very close to the zone, so your feet feel just a bit too close to you, putting more and more strain on your arms. But you still need to keep the feet up just so that you don't fall off. And I feel like some of our shorter climbers might fit in the box just a bit more comfortably. Someone behind me shouting "Bangkay" to Alon.
That someone is Jaime Asturias here with us, manager at Bouldering Hive Makati. Anything you want to say to our viewers on the YouTube, Jaime?
Bangkay.
It says "Bangkay," the famous catchphrase of Ichigo from Bleach. Or rather, oops, he fell. Pat here again, where she fell off last. Oops. 3-finger dragging. This bat hang is a little crazy.
Yeah, so the issue with bat hanging right away is that your chest goes so far down, so you're essentially moving further away from the hold, putting more strain in your arms because you have to pull a bit more.
30 seconds left on the clock. A little tricky here. It's a bit of a shame that we're not seeing many tops in the boulders, and I'm wondering if there was an oversight on their in the pre-planning that these boulders are a little overcooked. Nonetheless, though, they are putting on quite a show here. 30 seconds left. Alon giving a bow. Pat looking confused and a little a smile on her face here. Onto the mats, our last couple of climbers. We have Jeff Cape and Molly Fraser again, our favorite bookend climbers. Shout out to Rob Tries to Climb. If you know, you know. Molly figuring out the best way to start this for women's team Boulder. Standing up into the volume, Jeff also making his way through the first couple of sequences. Big moves here and cutting loose a lot. Can he get his right foot in to kind of stabilize? He sees it. Molly taking some time to chalk up. Jeff looking sturdy on the zone here. Oof, big moves here from Molly as well. Looking up at the hold, I think she understands how to hold it on her next attempt.
Again, Molly being one of the shortest competitors, to see how comfortable she is after this zone. But again, the last move being a big move, let's see how that fares for her. I think a top here would be massive, not just for her score, but for her confidence.
Were you able to see what they adjusted earlier, or not so much?
On the women's, it's mostly just orientation of the holds. So the one in the volume, I think they made it quite better. And the second to the last thing, it was a lot better. For the men's, they added better holds, I think, in some of them. I'm not too sure about the top sequence. I think the zone was oriented just slightly better.
2 minutes 30 left on the clock. Can our climbers see some progress? Both of them kind of falling in different sections now. Molly with a big move. Because she's a shorter climber, she has to opt for largely more dynamic betas.
A bit of a lead prowess kind of showing here. I'm not too sure if Molly's a lead climber, but hanging on that heel, chalking up, matching, looking, hesitating onto that sloper. Jeff making his way onto the zone. Molly matching the penultimate hold. Let's see if she's looking for a foot. She's looking for a toe. She swings out just a bit. One last big move for Molly. Let's see if she can make it. Hesitates just again. And she can't make it.
Big move from the start and big move towards the end. Crowd is going wild. Jolo here, back Jolo tech team head.
There is no black tape on the truss.
It was briefed to the climbers a while ago that they were not allowed to hold the beam to the right where the pin lights are. Yeah, so it's not on.
Almost a big brain.
No.
So Christian Modino, 1778 says, Jug Lover 37, never mind, he's pumped. And we have a few Jeff supporters here in the chat. If you guys want to see Jeff top this problem, you guys should send him all of your energy here in the chat right now, here as he makes it his way towards the zone.
Molly coming back on to try again. Taking a couple deep breaths. While Jeff hits the zone, holding on and adjusting just at the wrong time. 30 seconds left. Is this something Jeff can clutch? He shakes his head no. The crowd yells "Isa pa," and he turns back and sets up to move. Molly right back where she fell a while ago. Jeff looking extremely tired, waiting to cut. All attention of the crowd now on Molly. Let's see if she can get this move. Oh, really close. Really close. Definitely something she could have reached, but with not enough time on the clock.
So Molly, one of the closest competitors so far to making the top, tapping just about below the edge. Let's see what our next bunch of competitors can do. Axel and Brianna. So Bri will enjoy this style of climbing, just hard pulling on okay holds. Let's see. I'm sure she'll kind of breeze through until the second to the last hold. Let's see how she does on that last hold. Again, let's see how this first starting position works for her. She is not the biggest fan of those kind of scrunch balancy positions, but if she can get it done, I think she breezes through majority of this problem. Axel, again, enjoying those crimps, enjoying these overhangs, looking a bit surprised at the start. Brie opting to face the crowd a bit to the left of the crowd, again towards the crowd, and establishing Axel at the same time, making quick work, moving, looking for some feet, getting a toe hook, swinging out and holding it. Both of the competitors swinging, almost no feet. Brie breezing again, like I said, through the zone, flashing the zone, putting her in a good position right now. Let's see if she can get herself in a better position. Brie recently went on her outdoor trip with me. We brought her lead climbing, and this might be it showing just a bit. Axel falling.
Brie taking so much time resting on this bad hang move. What? R farming, like I said a while ago. Let's see if that knee bar helping her secure the second to last hold. This is her first attempt. Is this going to be a flash for Brie? You can see her kind of hesitating a little bit. Oh my God. Brie egging the crowd on. Maybe she is the GOAT. Maybe she is the GOAT. Maybe she is the GOAT. Flash attempt for Brianna Boyer after aura farming on the zone hold for 30 seconds.
Again, asking for some down climbs, complaining because she is short and cannot reach the floor properly. But good job from Brie. Again, exactly like I predicted. If she can get past that start position, going through it very easy. Axel shaking onto this pinch, campusing again, falling. Let's see if he can fight to get his feet back on, fight to get the zone, fight to get past the zone, and finish the problem.
Let's go switch cameras here to get some focus on Axel. Oof, almost getting that. 1 minute 54 on the clock.
Pwede na ako manalo ng loto.
Bakit?
Before pa nag-start yung round na sabi ko, freaking top.
No, yeah, I totally.
Nakita mo yung Google review natin?
Ano?
1 star. The guy that got disqualified.
Wait, reviewed you guys?
From the chat, really quick. Carlos Pabilani asking if Pico is mad at him. Yeah, he is. Sorry. GB2755 kay Easy, kay Brie na to. A lot of Brie supporters here in the chat predicting that Brie had it. Brie Basic from Ian Blanco. Axel, 30 seconds left, opting to bow out here. Let's switch back our cameras. We welcome in 2 more climbers.
Again, we still have a few competitors here on the list. So 2 more for the men's and 3 for the women. So the show is far from over. And after this, we still have our open finals, open women's at 2:30. So stay tuned for that. Here we have Sammy and Gabriel. Gabriel again will probably enjoy this more powerful style. Let's see if he has juice in the tank. He looked really good on M2. He looked really good on M2, and he looked really comfortable on those slightly bad holds. And these, I'd imagine, are a lot better. So Sammy here making quick work of that first move, comfortable in the start position, making her way towards the zone. Okay, and Gabriel just campusing through it, setting up for a toe hook, getting the pinch, getting the heel, very comfortable compression with the feet, putting him in a really good position to release. And he bumps into the crimp, into a more comfortable position. First person we've seen touch this hold, swinging into the last hold and making a top.
Flash for Gabriel here. This is really going to change the scores a lot. Sammy on her flash attempt as well, almost at the last hold. This is going to be a second flash on the first boulder.
again looking for a foot, kind of unsure about that left foot, hesitating, and she doesn't make it. So right now what I've been noticing on that women's 3 boulder is that that left foot is just a bit under the overhang. So you never feel quite like you're rocking onto it. You don't feel as comfortable as you want to. So you'll see a lot of these women on that second to last hold, and that last move looks all right, but they can't quite find the feet. So they're looking, and they don't find it. And when they make that last move, they hesitate just a bit.
From the chat, really quick, Ian Blanco says, "Hi Pepe Pico, I miss you. Can I be the gay twin? I am Pian." If you're Pian, better go to the toilet, buddy. Just kidding, Ian. You can be the gay twin.
Unfortunately, the slots for twins are kind of running out. I think right now we are quadruplets, so everyone else, you guys will have to find your own twins. But you guys can be Escasas. Anyone can be an Escasa if they put their mind to it.
2 minutes for Sammy here. On the clock. Let's see.
So Pepe, how long has Sammy been climbing?
I'll check my notes, but I think a little under 2 years. So she hasn't been climbing there, a year and a half, she says. She started in Beehive Circuit. She started in Beehive Circuit. She's very fond of slab.
But here she is on her 3rd comp on the second to the last hold, making a lot of good progress. Again, the problem with this move is hesitation. It kills the attempt. Let's see if she can find it within herself in the last 1 minute and 50 seconds to fight for that last bit of energy to get to the top, because that top hold is far, but it's all right. I do not think that is good. I have held those holds and they're not great, but I am sure Sammy now hyping herself up, trying to get just enough energy to make it towards that last hold.
Setting up again. Sammy, 40 seconds left. Sammy was the one who said she didn't want to see any bat hangs because she always gets confused. But nonetheless, here she is, had bat hanging a while ago. Heel dropping a little bit. She needs to kind of push her legs in here. We saw Bree knee bar with her right in order to get up onto the second to last, but she calls it there with 14 seconds left, throwing some hearts into the crowd. Great effort from our athletes here. The show is still not over. We still have a few more climbers. We have Nigel and Charlotte coming onto the mats here.
I'm not sure if the mic is picking it up, but you can hear a lot of support for Nigel and Charlotte from the audience. Charlotte opting for a very dynamic beta. Oh, let's change back to the... How does this work? Nigel campusing into that pinch, making his move towards. So Charlotte on the zone. I am getting very distracted by the audience. Very, very supportive. Charlotte going for this almost double heel into that campus. Charlotte again, another competitor finding themselves on that second to the last hold on their first attempt. Let's see if it can be different this time. If she can be comfortable. She is opting to be a bit static. Oh, and she misses it just by a bit.
She's really close though. You can see stability of the left foot is really important here in order to step up. Matt in the crowd, her husband telling her it's doable. Let's hope that she hears him and that she pulls through and tries her best to get this send.
So right now our provisional scoring actually is Sammy in first place with 3 zones and Bree in second with a single top. So right now, a single top can actually make the difference on this third problem between third and fourth place. So let's see if Charlotte can take a step back, can breathe a bit. Again, this is a bit of a power boulder, a bit exhausting from the power endurance standpoint.
Resting again on the last boulder is more crucial now because you've just run through 2 boulders before this with barely any rest in between. So taking this extra 30 seconds to gather yourself, slow your heart rate, slow your breathing, could make the difference between ascending this boulder or not. With 1 minute 30 left on the clock, this might be the last attempt for our climbers. With us here is Jeff Cape. Jeff, do you want to say anything to your viewers? There's a lot of people in the YouTube cheering for you. Anything you want to say to them?
Thank you, everyone. I really gave it my all. I don't have anything else to ask for my body. So everyone, I hope you enjoyed watching. Thank you, BI, for organizing us such a great comp.
Thank you, Jeff, for that. We just saw Charlotte fall again on the last hold. 50 seconds left. She probably has one more attempt in her. Nigel's struggling a little bit with the first couple of moves of this boulder. Perhaps he's a little bit tired.
You can hear that iconic Ale Baby coming from the crowd. I'm not sure if the mic is picking it up, but I know my ears are. So Nigel, let's see if his girlfriend can give him just that bit of a push. But here he is falling off that pinch with 30 seconds left. Charlotte going for that last attempt, leaving it all on the wall, leaving it all on this last problem, dynoing to that first hold, making her way past this zone and falling before she can make it to the zone again. With 15 seconds left, I'm not sure she'll have enough time. Nigel, though, hops back on, fighting, again, campusing into the pinch, getting it in the worst spot possible, bumping to fix it, fighting for that zone. Let's see if he can get it. He's making his way, and he just can't. Again, we have
great effort from our athletes here. No zones, no zone for Nigel, but a zone for Charlotte. Definitely still contributing to everyone else's score. We are bringing onto the mats Vera, our last climber here. Crowd cheering for her. The stage is hers. On the deck here with Bringing the Beats, we have Kenny. I don't know if you guys can hear it on the stream. Yeah, you guys can hear it on the stream. This is the mic sensitivity. This is the mic sensitivity, right? This is the mic. This is the other part of things. So here, Vera again on that undercling. She might be a bit comfortable on this kind of a similar style to Bree, wherein these powerful overhangs is something she's comfortable with. Committing right away, snapping that top hold, looking at the crowd, exasperated and excited, and there she is getting a top. Let's see how that affects the scores. Vera crushing this boulder with just a minute past on the timer with the flash as well. We'll go to the live scoring real quick, just to kind of see how this affects once it reflects. In the lead again with 3 zones only, we have Sammy with 29.4 points, Vera with 1 top and a flash at that in second, and Bree with third place as well with 1 top and 25 points. Let's see, these are the provisional results. They are not final. They are subject to change depending if our climbers contest anything or rather appeal anything.
Oh wow, Sammy's still ahead?
Yes.
Even though no top?
Yes, because zones are just as crucial to the score as much as a top is. Over to the intermen. On the men, we have Alon in first with 1 top and 2 zones. zones, 44.1 points. Gabriel Nang in second with 34.9 points, one top and one zone. Nigel Ong coming in third, 34.1 points, one top, one zone, just 8 attempts off from getting second.
So Alon finally breaking that second place curse, rising to that first position. I do not think any number of appeals can knock him off of that, but let's see, maybe he used the ball toll here and there or dabbed on something, but so far I don't think any appeals will come through. But obviously nothing is final until it's final, so let's wait for that.
We'll show you guys the comp sched really quick here. We're gonna go on to a setting break as we prepare for Open Women's Finals happening at 2:30. We'll also have awarding for the intermediate at 1:45. So in a couple minutes, we'll start awarding our competitors while our setters adjust the boulders to make way for the Open Women's. Pico and I will take a break here. We'll see you guys at 2:30 for Women's Finals. Thank you guys so much for tuning in.
looks very exciting. I already know that this will be a really
The settings on the camera is already actually good. All you need to do is adjust this orange tab to make it lighter or darker. Lighter, darker, lighter. And then make sure you're just pointed to the person. Let's say,
Spectators, we will begin our
wide
finals
where you
for
see the problem and the climber at the
Act
same time.
245. So get
you go
your
from starting
coffee,
point,
get
and
your
then
sandwiches,
follow.
get your ice cream, and
Follow.
get your matcha.
Okay?
And take your seats.
Correct. We are not allowed to save seats.
No, you don't
An
need
empty
to
seat
press record.
is an available seat.
Correct.
Keep it, yeah.
The early bird catches the early bird.
Yeah. And then if you want it to look up or down, just make sure that you loosen this. And you can loosen this one so you can hear left.
Kailangan ko lang kumalaw sa double dito. Kailangan ko kumalaw sa double dito.
So this guy goes to W1. You can pick W1.
Yung camera sa mag-live.
Yeah, so there's always going to be two climbers climbing at the same time. So after another one will follow, okay? So you guys set up the
battery pack store?
Sorry?
The battery pack, like the box?
One simultaneous. W1 and W2.
Guys saw a phone by chance.
Ito, Sage Mobile to W3 at W2 at W3 cover niya. Kasi most likely magsasabayan to eh. So,
ikaw na sabi ko.
you're doing W2 and W3.
Huwag muna, Jolo.
Covering W1 and
Madilim masyado nagsiset.
you're the one for
Hindi ako nag-steer, no? Pabukas ulit. Bukas.
So,
Open light?
you're covering W2 and W3. Doing W1 and to a different location with W3. Will not be covered. I believe we have two climbers climbing simultaneously. W1 and W4 won't be climbing at the same time because they're right beside each other. So I'm assuming W1 and W2 will be climbing simultaneously. And then after that, it will be alternating.
Hello, welcome back to Rocka Manila, or ex-Sea League Bouldering, the third leg of the Sea League Bouldering. Here we're having our observation for the Open Women's. They'll have 2 minutes to look at each problem and discuss beta amongst themselves. So these ladies are some of the strongest in the region. Many of them are familiar with each other from having competed side by side many times before. I think we'll see some very, very impressive movement on some of these boulders. I think overall we have 4 total boulders, and it should be very lovely to see these ladies moving through it. First problem, I was not able to properly look at it, but it looks like a quick dynamic movement into like a 1-2. Those are very, very slopey holds. So I'm looking at some of the flat holds. I think this is primarily flat hold boulder with 2-3 bluebell holds. So a quick shout out to Chiki Lintag. If I don't get the 70s. Okay, with me now is my brother, Pepe Escasa. Welcome back again. We're here for the Open Women's Finals. So, again, they have 2 minutes to look at each of the 4 boulders. Women's 2 looking like a very volume-heavy problem. Looking like minimal to no feet, depending on how the climber approaches it. Looks like a very long, very physical, very few holds on this climb.
Hello, hello. Jolo. Hello, okay. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Quick peek at the live stream.
So the Open Women's have less than 20 seconds to properly read and figure out the boulder before we move on to the next one. I think Women's 3 is the slab, with almost no handholds, looking like a very positional, tensiony boulder.
Our head setter Brandy is the one leading the observation period for our women here. Just a little info on Brandy for those who are not familiar with him. He's been climbing for 12 years and setting for 8 of those. He has experience setting both in national and regional competitions, so he definitely knows what he's doing. And I think throughout today and yesterday, you could definitely see the effort and the attention to detail that he's putting into his boulders here. He's the head setter at Boulder Planet in Singapore and the chief route setter for Sea Boulder League of 2026. That's all the legs. Let us know in the chat what your thoughts are on the route setting so far. Well, yeah. Meanwhile, our ladies are giving a feel of the starting holds and trying to read the couple of moves here in the middle. Our 3 climbers here are all from Singapore, so you can see they're sharing beta, and all the Philippine representatives also sharing beta by themselves. So during observation, it's of course welcome. She's climbed in Singapore as well.
Yeah. I mean, they're all friends.
Yeah, exactly.
They all know each other.
Yeah. So they're all friends here.
They're all regular finalists.
They're all friends here. From the live.
It's starting now.
Rar, start na. Sorry, Denzel. Let's go, Lisa. So, of course, our viewers from outside of Manila, from Iloilo and Cebu and CDO and Davao, cheering for their manoks here in Beehive Makati. Timer's wrong, Jolo. Oh, right. 4 seconds left to observe this boulder, after which they're gonna move on to the fourth one rather.
The fourth boulder looking really physical. All those footholds are just volumes, not a single jib or anything of the like to be seen. The start looking really heavy. Looking like a few big moves before the zone into like that delicate top sequence where you're stepping on these terrible volumes. It just brings it out. It essentially is a bit of a smear wherein you get your feet just a bit further away from the overhang. And we'll see how their fingers can hold up on those really bad cramps. Blocking them as well. Pepe, so looking at the boulders so far, do you know which one you're most excited to see?
What am I most excited to see? This blue one, blue to black one here, W1, which thankfully is the first one we're gonna see. Looks to be exciting from the get-go. The mass of blocks. Oh, you can barely see it on the stream. Let me see if I can change the angles here. You can barely see it on the stream, but this mass of blocks here on the right, blockers, looks really funny. So I'm kind of excited to see what's going to happen over there. I am a little worried, maybe might not be the right word, but this W3 slab problem looks evil. It looks disgusting, but it looks like it's going to challenge our women here today for sure.
So probably personally, I am really excited for women's too. That looks like a very powerful style. You might see a bit of campusing, but like that might you might see a lot of those more powerful climbers, more of those really upper body intense climbers going through it. But maybe the more seasoned veterans might go for a more footwork-oriented climbing. But let's see, who knows? Maybe someone goes for a little face the crowd 360 on those volumes.
That's it for our observation round. Our men are coming in now. Sorry, our setters are coming in now to remove a couple of holds and place some tape. Meanwhile, our climbers are waiting to get started. Let's take a moment to thank our sponsors for helping make C-League Rocka Manila 2026 happen. So our title sponsor, Oma Jati Anyer, our regional sponsors, Eiger Tropical Adventure, Eralo, Psych Chalk, and Keyhold. Of course, our major sponsors, 8A Performance, Wheyl, Mountain Hardware, and Yeti. We have our minor sponsors, Flow State Bouldering Gym, B-Fit Gym, and Weekdays. Our partners, Evian, Vita-C, Ascent Physical Therapy and Wellness, Matt Fitness, Jollibee, and The Game. Our donors, D-Husk, Unilab, Chalk Bag Project, Aura Athletica, Monkey Eagle Brewery, Not Just Juice, and Ori Creamery. We can't forget our hotel partners, Seda Residences Makati, and the City Flats Circuit. Thank you again so much for helping make Rocka Manila see Rocka Manila 2026 happen. Without you, this event would not be possible. We want to be able to bring in all of these people and bring this show to the Philippines. We're bringing in our first climber. So loud. We're bringing in our first climber, Joe Ala, getting the go signal to check and start climbing. So Pico and I interviewed the climbers, our finalists, earlier today, earlier right before they came out here onto the mats. Oh, sorry, switching sides. Ate Jo is representing Iloilo, her home gym, Vertex, where she is the founder and the big boss of Vertex. She's been climbing for 13 years, and she started climbing in 2014.
So more well-known locally as Ate Jo. She is a Filipinas climbing lead climber. But here, for representing her prowess in bouldering, very close to that first move. Kind of giving me a throwback to men's 3 in the semis yesterday with that little 1, 2, 3 kind of movement. But the women's coming from so far right. Yeah, and this top section looks like it is not a giveaway. It looks like it's a fight from start to the very end. So Ate Jo, again, making this big swing, generating enough power, getting 1, 2, but that blocker just not letting her get onto that hold.
Like Pico mentioned, she is part of the lead climbing team. I asked her a while ago what her favorite style of climbing was. And usually our climbers answer dynamic or static or slab, but she answered lead climbing as her favorite climbing style, and unfortunately there's no lead to be had here. However, that doesn't stop her from going into these huge moves.
That being said, these problems look quite long. Like these lengthy boulders might as well stack up into a lead climb. So let's see how.
At least 2 clips. At least 2 clips.
I mean, personally, you'd clip before you make that dynamic move, and then after. But yeah, let's see, because bouldering, as much as it is a game of power and of strength, it is also a game of endurance with how many problems they will be climbing throughout this final. 4 problems of this intensity, even with the amount of rest they get, will feel like a lot. So let's see how her endurance plays into this. Many lead climbers practicing a lot of breathing techniques to really control the pump, control the power. And here we see Ate Jo taking a seat, breathing, controlling, almost meditating before standing up and getting ready for her next go.
Again, we're seeing Ate Jo's experience come into play here. Really stark difference from how our novice and intermediate climbers immediately hop back on, racking up 5, 6, 7 attempts on these boulders. Ate Jo is only on her 4th with a minute left on the clock. And that's generally what you're going to be seeing at this higher level of competition. You really need to make sure that your attempts are quality rather than quantity. From the chat, a lot of cheers for Ate Jo. Go Ate Jo. Ale Ate Jo. I love Vertex. Ale ng Jo. Let's go, Coach Ate Jo. Vertex is watching. Let's go, Ate Jo. So shout out to Ate Jo's home gym in Iloilo. Thank you so much for your support. I'm sure she feels it. But with 10 seconds left, Ate Jo bows out of M1. W1 rather. We'll bring in our next climber here. We have Ziyun from Singapore. Ziyun has been climbing for 9 years. She's repping Space Rock Chalk, as you can see on her shirt. I've personally used Space Rock a few times. It's pretty good. I really like the drying quality of Space Rock. Not a sponsor, but really good. Her home gym, Boulder Plus in Singapore. We have a lot of Singaporeans here in the finals, both in men's and women's, but let's see how she does. Nice. Big on the dynamic moves. I asked Ziyun earlier what her favorite climbing style was, and she said that she doesn't have any because she wants to, her goal is to be an all-around climber, and having favorites means putting down other styles. You can see this doesn't stop her at all.
I just want to highlight that movement she's doing. That's what I've seen it being called online is called a fakie. So usually when you're moving left, you kind of lead with the left foot and then make that movement out left here. So Ate Jo could be seen kind of doing something like that. What she's doing here is leading with that right foot to really get that distance before she can really go out left.
I've recently just learned how to make that move, by the way, and it's quite fun of a dynamic technique to pick up and to add to your skill set. So if you guys are watching, if you guys think this is something you guys can do, I highly suggest you learn these new-ish coord techniques that really highlight, or rather elevate your coordination game.
What I've personally noticed is the Singaporeans, especially in Southeast Asia, really like that kind of movement. Here in the Philippines, it's very foreign, and I'm only seeing it pop up a few times. Despite being regarded as good at coordination, I feel like the fakie is just such a foreign movement to me. But here, she's just naturally leaning into that. Versus, I think it contrasts what Ate Jo is doing with a little more shuffly style. And there she is, sticking the move. The crowd going crazy. Let's see how she gets to the zone.
1 minute 40 on the clock here. Still a lot of time for her to gather herself and make her way up. She's still hooking and finding a stretchy. Ooh. Getting really close to hitting this zone move. Does she have the endurance to stay on and make this move? Hitting the zone. She's granting the zone points because she's able to use this. So let's see if she can turn this into a top. 1 minute and 15. If she falls now, which I hope she doesn't, she still has a lot of time to attempt again. Climber coming into Gaston. Some kind of double catch of some kind. High right heel. Match of Gaston. Ooh! And falling just in the last hold with 50 seconds left.
Let's see if she has time to collect herself and try again, because that attempt will have taken a lot out of her, falling on the second to the last move. That entire lower sequence really physical. All those holds, I have tried those and I constantly fall on every single one of those holds. But here she is hopping on with 30 seconds. Will it be enough time or will it be a mistake? Because this is only the first boulder of the round. And she bows to the crowd, and the crowd give her a big, big cheer.
We'll be bringing out our next climber in a second here. Elsa Handika from Indonesia on the mats now. Yeah. So a little about Elsa. She grew up in Singapore, but she lives in Indonesia now. She's been climbing for 6 years, which is around that average amount of time that most of our finalists have climbed. Oops. Well, at least on my list. So big.
So Elsa here, kind of opting to a similar.
It says naman open women's, right? It says naman open women's, right?
Kind of opting towards that, kind of sneaking the right foot down first, so that that first contact of her left foot can give her enough power to really go into that. Elsa, being a bit taller, maybe doesn't have as much power required to get to those to that stable position to the black. But let's see if she can swing out to the left and really get that blue. Because I think, I mean, that's the difference maker. That hold is the good one. That'll make the black hold way better. So this is all about movement, this boulder, at least the first sequence. And then after, if you have enough juice to make the last part work. And there she was, very close, hitting the dual text on that left hand.
A little fun fact about Elsa also. She's a singer. She has a solo album out. And she also is part of an a cappella group. So she's not big move from Elsa here, sticking the move finally. As I was saying, she's definitely, oh my god, right hand cross into this zone hold here. Wow.
But again, I think it's playing into her strengths of how a bit taller she is with those feet trying to make the cross work, but it just doesn't, that just does not look good at all.
From the angle that the hold is oriented, it really is just a little bit better to Gaston rather than cross into. We saw Ziyun earlier try to cross in and instead opt to Gaston it. Yeah. Let's take a quick peek at the chat. Yeah, Alice Yun from Vengashin. Thank you for sharing your love for our foreign competitors. Downloaded the first move on this crazy boulder, so fluid. Not changing a thing about her approach towards zone. Let's see if she changes her beta towards past this.
Here she is. Oh, slipping, but then trying to save it with the Gaston. She has a minute left, but I think with how downloaded that first sequence is, maybe she has time, but she decides to save the energy for the next problems. Here she is taking a better look at all the holes before the last move. And it looks like she's going again. With 45 seconds on the clock, I think that's plenty of time for a boulder like this.
Let's see, this is definitely her last attempt with the clock running down. Leaves no room for hesitation, but falling on the first move like this might be it for her. 30 seconds left. She waves to the crowd. That's it for round one.
Like a funny little anecdote was last night when we were in isolation for semis, they added a few holds for us in the isolation for us to warm up on, and some of these black holds were there, at least from the set. And we were all very excited because if they were there, that means they are not on the wall. So these holds are terrible.
Here with us now on the mats is Chiki Manalastas from Adelaide, Australia. She is full Filipino, but she grew up in Australia. This is her first time joining C-League, actually. She didn't, it was just a coincidence that she was down in the Philippines to visit family, and it coincided with C-League, and she decided to join. Her home gym is Urban Climb in Adelaide. So Urban Climb is a popular franchise of climbing gyms all around Australia. Rolling again. Almost sticking this 1-2-3 move here. Chiki.
Okay, here she is. Going for the kind of similar to Ate Jo where she's pivoting on that right foot, but she makes it work. The difference maker is really how much her arms could have bent there. And similar to Elsa, crossing in with the right hand, going in for the toe hook. Let's see, these holds are not good, but she's making them look great.
You can see her kind of fighting the tension on the left foot here, resisting this barn door that's going to come from matching. Ooh, crossing, similar to what Elsa did earlier. Let's see if she can make it work, or if she figures out that Gastoning might actually be the better option.
So I'm wondering, because she and Elsa are kind of doing a similar thing. Did maybe they read the boulder together?
A little bit more about Chiki. She likes burly power climbs on overhand, which is a little similar to what this boulder is. So hopefully she finds this challenging, and that she manages to get her way across this main crux. She also did mention that she has some family in the audience, so hopefully they're here to see her climb her best.
Oh, trying to opt for that coordination beta we were talking about earlier, but it looks really difficult because of how low your body is coming from and how those feet are really not that good. But with 1 minute on the clock, she's looking at the timer, she's chalking up, she's swinging her arms, trying to fight the pump, and it looks like, with her head nodding, it looks like she will go for one more go.
48 seconds here, definitely just enough time for one more good attempt. Oof. 40 seconds, maybe one more. She's hopping back on. 40 seconds on the clock, 35 now. Ooh, and I think that's it for her. Too tired. 25 seconds. Ooh, one more, she says. One more, she says, with 19 seconds. The crowd cheering her on. We believe in her. We believe she... And she changed her mind. All good.
So she was gesturing to the crowd, gesturing to her hand. I think it might be a skin issue. So especially with this kind of warm environment, warm conditions, maybe the skin will play to be a factor.
He's from Australia. I think it's kind of hot. Let's check, actually. I don't know where Adelaide is.
I mean, it's still pretty hot right now. Anyways, this is Renee. So Renee is actually a Malaysian national team athlete.
We'll switch to a split cam in a second here. On the floor now on W1 is Renee Tan from Malaysia.
Renee's sporting the Red Bull t-shirt. She is a Red Bull athlete.
Damn. How do you get that?
I don't know. I guess you have to be really good.
Yeah, I mean, it shows. At the jaw is on W2 meanwhile, already halfway up to the zone hold. There on the zone now. What a very outdoorsy boulder. It's very like lead-esque. I don't know.
And that's what I was mentioning earlier. The more traditional style climbers, the less dynamic. Like at the jaw, fighting for this mantle, fighting to get her heel up, really pushing for it. But this kind of boulder really powers you out. It burns you out because you might not fall because the move is hard, but you're gonna... Wow, okay, hold on. Sorry, I got distracted by Renee's attempt right there. Matching the black hole, though, first we need to try to do that. But I think in this next go that she goes for, she's definitely gonna stick it.
At the jaw, muscling her way over this volume, trying to mantle onto her arms. Wow.
I think women's too, if it had to be described in a word, I'd use burly. Because it looks like she's just fighting through that push, getting the leg up.
At the jaw, basically planking now on her knee. Trying to just get enough height to match the top. Is that enough? I think that was it. Yeah, I think it's somewhat of a beta break. I can't see the entire boulder from here.
I am sure the setters did not intend that. It looks like you have to get your foot up and then kind of just balance to get the... it's a bit of a flat hold around the corner. That is one of the motif grips. And Renee stinking the move. Let's see how she fares on this upper sequence. Hearing a lot of "Go Renee" from the crowd. Matching the blue pill, opting to go with the left hand here, I think, onto the zone. Switching her left foot to a heel. And just peeling off the wall. Let's see if she has energy for another go with 1 minute left.
40 seconds left here. We've seen our previous climbers get quite close in 40 seconds. This might be more than enough time for her to, rather just enough time for her to top this boulder.
Renee going for the similar sequence, less time figuring it out because now she knows exactly what her body needs to do. Going in, fighting the tension, shifting her feet. Let's see what she goes for. Does she go for the cross? She does. She might feel like it's wrong, and there she is, shifting to that Gaston, getting the right foot up.
10 seconds left on the clock here. Can Renee close out? Ooh, just not enough. Great effort on her part. She's really close. Looking back at the boulder one last time before walking out. Let's switch the cameras back to split. We're bringing out Aika Dizon on W1, Ziyun on W2 from Singapore.
So Aika, she's been climbing for 7 years, so she started just before the pandemic. She considers her home gym to be her literal home gym. So Aika has a moon board at home where she does majority of her training. Aika is well known to be a pretty dynamic girl, very powerful and very strong. So let's see how she does on this first one. She does consider her weakness to be route reading, so I feel like she might take a few attempts to figure out what exactly she wants to do on this boulder.
Aika is oftentimes in finals. This is definitely not her first final, so she's more than used to getting all the way here. We have Ziyun now with a high heel hook, reaching towards zone, and the Tufa volume setup that we saw Atajo earlier kneeling on. Let's see, Ziyun is a little bit shorter than Atajo, but let's see if she can find some similar beta.
So many of these ladies, none of them are in their first finals. These are very, very experienced athletes. And here we can see that experience shining through in how they approach these boulders. Look, pressing up with that left arm.
Ziyun now mantling on her left arm with both of her feet towards the zone side. Can she step her left foot in to kind of stabilize and stand up? Kneeling on the volume, similar to what Atajo is doing. Left foot now on the volume. Her mobility is pretty insane. Let's see if she can match from where she is. Similar to what Atajo did. That's a top for Ziyun.
And Aika kind of turning towards Kao with a bit of a look of frustration. But she's still receiving a lot of encouragement from the crowd. Let's see if she can figure this out in the next 2 minutes. Here she is. Kind of similar to how Renee was doing it, I think. Or more similar, I think, to Chicky. So I just feel like her right foot was a bit too far left compared to Chicky. But let's see if she does anything to remedy it. So Aika, well known for being a very, very strong climber here locally. Better known as the Destroyer. Here she is. She's just not able to get that right hand just right so that she could swing into that left hand.
1 minute 30 left on the clock here. Someone in the chat asking how tall is Ziyun? Ang galing niya, what the hell? I didn't get to ask her what her exact height is. I'm around 5'7", and I had to bend down to be eye to eye with her. No offense, I mean, it's not a bad thing. We've seen a lot of short climbers do really well in the international scene. Aika almost looking to the crowd, and she's just as surprised as the crowd is.
And there she was. She actually overshot the hold, hitting like directly above it. And she was so surprised about the height she got on that. Let's see if she can redo that. And there she does. Okay, let's see. Aika slowing it down.
24 seconds left on the clock. Is this enough to close out this boulder?
Aika has some of the most powerful contact strength, but she has too much trying to canvas her way through that.
A little bit of doubting herself in the beginning kind of costed her this boulder in a way, because she only figured out that she could actually paddle all the way to the top a little bit late.
That zone is actually quite important because so far we do not have any top, so that will keep her in check. Here we have Lisa from Cebu on her first problem. Lisa is gonna be one of the crowd favorites. Anytime you see her do anything, she will definitely be getting a very, very big applause from the crowd. And here we have Elsa on her second problem.
Elsa here approaching zone now. We've seen 2 tops on W2.
And Lisa with a really good first attempt. Echoing the woos of the crowd. Lisa does enjoy a lot of dynamic movement. She was hoping for a lache, but I guess this is the next big thing. Here she is, holding the what? And she's fighting, and that is really impressive. And Elsa clutching her shoulder as she falls off the volumes.
I mentioned a while ago that Elsa is a musician, a singer. I asked her what her hype song was before comps, and she said her own song is one of her hype songs. It's called Don't Hurt Us Much. You guys can look for it wherever you guys stream music. Lisa sticking the first 3 paddle moves on this boulder. Taking a moment to rest here. Let's see if she can find her way up to zone and onwards.
If I'm not mistaken, this is Lisa's 3rd or 4th attempt holding the zone, so that puts her in a really good spot with how quickly she got that first move. So far, there are no tops on this boulder, so right now she's in a really, really good spot on the leaderboard. Lisa's been climbing for 11 years and competing for most of that, so this is definitely not her first rodeo. She is no stranger to a finals, so the crowd behind her cheering her on is definitely giving her so much energy.
2 minutes on the clock here. Lisa taking a moment to gather herself before trying a double catch on the last move. We saw a few of our competitors try something similar in the in the earlier rounds, but we saw that might not actually be the correct beta. Elsa falling once more off this boulder here. Let's see with 1 minute and 30 if our climbers can manage to squeeze in the top.
What Lisa told me she didn't want to see in the finals was actually things that were too shouldery. And here we have actually the beta that's been closest to succeeding was actually the double Gaston on those really bad slopers with the feet that just aren't ideal. So let's see if Lisa goes for the shouldery, the weakness, her kryptonite even, to make it to that top hold, because a top at this stage of the round will actually put her in such a good position, both mentally and on that scoreboard. Here she is really just floating through that first sequence, making her way to bump that left hand, and she peels off the zone.
Meanwhile, with 40 seconds left, Elsa falling off again. She's giving the clock a look to see if it's worth another attempt. 30 seconds left. Lisa is getting ready to get another attempt on the board here.
So Lisa's choice is actually quite risky because she already got punched with the zone. She's not going to get anything else unless she gets a top. So right now she's aiming for the top, nothing other than the top, and she peels off. So the question is, was that wasted energy?
10 seconds, both our climbers walking off. We're going to welcome on to the mats now Joel Shea from Singapore and Chiki Manalastas once more from Adelaide, Australia.
So with Joelle, this will be the last climber on Women's One. Joelle has also been climbing for 11 years, so about as long as Lisa has. She considers her home gym to be ground up, and her what keeps her grounded and inspired is Gerald Brazil, who will be competing later in the Open Men's Finals. This is definitely not her first rodeo. She has been to over 30 plus comps, and I'm sure this is not even close to her first final, having gone to
Chicky on her flash attempt, reaching zone and beyond. Let's see if she can close this boulder out. I hope she doesn't think it's a dynamic move to the left. Ooh, keeping her balance and by bringing her knees close to the wall. That's a flash, I think, from Chicky Manalastas and Boulder 2.
So now we get to focus on Joelle, almost holding the swing on just the black hold, rather than coming out to the blue on the left. Let's see what she does to adjust that. Her first adjustment is rushing the holds. So Joelle actually competed in the last two C-League legs. She got 5th in the first one, if I'm not mistaken. And first on the second one, so this is not her first final in this season. So it's safe to say she is on form. Let's see how she closes this out. And there she is, making her way past the dynamic move, reaching into the zone, looking for something that's just a bit more comfortable. She finds it and moves on to the next one. Let's see. This is what has been getting people, the reading in this part. That right foot, allowing her to bring in that right hand. Reading instantly the double gas thought. Here she is on that last move, matching the second to the last, reaching for the last hold and getting the lock. And she finishes it.
Our first stop on W1 by Joelle Shea. There's a reason why she's top of the seed from the semifinal round. What an insane first round here. Now we'll be bringing in our first climber once more at the Jo Ala onto W3.
Yeah, so we got a first look on this slab problem, women's 3. This looks really confusing, almost like an artwork, a very minimalist one, with little to no holds, but just a few volumes on that wall. So I think this one might be a bit of a reading contest, trying to figure out how exactly you want to go through this.
This is Renee on Boulder 2. Heel hooking high onto the zone. Well, Adajo makes her way up the slab. Renee campusing the first sequence here onto these two volumes. What a drop knee. Oh, just falling off.
Women's 2 is deceptively difficult. I think it's a kind of style that really just burns you out. If you do the wrong thing, you won't fall. Not until your body gives out. It's unlike women's 1 where if you do it wrong, you fall. Women's 2, if you're stuck in the wrong beta, you might just burn yourself to the ground and really, really struggle. So here we have Adajo making some progress, getting her left foot and falling. Actually, I think it would be quite difficult to see on the stream, but there's actually an angle change on that wall. So most slabs, you're trying to just keep your hips close to the wall, you're trying to just balance. But with this one, you're trying to go around a corner, and shifting your balance around a corner is a really, really difficult thing to do. You would have seen it in most of our semis rounds as well.
We'll take a moment to look at our chat really quick and see what everyone's saying. We have 200 viewers here. Question, does the fancy lighting potentially affect climber performance, e.g. glare? So, Yanya Garnberg, you should know this. What are you talking about? No, actually, we've asked a lot of competitors. Pico actually has competed with Spotlight on him, but it's not something you tend to notice anymore when you're climbing because your brain is so locked into identifying the holds that the lighting doesn't even matter anymore.
What I've actually heard is it makes the judging a bit more difficult because you can't always see what the climber is doing under the shadow. But as a climber, I don't see the shadows. And Renee making some progress here on women's 2, trying to get her feet up. So this one is actually quite difficult because I think it's less, at this move, it's more on that lower body, more on those mobility exercises, and trying to get your foot just far enough away from the wall. Here she is, reaching around the corner and making that top. That will actually get her in a good spot, getting that top. I hope mentally and on that scoreboard, give her a bit of more confidence after falling on the upper section of women's 1. So let's see how she goes into the slam.
We'll switch the camera now with 1 minute left. Let's take a peek at the Jo. Still trying to make her way through this boulder. At the Jo, this is the first time she's joined C-League, if I'm not mistaken. But again, not her first finals in the open category. She's been climbing for such a long amount of time. Making her way up now. Ooh, just losing her balance a little bit on the step up. Again, keeping her hips into the slab is crucial. She has 15 seconds left. She's still gonna push. Because this is the last boulder, of course, you want to give it your all. You want to try until the last second. 10 seconds now. I do think this is it for Adejo. She's calling it here. A little bit of an exhausted look on her face, but I'm sure deep down she's quite satisfied with the effort that she gave. We'll switch the cameras back. We'll bring in our next set of climbers. Here we have Ziyun on Boulder 3. On the second boulder, we have Aika Dizon.
So let's see how Aika does on this problem. I think she'll like this style, kind of on that more burly movement, where she does like some portos, I think. I think Aika will really enjoy this. We saw...
Do you want ice skate?
Yeah, and we're seeing some progress on the slab. That first move looks a bit devious. You have to shift your weight just enough to get a palm press, but not too much that you barn dart just like that. And again, like I said, Aika making quick progress of this boulder on her flash attempt. She has stood up now. Let's see if she has to adjust. And she adjusts her right foot just enough to give her enough. Let's see how she approaches this last move. Let's see if she just, wow, opting to balance just on single volume. Let's see how this goes. I think she might have to drop her right foot and really just balance onto it. Like, that's insane. And here we have more progress as well on women's 3. The furthest we've seen anyone go.
Zion here, stepping over onto these rails. Anyone who's climbed in Beehive Makati has got to be familiar. Securing zone here for Zion. Let's see if she can execute this. This looks like a palm press on the left, and the stand-up on the rail volumes here on the right. She have to bring her knee in on the left there. Palm pressing now.
This is a very, very delicate palm press. You have to get your weight all the way over the palm press. So this isn't just a difficult move, but a mental one, and she makes quick work of it.
Amazing, amazing, amazing work from Zion. What a show from Zion there. Not a flash, but definitely within 3 or 4 attempts. First person we've seen zone or top on, well, she's only been the second climber, but nonetheless, the impressive display of athleticism. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to change cameras there. Let's bring on to the mats now. We have Elsa and Lisa.
I think Lisa, again, one of the lead climbers, will very likely enjoy this. But let's see, because she did say she does not like the shouldery style. So maybe that mantle press in the latter end might not be to her liking. So let's watch Elsa here. Balancing really well through this first sequence. Let's see look at how slowly she's committing her way to the left. There it is, the big commit out left, holding it, controlling it really well. This foot swap really delicate onto the rails. The rail sequence, Ziyun did not make it look that difficult, but let's get a good frame of reference from our other competitors. And here she is, making that foot swap a bit tensiony, keeping your weight to the right. And here I think it would be the more difficult sequence where you shift your weight to the left.
Lisa here on the zone hold now, taking her sweet time, setting up for this move towards the two-foot volume on the left. Ooh, big fall here from Renee. Meanwhile, Lisa clambering her way up these volumes. Let's see if she can mantle up onto her left foot the same way we've seen all our other athletes do the same. She just needs now the left foot in, and then pretty much the top is secured.
The difficult part about this is all of that mobility required, but on her free time, Lisa likes doing yoga, so I feel like mobility is not a problem at all. And here she is reaching for the top, and she makes quick light work. I think that was a flash from Lisa.
Time and time again, we've seen Lisa deliver with her mobility, really carrying a lot of her ability on the wall. Let's switch cameras really quick so we can watch Joelle here. Oh, sorry, Renee. Oh. No. What camera is this? Oh, sorry, this is Elsa. Switch cameras real quick. Elsa now past the zone here. Let's see if she can close out past where she slipped earlier.
And in the same position, let's see if she can figure this out, finding the press. Oh, but her left foot pops out, then the right, not enough tension, just peeling off the wall again. Yeah, I mean, that sequence looks a lot more difficult than Zian made it look.
1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. More than enough. Probably one more attempt here for Elsa. Let's hope she can make it work. So far in the lead, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the funny bit about competing is those 4 minutes feel so long when you can't do the boulder, but the moment you can, it feels way too short. So let's see if Elsa struggles with the same problem, because she is very close on every single go, but just not there yet. So here she is, looking a lot more comfortable on that sequence. Let's see if she does any adjustment to make it a bit more secure before she gets that left palm and shifts her weight to it.
Just want to point out also that she's wearing mismatched shoes. On her right foot she has La Sportiva Solution Comps. Is that right? Yeah. And then on her left foot it's a pair of 510s. Rather, the left foot is a 510. She's close now to topping this boulder. We saw Zion jump for it. Elsa managing to top the boulder as well. This boulder is really high. I think we really need climb down drugs on that.
To be fair, in the World Cups they go up to 5 meters. That's kind of crazy, no? This is like 4.8 maybe?
That's true, that's true. Alright, let's switch cams and bring out our next pair of climbers. It's great that we're seeing some tops on W3. We have Chicky on her third boulder and Joelle Shea on W2.
Again, so far, like, women's 2 does not seem like it's the most difficult, but I think it's about burning them out a bit. That, like, if you take too long on it and you get too tired on it, I think it will affect the ladder problems. Again, they are doing 4 boulders, unlike Novice and Inter only doing 3 each. That extra 1 boulder might make the difference. So Chicky, again, making her way through that first sequence, very similar to the ones before her. Let's see how she deals with this.
Chicky here with tape around her hand. We kind of saw her earlier after W1, kind of showing her hand had a flapper of some kind. So it's good that she's managed to bandage it up. She's made her way to zone. Let's see if she can close this out.
So opting for a different beta. Oh, there she goes back to similar to what the other girls did, where they swap feet before trying to transition their body left. This is one of the most difficult positions to be in, where you're in that middle between the transition. And here she is, probably looking a lot more comfortable. But now her left foot is bearing all that weight. She has to shift a bit of weight to the right foot. Oh, going for a little Houdini on that zone. Shuffling the feet, and she just pops.
Falling off on her flash attempt. It seemed like she had a lot of control. Let's look now to Joelle. She's reached zone now. Trying to now push her way up to the stufa on the left, where we've seen all our athletes mantle up. She fell here earlier, I think, trying to match the left side, but we see her now making some changes. High stepping her left. All of her women today have this insane level of mobility.
And there she is, transitioning straight into
this mantle on her elbow, making it a little bit difficult to extend because now her weight is on her elbow instead of on her palms.
She has to do a bit of a push-up.
She'll have to do a push-up in order to stand up.
But let's see, she gets on her knee, making use of a mobility to get onto her palms, getting that left foot up. Looks like she might close this out, but again, it doesn't look free. So let's see. That wall maybe on your screens does not look that good, that bad, but it is actually quite overhanging. Having climbed here quite a few times, that is deceptively difficult to stand even on those protruding volumes at that height, at that overhang.
We've seen the previous athletes before this kind of tuck their knees towards the walls. Joelle right now has her knees out straight, which is probably contributing nothing because she topped it anyway. Forget I said anything. Over to our slab wall, we have Chicky making her way through once more. She's kind of locked in the beta for the first sequence. 1 minute left on the clock.
The difficulty with slab isn't about whether you can do it or not. It's really about whether you can do it in time. So Chicky with 1 minute left. Let's see how she can execute this. And here she is falling. So let's see if she got on the wall again. Because with 40 seconds left on the clock, I don't know if she has time to make it through this sequence.
20 seconds left on the clock here. Time is of the essence. Hopefully Chicky can breeze through this lower segment as fast as she can. 10 seconds left. This last sequence in 5 seconds, maybe? It's barely enough time. Great show from Chicky Manalastas. Let's bring out now our next pair of climbers. We have on the mats. Oops, what's happening? Our setters are adjusting.
They're replacing the hold.
Replacing a hold. Let's take a peek at the scores really quick. While our setters adjust the boulders a little bit. In first place, we have Ziyun with 2 tops and 1 zone, 59.2 points, followed closely by Joelle with 2.
One thing that's really important to note here is 4 of our ladies have not climbed their 3rd boulder yet, whereas Ziyun has actually already climbed 3 boulders. So while these scores are not that, what's the word?
They're not final.
I mean, they're not final, but they're not telling you the entire picture so far. So Joelle actually has cruised through the first 2 boulders, and with the only one to have secured the top on women's one, puts her in a really good spot coming to this 3rd boulder. But again, anything can happen. So let's see how our 3rd and 4th problem really goes. I feel like right now it could be most anyone's game.
So our setters have moved some volumes out so that our climbers don't get interrupted throughout their climb. So you can see they removed the starting hold of the 2nd boulder and replaced it with a smaller one, which is part of the 4th boulder. Ate Jo now on the mats for her last boulder, and we have Renee now on her 3rd. Let's see if either of our climbers can give us a show.
So here at the jaw, opening by brushing the holds, getting actually many veteran climbers start by brushing the hold, not just to remove the chalk, especially because at the jaw is the first climber on this boulder. It's also to get a bit of a feel of those holds, to understand really where the divots are, where the in-cut is, and really get more familiar with the hold, especially seeing as this is not her home gym. Obviously, this is not the first time Ate Jo has competed in this gym, but here we got to see the 4th boulder for the first time. It looks like it's a big move out here. There's a little pogo into that kind of slopey flat hold.
Atajo, being the oldest climber among all the finalists, he jokingly asked all the other finalists if there's anyone older than her, which there wasn't. Atajo is only 33. But leaning towards more old school style climbing, you can see she just static this move. Instead of pogoing it like she was attempting earlier, missing the foothold on the volume. Yeah, let's see what Renee is up to on the slab wall.
Renee kind of struggling to get stood up. All the other women kind of stood up before they got their foot on that left jib. But let's see how Renee adapts to what's happening on the wall right now. That volume at the jaw slipped on might be big, but it's not very protruding. Sure, if you put that on a 90-degree wall, that would be great, but right now it's on an overhang. Here, Renee finally getting stood up, working her way to the palm press, but the right side of her body just coming out of the wall by inches and really dragging the rest of her body down.
2 minutes left on the clock at the jaw. Figuring out a beta that works for her, and Renee making some progress on this palm press. We're really just down to the last 1 or 2 attempts for our climbers here, depending on how long they take. Jo hanging on with both her hands, foot now on the volume. Can she pull into her zone? What the hell is happening right now?
Ate Jo's experience kind of showing here, going for that foot first beta, looking really difficult, but it actually makes her have to pull a bit less, but that body tension looks really difficult. But Renee now going into this middle sequence, we've seen that it's droppable, but we've seen that it's doable. This foot swap being very, very powerfully controlled by that double Gaston position she's in, switching hands on that zone. While this part was not the most difficult, it was still droppable. Let's see how Renee approaches this, palming the left side, moving her feet up and peeling off the wall. Looking at the clock, kind of thinking about it, she has 50 seconds left. At the jaw, into the same position as she was earlier, just campusing, controlling her way onto that foothold. Again, it's really not that good.
35 seconds left. Can at the jaw muster up one more attempt. Meanwhile, we have Renee here. A little on the low end of energy, stepping up into that palm press. Let's see if she can correct it in the next 20 seconds. Hello from... Are you Bill or Pill today? Billy Bar saying hi on the live stream here in the booth.
What's up? It's me, the third brother, Pill.
Correction, it's Bill. 4 seconds. Renee. Just a little bit out of time. You see it really boils down to seconds. She doesn't look happy at all with her performance.
A bit of frustration showing on her face right now, but let's see how that affects her last problem, because again, there's a lot that can happen in the next 2 problems as the climbers come out. So far, no one has finished all 3 problems, but we'll see with some of the stronger, some of the higher qualified finalists coming out. Here's Aika on her slab.
Yun quickly becoming a crowd favorite here at Hive. Let's see how she does. Again, she's one of our smaller climbers, and at the jaw was just spanning this move. I'm not sure if Yun has the height to manage that movement, but let's see.
Aika told me she was hoping to see a mantle press, kind of like the Magnus Mitbo style. Although we didn't get that, we are getting a few pressy moves, so a lot less pulling. Let's see how she does. Yeah, what she told me is she's a very intuitive climber, and it's really you can really see it throughout her climbing. You'll see her kind of poking and prodding throughout the beta, trying to see what's good for her body, trying to see what feels correct. And yeah, let's see. So here we have Ziyun taking a step back, trying to think about what exactly she wants to do. And here Aika getting over that foot, really ghost matching, not stepping on any foothold, but still somehow staying on the wall, shifting her way to the left. Again, this move is not the easiest, it is still droppable. She's getting into a better position, but let's see. Here she is, popping off,
Ziyun, meanwhile, making some progress on this climb, heading her way towards zone, but popping out of this handhold. She's trying to get her right foot over onto the volume. Both are climbers making big progress here, discovering things that they need to change for the next attempt.
So both these climbers taking a second to breathe, taking a step back and really looking at what they can and can't do, trying to figure it out as they go along. So Aika actually has 6 dogs at home. What she was telling me is, as she climbs, she's actually worried about one of her favorite dogs, Albus, who has a tendency to escape. So I feel like when she's off the wall and thinking, that's what she's thinking about.
I just want to say I love Albus. He's my favorite. I love seeing his Instagram stories. Ziyun with a big move towards zone, but slipping on the right foothold again, opting for a more dynamic beta. Aika, on the other hand, is walking through these rail volumes, stepping through a campusing slab? Okay. Pressing out on her feet here. Tension on the feet is crucial because, of course, you want to stay onto the slab. Heel down, like what she's doing here. Just the slightest change in pressure of the feet can make or break this climb for Aika. 1 minute and 10 seconds left.
Aika kind of opting for a more static beta, trying to get feet really high up, but the other girls who were able to top it really just went. So Ziyun making her way through, kind of campusing, getting the toe hook, finding the foot. Here she is, making her way towards the zone, almost gets it, but falls, getting a lot of big reaction out of the crowd. Let's see. There's still less than a minute on the clock. That's plenty of time for either of these athletes to get a top, but so far we haven't seen any of the girls get past or to the zone even on women's 4. But Aika, let's see if she's learned this sequence. Again, fatigue is a big factor, so let's see if that plays into the slab or if her technique can just outweigh her fatigue.
25 seconds now. Ziyun dialing down the first couple moves. Adding a little toe hook on the start hold so you can stabilize a little bit more. Slipping a little bit here. Aika setting up for the last move. Can she get it? She's not pump. Oh, now we have a pump press. 8 seconds on the clock. Ziyun with the zone. Aika falling off right before the last move. Oh, crazy betas for both our women here today.
So now we have Lisa coming out along with Elsa by her side. On to Elsa's last problem of the day of the comp. So let's try to see how they do in this last push.
Elsa now on her last boulder. Let's see if she can use her height as an advantage. We have Lisa brushing these weird footholds and volumes as she preps to step onto the slab wall. Elsa with this heel hook, very similar beta to all the similar, she's reading a moon kick toe hook catch cross left.
The difficulty with that is your body is coming from so far down on the overhang. Actually, what I'm thinking is maybe with her height, the toe hook before the reach might be a bit too tight for her. Can't get enough proper tension, but the other girls who were a bit shorter found it a bit more comfortable than it's looking for Elsa. That's why she opted for the heel. I've noticed a lot of taller climbers go for that heel when that toe is a bit too scrunched. But let's see if she can make it work.
Over to Lisa now on zone. Breezing her way through these volumes. Transitioning over to the left. It's delicate procedure here to get both her feet on to the left side to push.
What was really interesting about that attempt was actually crossing down under the zone. Here she is fighting the slip, trying to get enough friction and going for the top hold, and she tops.
I believe this is a flash for Lisa Vidal from Cebu. Looking down because it's so high, because she's from Rock On.
So Rock On Cebu not having the highest walls. This here in Beehive being one of the highest walls, I think. Well, this slab definitely especially daunting with, being slab and really high.
2 minutes left on the clock here. Elsa, our climber.
So Elsa being our only Indonesian representative from for this final, this Open Women's final. Let's see if the Indonesian climbing scene can pull up to this women's floor problem and really show us what it's all about.
For the viewers watching, if you guys are checking out the live scores, remember these are provisional, they are not final. Our climbers are going to be double checking, rather our judges are going to be double checking the scores. Our climbers are going to be making appeals to see, to get the final scoring. So don't worry, these scores are not final. 1 minute left, Elsa is here making her way again. Let's see if she can find a static beta that works. Ooh. I'm wondering if it's meant to be like a paddle sort of move onto the right to get zone.
Again, this is Elsa's last problem of the day, of the comp. So she can just leave it all out there right now. Let's see how it goes for her. With less than 40 seconds, she will still hop on the wall, leave it all out there, really give it her all. Going for the pogo method again, matching, and just not able to hold that swing.
On the mats now for her third and fourth boulders. We have Shiki Manalastas on her fourth boulder and Joelle on her third. Like I said a while ago, Chiki is really fond of these power boulders. You can see she's having no difficulty at all coming into the first couple of moves. Practically horizontal here on the wall, but just losing the tension of the feet. Ooh, slip from Joelle here on the slab. She's giving a quick brush. Nailing zone on W4, our first one to get zone. Let's see how she can reach top. This is going to be huge if she can top this boulder. Oh! Hanging on with everything she has. She's screaming to the crowd. Great effort from Chiki Manalastas here, representing Adelaide, Australia. Let's do a quick camera change so we can see what Joelle is up to on the slab wall. 2 minutes 15 on the clock. Lots of time for us here. Joelle having a little bit of difficulty here on the slab.
Here Joelle trying to make the move just before the rail sequence, swapping her feet, really controlled. When I asked Joelle actually what her strengths were and what she wanted to see in the final, she actually told me it was a secret because she didn't want to jinx anything. So she didn't want anyone.
Let's see if we can talk to her after the comp and see if she can reveal what her hidden move was that she didn't want to see rather. Zone now for Joelle here. Let's see if she can top this boulder. We've seen a lot of our climbers struggle. 1 minute left. Can she nail it, nailing it on the wall.
Yeah, and when I asked her now what was her weakness, she actually said slab. So that was her on her weakness, just letting you guys all know. What's also interesting is when I asked her what she didn't want to see in the comp, she said she wants to see everything. She said, I want the setters to surprise me, because to her, everything will be difficult, and that's really the challenge she wants to pursue, like to have a hard time and really be able to push through it. And what's repeating in her head, let's see if it repeats throughout women's 4. She tells herself she's not tired, because to her, tired is a mindset. And here we have, if I'm not mistaken, Renee. So Renee is here on her last problem of the comp. Let's focus on her. Now we will only have one climber out on the mats at a time.
Renee on zone. We saw Chicky kind of breeze through the last couple of sequences, but the top hold is on the dual taxi side. Let's see if she's ready for it. Oh, just slipping out. I don't know how Chicky made it look so easy.
And Renee kind of fighting through those cramps a bit. Really like pushing her body to the limit on that last sequence. Let's see if she makes any adjustments. Let's see if she takes a step back and rest a bit with 2 minutes 55 reaching past the zone. From here on out, she will want a top.
Two minutes 40, Renee taking a second to shake off the pump. Being a Red Bull athlete must be such an honor. Like, you just put on a Red Bull jersey and everybody knows that you are locked in and that you are one of the best in your sport for your country. Let's see if Renee can show us why she has this Red Bull jersey.
Not just Red Bull jersey, if you actually take a close look at her leggings, those are Red Bull leggings as well. So definitely sporting that Red Bull logo. Let's see if she can do the Red Bull athlete thing and really put her life on the line on that last life on the line.
I hope not. So if you guys haven't figured it out yet, Renee is a Red Bull Malaysia athlete, which is why she's sporting their colors.
Not looking too comfortable on these crimps though, trying to cross into the second to the last, opting for the bump, then she'll bring the left hand in, and then she'll go for that last move. Those feet are okay. They are not great, but they're okay. And pops off.
A little dry fire from her left hand there, which is a crimp that was giving her a hard time a while ago. 1 minute and 25, still a lot of time for her to do one more attempt with a bit of rest. I hope she gives that crimp a little bit of a brush. Having used those holds myself and climbed on those holds, I hate them. They get really slippery, they get really grimy. It's really just not that great, and definitely an intentional choice by our setters here to really challenge our climbers, even on the last boulder.
So Renee here taking her time, looking at the clock, really just going at it now. She knows what she has to do, and she knows she doesn't have many more attempts to do it. So here, I think we'll see her bump to the next crimp pretty quickly, rather than linger on this crimp she knows isn't that good. Getting a left toe under, and she's just running out of gas.
10 seconds left on the clock here. I think this might be it for Renee. Bit of a bow to the crowd here. Bringing on to the mats, Aika Dizon. Aika falling on her first attempt, trying to span into this first green hold.
Yeah, so when I asked Aika what her weakness was, I don't remember actually if I mentioned, but she said it was route reading. So here we've noticed a few different athletes going for a few different methods, including this one here. So let's see what she decides. She's, again, a very intuitive climber, trying to figure it out by feeling things out. But the problem with that is you burn energy, you burn time. So let's see if she can figure out before she loses either one. Again, this is the last boulder after a brutal semis round yesterday and a pretty difficult, brutal round here today. Here she is trying to test the waters, looking to span it, but it looks a bit far, just a bit out of reach. And here she is hopping back on, looking around, trying to find a toe hook, and now a heel hook. Most of the other girls opted for a left. Okay, and she makes it work. Let's see what she adjusts here. Going for the campus, and she spins out just a bit. Not able to find that right foot in a way that can comfortably just stop her momentum. 2 minutes left on the clock, and she just walks back, getting ready to start it. Let's see what she opts for. She went for a toe this time, opting for a similar, but still slightly different beta, but pinging off that first flat hold. And at this point, you're really just running on reserves, running on adrenaline, running on pure grit. Let's see if Aika can get it done with just that. And here she is being called down by one of the judges, I think. I feel like she didn't properly establish her right foot, kind of just hovering instead of properly tapping. Let's see if that affects her mental going into this, one of her last attempts. I feel like maybe 2 or 3 attempts at most at this point. Let's see. She just has to leave it all here. Let's see if she can cut loose into this next move. Bumping her hands a bit higher, but what that does is it throws you out to the right, but able to find a bit of a toe hold, but not able to maintain the tension enough to get to that zone hold. Yeah, let's see how that affects things. Right now, she's racking up a few attempts, and right now, still no zone.
30 seconds left here. I don't know if this is enough for Aika to close out this boulder. As the last one though, she is going to fight until the last second. See if she can manage in zone. Opting for a dynamic beta. And just barely making it. 10 seconds left. I think that's it. Small waves in crowd. And let's bring on to the mats now Lisa Vidal from Cebu.
Lisa, one of the crowd favorites, not just the crowd favorite, but if we hop onto the chat, I'm sure we'll see many supportive messages towards Lisa. And here she is starting women's 4. Opting for the toe hook, looking up, went for the right hand instead of most people's left. Keeping the left hand on the start hold, that's the first we've seen that, I think. But let's see how she gets in the zone. Locking off really hard, losing the foot, getting it back on. And just pinging off. The right foot just not that good for any of these. I feel like that foot is deceptively bad. It might be big, but it's at the worst angle you could put it at.
3 minutes on the clock here for Lisa. again, that flexibility of hers and the tension throughout her entire body working in her favor.
But she's changing it up now. Earlier she just cuts loose, but earlier her left hand was on that start hold. Here she is opting to toe hook it, but again, very different from her last attempt.
Again, sliding off of that right volume. From the camera angle, it might not look that sloped, but it actually is really on the negative side. So like tension on the feet is crucial here for our climbers. Maybe a little brush, we don't know.
Yeah, I mean, very likely that angle change from essentially just being a smear is probably around 15 degrees, so really not that much more. There's no edge to it, so you really can't catch on anything. It's just pure tension. Lisa going for a more dynamic beta. I guess she didn't like her first attempt, wherein you had to really just pull hard and reach for the zone, trusting that foot won't slip. I guess you're just not liking that.
We saw all of our other athletes before Lisa who managed that move, basically doing it statically. So maybe that's actually the key here, is the tension on the right foot. So when you rock over to the right side, it should be fine.
With 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock, Lisa really looking at the problem from all angles, trying to figure out what exactly will work best. Taking a step back, taking a deep breath before hopping right back on to get the work done. Let's see if she can. Changing her beta once more, getting that toe hook. There we go, back to what she figured earlier. Here she is, swinging into the foothold, trying to get that right hand on the zone. Looking a bit frustrated, looking a bit tired, actually.
35 seconds on the clock here. Lisa knows she's short for time. Let's hope she can manage her zone here just to get some points on the board. Really close with the dynamic beta. Maybe if she just had a bit more time, 10 seconds left.
But again, this zone is extremely important because right now the difference between second and third place is really just a zone. But with that, there's not enough time for Lisa, and she'll wave goodbye to the crowd.
Big round of applause here for Lisa. Let's call onto the mats our last climber. We have Joelle Shea. Straight away, seeing the toe hook and the static move. Let's see how she goes about this. Jumping into the right hand zone, similar to what Lisa was doing. Let's see if she figures out the static beta for this instead.
While I do think this method is significantly more difficult, I don't think it's impossible. Very likely on that first long green hold, you'll have to kind of swing on it, not so much pull into the zone. But it's really all about that foot. That foot is terrible. So let's see what Joelle opts for here. Again, making it work.
Pulling herself up rather than to the right is kind of what made this move work. Only on her third attempt, let's see, with 2 minutes, topping the boulder with just a couple of attempts. That's it for Joelle Shea.
And I think that just basically secures Joelle's first place. I feel like she was already secured before she topped that, and now, like, uncontested, she is just in first position with a score of probably like 98.8.
99, it looks like. So Joelle is our only athlete to top all 4 boulders. Again, I'm going to reiterate that the scores, the live scores are not final. So they are going to be subject to change. If there are appeals or lapses in judgment or in score calculating. So please wait for the final results before deciding for yourselves who wins and who doesn't. Thank you to all of our athletes. Really, really insane effort from everyone. I'm sure this is probably peak climbing that we've seen today so far. We're gonna go into a quick setting break as we prepare for men's open finals later at 6:45. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll be back in a bit. Oh, sorry. Open men's finals at 5 p.m. So we see you guys then. Thank you guys so much.
Hello guys, welcome back to the Rocka Manila Sea Boulder League Open Men's Finalists. We will be welcoming in our Open Finalists, our Open Men's Finalists.
We have our 8 climbers from semis, top 8 climbers from semis here at the finals today. 6 Singaporean climbers, 1 Cambodian climber, and 1 Thai climber, all here today, repping their countries and their home gyms. Let's see what our route setters have cooked up. We're gonna enter observation period in a moment, which is a period where our climbers are able to look at the boulders they're going to be climbing. The 4 boulders are going to be climbing in finals. And the head route setter, Brandy, is going to be walking them through what they're going to be experiencing.
Yeah, so again, before the round started, we interviewed some of the climbers. So Pepe, on your side of the climbers, what is like the average years of climbing experience? Because on my side, it's around 11 years average climbing experience.
Around the same. 14 years, 13 years, 13 years, 7 years being the least amount of years. So that averages around like 12, 11 as well. A lot of them also quite young, 27 years old up to 19. These climbers definitely have years of experience under their belt. Don't let their age fool you. But these climbers, we just changed camera angles. These climbers deserve to be here. They know what they're doing. They've shown time and time again that they are meant to be at the top of the top.
Okay, with 1 minute left on observation, the men's are looking at the first problem. It looks to be the very crimpy style. So here we have like a big move into a single hand crimp catch. So we're kind of gonna see how these climbers decide to approach it, you know, like whether they want to go with the left hand, go with the right hand. Very likely, sequence-wise, it looks like you're supposed to go with the right hand. You can see one of the competitors there jumping, trying to get a peek on how good that hold really is before they plan to fully commit to it. Looks like a pretty straightforward, hard pulling boulder.
So again, for the observation period, our climbers are allowed to mainly just look at the holds. They can touch the starting holds, but nothing else. They're not allowed to establish at the start. So the most they can do is feel out what the starting holds are like and get a glimpse of what the rest of the problem is going to be. Climbers now moving on to their second boulder, which is this red one here in the middle of our comp wall. Looks like we have our climbers starting with these 2 big macros, coming into this 2-volume setup, looking to be like what Pico and I predicted to be a campus 180 into the right side, followed by what might be a bat hang.
So what kind of gives that away? Well, first is that there's no footholds. Again, kind of evident also by the amount of blockers. So at this level of climbing, we're quite at a very elite level. These guys climbing some crazy things we might not be even able to fathom. There's a lot of smiles on their faces. I had not seen many of these competitors. I competed alongside them. Most of them not cracking a smile, but seeing this move, kind of smiling. So on my end of the interview, so the 4 I interviewed, what they actually wanted was a challenge. They did not want anything to come easy. If I asked them what they wanted to see, they were talking about very specific moves. But when I talked about what they didn't want to see, they said they wanted to see it all.
Damn. Goes to show how hungry our competitors are to climb, and secondly to win. Climbers here taking a closer look where they're going to be holding. Again, a lot of these climbers are from Singapore. From the ones I talked to, they all climb at the same gym, BFF, in Singapore. So these guys all know each other. This is probably not too different from a regular climbing session with the boys. You can see them sharing beta here. On the screen, we have JP Verisil talking to his, well, technically opponent.
Okay, with 8 seconds left, they will be moving to the next boulder. So here we have the slab, men's 3. They'll be transitioning there soon. One thing to note about this slab is there's not a lot to see. There are no holds, just a lot of volumes, 2 macros and 2 jibs, and that start is higher than any of the competitors' heads right now.
You'd think the route setters were saving on holds and volumes when they came up with this boulder, because 1, 2, 3, 5 volumes and 4 holds to make up this boulder. There's more signage on the ceiling than there are holds on the wall.
Yeah, like so far there's more tape on the wall than there is holds. So this is like one of those boulders that's kind of hard to fathom until you kind of see someone with that level of experience start to climb it. So one thing that is really, really fun about this comp, this final here, is this is a level we are not used to seeing locally. So we're very excited to see how all these boulders go, how these climbers, these elite level climbers, we have some World Cup climbers in this final here. Let's see how they approach these climbs, which will not be giveaways. So let's see what happens with the second half after the zone happening basically at the top of the wall the entire way through.
Again, just want to highlight the weight of this league. This is the 3rd leg of the C Boulder League. The last 2, which were in Kuala Lumpur and in Indonesia, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Indonesia. Malaysia and Indonesia. So these climbers, a lot of them also have competed in the last 2 legs. For the ones I interviewed, it's their first time in finals. Some of them, their second or third time in finals. So again, these guys are cream of the crop, top of the hill. You know, they work to be here, and it really shows. But it also shows that our setters are not pulling any punches. Moving on now to our 4th boulder. As a regular here at the Bouldering Hive Makati, it's our first time seeing the cube being used in a finals problem, much less in an open category boulder. So the boulder is so long, it starts from a different section and extends into a 3rd section. Like, it covers 3 panels, basically.
When I was talking to some of the competitors, some of these finalists, and I asked them what they wanted to see, 2 of them did mention a lache, and here it is, exactly right there. So coming from the, I wouldn't even call it the cube anymore. It's kind of that, like, we never put any holds there these days. But from the zone, you're going from the essentially the arch of the cube onto the comp wall at, well, like 2 meters off the ground. You're gonna be doing a lache onto a volume. So many of these competitors, with the level actually of coordination they're used to, this might be a cakewalk more than anything. Looking at the problem, I was not thinking they would struggle too much, but obviously we have to see. It will be the 4th boulder. The start is definitely quite physical, but I'm excited to see what these climbers have to show.
It's reminiscent a little bit of during, I think it was Asian Cup. One of the Japanese setters or Singaporean setters set lache on the like a cat. What do you call that move in parkour? Cat grab. Basically jumping from one wall onto the cube. And one of our local setters, Randy, had a really bad fall on it and landed on his back onto the mats from the jump. This is during Asian Cup a couple years ago. And Randy's favorite part of the story is he ended up coughing up blood from that fall. And hopefully we don't see anything like that happening in our comp today. I'm sure, these athletes are in tip-top shape. That's it, I think, for our observation period. Our climbers have taken in whatever they can from the boulders that we have here.
So very likely the round will be starting soon. So let's see what we're waiting for. But after this, we're going to be seeing our first competitor onto the mat very soon. It seems like our setters are having a little meeting beforehand.
Documentation. Why is it like Randy, Dennis, and Una didn't get the memo that they need to wear like a print shirt?
I actually have a few shirts like that I could have lent them.
Yeah, I don't own anything like that. I'm wearing the tech team shirt. I guess they didn't get the memo. On the screen right now is our route setting team, the men and the women behind the genius that is on the walls right now. Of course, the show that we've been putting on, or rather the climbers have been putting on, wouldn't be possible with the hard work that our local and international route setters are putting in for us here today. They've been setting for the last 4 or 5 days, and I think the effort that they put in really shows.
Yeah, so they're actually capping off, I think, their 7th day of work. Today will be their 7th day, starting Monday last week. They've just been working straight to put on the show that climbers are giving us. So these are the minds, the work, and the body behind these climbs you guys have appreciated in the last 2 days.
What did I say? Oh, it's Alina's birthday. I forgot. So Alina is our setter from Austria, and she was the I think head setter for the novice and intermediate round of climbing. It's her birthday today, so happy birthday to Alina. Where's this dude? Oh, he's one of the setters. Sorry, I'm just joking. Blocking camera. We'll switch our cameras to M1 so we can get the show started. The climbers will be coming out real soon. Let's make sure that nobody is blocking the camera once we come out. Oh shit, my phone! Hold it.
Yeah, so soon enough we're gonna have our first climber out. This is ERP? Yeah, ERP, or Emmanuel Ryan Paul. He's gonna give us a quick view of like what exactly there is to expect from this first boulder. Let's see. Anything can happen in a final. It's just another round, so we get to see how he does, what he does to approach this first round. And the lights are off, meaning the spotlights will come on soon, and we are gonna be able to appreciate that first boulder. Let's get ready.
We'll be bringing out onto the mats now our first climber from Singapore, ERP. Yeah. We have around 160 people in the chat right now, or rather watching our live stream right now. Say some words, make some noise in the chat for our climbers here today. Let us know who you're cheering for and who you want to see win. Let us know where you're watching from as well.
Yeah, anyways, we might as well take this opportunity to kind of explain how this round will go for anyone who's just tuning in now. So ERP coming out now, he is qualified for finals in the 8th position, meaning he got 8th position in semifinals, so he comes out first. And the climber who qualified in first position will be coming out last.
ERP, 27-year-old from Singapore. He's been climbing for 13 years. Home gym, BFF climbing in Singapore. Establishing the start now and moving into this block crimp here on this big volume. Sticking the move now on this crimp on the second attempt and heading straight into the zone. They didn't seem to struggle too much on this boulder. Let's see if the hard part comes after the zone. Smearing his left foot on nothing, essentially. Stepping over his left now. And a quick top with 2 attempts. I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of sends in this boulder. ERP joined the other legs of the comp of C-League as well, the other 2 rounds. But I think this is his first time reaching finals.
Yeah, but like, he made that look easy, but looks can be deceiving. Again, let's like throw back to Novice women's finals, qualifying in the last position. She got first, so he might have had an easy time, but it doesn't mean it's an easy route.
On the mats with us now is Jinsi Ho. He's 19, one of the youngest from our finalists on Open Men. He's been climbing for 7 years, just around the same amount. I think also on the lower end of amount of time climbed. Also from Singapore, also BFF is his home gym. So a lot of these climbers, like I said, all come from the same gym. Yep. Second attempt as well, if I'm not mistaken, no?
Yeah, so this is his second attempt so far, opting to go with the right-hand beta more so than the ERP's left hand into a swap. But again, like I said, the second attempt from ERP not necessarily setting the stage for everyone else. This is not necessarily an easy boulder, and Jinsi is like having to kind of, well, right now think, not so much fight, to figure out how exactly he wants to navigate this M1 boulder.
2 minutes 50 on the clock now. Jin setting up again to move in. He placed 16th in the Kuala Lumpur leg of C-League, but here he is now a finalist, placing 7th currently from semis. He describes himself as a dynamic climber, so this boulder doesn't necessarily display his skill set on that end, but you can see how strong he is hanging onto this crimp here with his hand.
So it seems to me he's just lacking a bit of that accuracy he had on that second go. But again, it has something to do with the beta he decided to go for. With ERP's beta, going up with that left hand puts his body in a good position to really weight that left foot, more so than here going with the right hand where you kind of rock over onto that, twist your body out left, but here he is making it work again, making his way easily again to the zone. Let's see. So ERP decided to go smear from here, but Jinsi not really able to just swing his left foot out left. Yeah, let's see how it goes.
Quick real break. Break. 1 minute 30 on the clock here for Jin.
But that's what I mean right here is like the experience coming through, really taking his time to take a step back, not standing in front of the start, taking a real step back. There he is, locking in that first move, kind of getting it more consistently this time, crossing into the next hold, but well, it looks a lot more difficult than ERP made it seem. There he is, getting through to that first move again. Swinging his left foot, trying to just hold on to that crimp. Again, these crimps might look a bit big on your screen, but I promise you, these are not good. And the wall not vertical with that slight overhang really adds a lot. Trying to bump his left hand, but with 8 seconds left, I don't think he'll get more than his own here.
Choosing to step out and save his time and save his energy. We're going to bring onto the mats our next climber, Yanfai Hui from Cambodia. Yanfai is the only climber, I think, from this leg of C-League to come from Cambodia. Yanfai is 22, turning 22 years old this year, and he's been climbing for 13. So you guys do the math. This guy's been climbing since he was really young, really a kid.
He's opting again for a similar beta to Jin. Let's see if it works for him or if he decides to change it up a bit.
He loves a crimpy problem. He wanted a crimpy start. This is kind of what he was asking for. You can see here, his finger strength is insane. He's just doing a full one-arm lock-off without feet on the wall. Why isn't he using his feet? Jesus Christ, he's still locked off. Oh my God. I just lost all sense of commentating there. That was an insane display of finger strength.
I feel like if you don't climb, that looked really impressive, and if you do climb, that looked extra impressive because there was no way anyone who has been climbing can do that easily. And here he is pacing around with 3 minutes left on the clock. Kind of maybe that took a bit out of him. Let's see what happens.
I don't know. I believe in his finger strength and I believe in his love for crimps. I'm sure he can pull it off again. Hopefully this time using his feet.
And I don't think those feet options are terrible. Surely the tension involved isn't easy, but it can't be harder than campusing through this crimp sequence. There he is, holding that one-arm lock-off, fighting to keep his feet on, and popping. Almost evident that he does like his crimps. So let's see what he opts for after this zone hold.
We had ERP smearing and coming into a cross. Let's see if Yanfai can pull this off as well. Cross it, bumping, similar to what Jin was doing a while ago. 2 minutes on the clock, still a lot of time, maybe a 30-second rest before stepping back on. Danny, one of our hosts, asking Pico if that's his style, and Pico's just cringing and shaking his head no.
I only like running.
Hell, Danny asking if I can do it. Hell no. I can't even board climb.
For a good frame of reference, there is no way, even if you gave me 2 hours, that I could do this properly. So, I mean, that just goes to show you the level these athletes go to. Here he is, really showing off that he has learned the movement, looking a lot more comfortable, but here he's going to try to kick out and really hang on that zone. But let's see, he's feeling out for that smear. Maybe in his next go, with 1 minute on the clock, he might explore that option, but let's see if he still has gas in those hands, because that tank on the crimp engine might be running low, no?
After ERP sent this on his second try, I predicted that we'll see a lot of tops in this boulder. I think I might be mistaken, at least for our last 2 climbers seem to be struggling quite a bit on these. Yanfai shaking off his hands. Oh, bro, he's a dynamic climber.
I feel like part of what kind of misled us to believing that this boulder might be doable, if not easy, was ERP is actually hoping for more dynamic style bouldering. So the fact that he found the crimp line not too difficult, I mean, I don't want to speak for him and say that he didn't find it difficult, but he made it look easy is what I wanted to say.
10 seconds left. Yanfai not giving it a rest. Let's see if he can progress past this zone hold in 5 seconds. Opting to cross, it seems too close to time. Yanfai walking out. We'll be bringing in our 4th climber here today. Also from Singapore, PJ Paul Verusil.
So Paul actually is here coming right before his brother. So after Paul finishes his climb, he will actually be we'll be having 2 simultaneous climbers on the wall at the same time. Paul making quick work of the zone hold. Very strong in his fingers. This guy's well known for his moonboarding. Making quick work of the top. A quick flash for Paul.
So yeah, that's a flash for Paul Verso in the 30 seconds since his time started. Putting him in the lead easily. Just 1 attempt apart from ERP. As Pico mentioned, PJ, at least I spoke to PJ. When I learned about PJ the first time, his claim to fame was having finished all of the moonboard benchmarks. But here we are we have his older brother Gerald climbing alongside ERP. Is it the other way around? How old's Paul? How old's Gerald?
I'm not sure, but he said he called Paul is too.
Oh, okay, well, there you have it. Alongside Gerald is ERP.
So here we get to see ERP on the first move of M2, facing the crowd, giving the crowd a little face. We get to see for the first time M2 and ERP making his way to the zone. Let's see, he's just hanging on his grip, campusing to the zone, makes it to the zone on his first attempt. This does not look easy, but he is getting it done. Gerald falls on his first attempt, but here we get to focus on ERP, getting his left foot up, fighting for that top hold. Let's see what happens here. Clutching right under the volume with his left foot up, looking, fighting and missing. Let's see if he has gas in the tank for one more go after that beautiful attempt.
Telling the crowd to relax a little bit. Meanwhile, Gerald reaching the zone here. Let's see if he can nail the cross into kick, just missing the volume by a little bit. Maybe reading a little bit too dynamic of a beta. Let's see. ERP placing 8th in semis, but giving us an amazing show here despite placing 8th. Again, your placements in semis don't affect how you perform in finals, and you can see the proof here with ERP.
Gerald, been climbing for 12 years, considers Boulder Planet as his home gym. He actually is here to defend his title, placing first in the first leg of the sea bouldering, was not able to in the second leg. But here he is trying to make some work happen on the first boulder to defend that championship. Gerald's been to more comps than he can count. He's been to some World Cups, World Champs, Asian Champs. He's been to it all. So Gerald with a lot of experience. Let's see what he can do on these boulders to try to figure out how to get to this top and how to defend his title.
1 minute 30 on the clock. Gerald breezing through the bottom section of this boulder. ERP taking some time to rest, which I think is good. I don't think multiple attempts on a boulder of this caliber is worth it. You can see him off screen here looking up at the boulder, thinking how he's going to be reaching the last hold.
So I really think that's his experience showing. ERP, knowing he was at the last move on his first attempt, only attempts it a second time. Here he is establishing, going for that right hand, holding it, spinning into that crimp. 1 minute beeps, matching the crimp. Let's see what he does here. He campuses one more time to the zone.
Let's see if ERP can pull through and if he's found the solution to the last move. Earlier we had him left foot up and reaching over. Let's see if he can just find a better position and find it in him to extend the extra inch to get up there. Fighting for his life to keep that on. Yes, let's go. ERP asking for it from the crowd. Asking for it from the crowd. An instant fan favorite, ERP. We look here now at Gerald with 10 seconds left on the clock. I think he's going to wave it out. Amazing energy from the crowd. What on earth did I just witness?
So Gerald not finding any success on that first boulder, but that zone might be important considering we haven't seen everyone top it, so might not be as impactful as we want. So coming up is Alex Ho on his first boulder, and we get to see Jin C on the second boulder. Let's try to find out, because again, ERP might make things look easy, but that doesn't mean they are. So we get to see Jin on this problem. Let's see how he can get it done. Holding.
Jin C again from Singapore. Jin considers himself a very dynamic climber.
So Alex, he's been climbing for 13 years. He actually says he likes all the styles. He wanted to try everything. So Alex is mainly a setter. He does not compete too often these days. So I think this is his first comp of the season. He has not joined any previous C Boulder leagues. Let's try to see. Holding that left foot stab onto the volume. Let's see if he can bring his right hand in to this next crimp. I am actually not sure. He is matching, crossing and falling. Very close. He likes physical power style, so M2 might suit his style, but maybe M1, let's see if he can get anything done. What he was hoping to see was anything hard. That was the move he wanted to see. He wanted to have a hard time and he wanted to fight to get that win or to get that podium. So here we got to see Jinzi again trying another style, just missing that hold. Again, so many blockers on this problem. Trying to remember where exactly he has to put that hand so he can get it in the good spot. That muscle memory just on the ground, trying to build that memory so that he can get it when he gets on the wall.
We have again on Boulder 2, Jin Si-ho falling off. How is ERP making this look so easy? I'm never gonna be able to understand. Yeah, chat going crazy about ERP's last top. Our climbers here again, taking a deep breath.
But what's beautiful about the 4 problem format is anything can happen. Those 2 tops mean a lot for ERP, but it doesn't mean everything. The other competitors can still come back, and it's all about fighting until the end. But ERP getting so much energy from his audience, from the crowd, from the hype. Let's see if in this last minute, Alex and Jinzi can find anything in them to make that zone, make that top. With 50 seconds left on the clock, it looks like they're taking their time before they hop back on for these last attempts.
Alex getting a little progress here, but 20 seconds left. Let's see if he's gonna try once more. I don't think he sees the clock. 10 seconds left on the clock here. I think Jin is going to wave it here. Good effort from both our athletes. Let's welcome onto the mats now Poksakon Chotikrai from Thailand and Yanfai Hui on his second boulder.
So Poksakon, he's a very smiley guy. Like, he was joking around with me a lot during their interview. He's 23 years old, but been climbing for 10 of those years. Hopping right onto the M1. Let's see how he can do. He was actually excited for some coordination moves, so this might not be exactly what he wanted from M1, but M2 is exactly what he's hoping for, a 360 move. He wants to look at the crowd, he wants them to give him energy, so I hope he can keep that energy up from M2 all the way to the end of his round.
Yanfai here on his second attempt, and Poksakon here reaching zone on his second as well. See if he can reach this volume that a lot of our athletes are having a difficult time landing. Cross into a kick, but just slipping out of the crimps when he needs to hang on the most.
Honestly, the movement on M1 kind of reminded me of Alex Honnold's karate kick. Kind of iconic movement if you watch Free Solo.
Only difference is the stakes are not as high as Free Solo. Yanfai back on immediately, while Poksakon takes a minute to breathe. A blind catch around the volume, definitely not as easy as ERP made it seem. Let's see if our athletes can figure out what to do. Yanfai just barely hand over the hold that he needs. Meanwhile, Poxakon again back where he fell.
It looked like he could do it 4 more times. And the campus like this, I'm like, oh my god.
So Yanfai, actually what's quite interesting to look at is how he starts the problem with there are 2 holds, one with 3 tapes and one with 1, each indicating a limb. He does start with both hands on the single tape and then just taps. So that's a completely valid way. And for him, it provides a bit more stability before he continues his movement. Yeah, let's try to wait for these athletes to get on again. So Yanfai giving it another go.
1 minute 40 on the clock. Yanfai still not finding where that handhold is. Because it's so blind, of course, it's tricky to position yourself in a way that allows you to grab the hold right exactly where you need it. Ooh, a little bit more purchase. You see him miming what move he needs to be making. 1 minute 20. Poxakon here, reaching zone once more, opting to karate kick out and cross at the same time. I'm wondering if that's the appropriate beta that he's going to be going with. 1 minute 10 left.
And I feel like that's his style coming out. He does enjoy the coordination style. So even in this crimpy-ish boulder, kind of showing off how the personality of these climbers come out. And Yanfai kind of making a bit of progress, but again, still no zones for Yanfai on this boulder. And Poxakon sticking the move, going to the top, and he has to match it. He brings it in, and it's a top for Poxakon.
A couple attempts, but he got there in the end with 40 seconds left. Meanwhile, Yanfai progressing a little bit on the catch, but unfortunately with 30 seconds on the clock, I'm not so sure if this is enough time for him to reach zone. Let's change the cameras really quick so we can focus on our friend Yanfai here. 20 seconds.
And he's just not finding the good bit of that hold. Giving it one more go with the 10 seconds on the clock. Maybe he thinks he can make the zone in this time, and maybe he might. Let's see. And with no more time, he'll have to go back to isolation.
Round of applause from the crowd here for Yanfai. Meanwhile, we'll bring on into the mats Desky Zulfi and PJ Verusil on the second boulder. Desky quickly became a crowd favorite yesterday after the semi-final round. You can see him smiling and laughing at the wall and kind of riling the crowd up. Let's see if he can keep that energy up as he approaches this challenging M1.
So I'm sure Desky right now feeling really good about climbing from yesterday. Let's see if he can bring that energy to this round today. Again, we've seen that these boulders are not easy, that there's still a bit of a fight even after ERP kind of walked through them. So let's see, PJ, also one of the ones who was able to finish the first boulder. Let's see how he does on this second one.
Both our climbers struggling a little bit on the first move. It did take our other athletes a bit to figure out what works and what doesn't.
So Desky's actually started climbing 16 years ago, but 6 of those years he took a break. So he totaled it down to 10 years of climbing. So let's see how those 10 years go. PJ trying a little more campus beta, looks a little more physical, but Desky making through this first move. Let's see. Maybe he kicks out being one of the longer climbers. Maybe he can reach that volume, but not looking too fond of that. Kind of crossing in, but not able to make it work.
PJ now staticking the first move. Managing to control that swing. Facing the crowd. Opting to match, similar to what ERP did. Is he going to campus up, or is he going to keep this high left foot? Earlier I was talking to PJ, he was in the middle of his stretching routine and his mobility is quite the sight to see. Trying to squeeze himself between both of these volumes, is it going to work? A little bit exhausting, I see, but I assume he's tried a couple of things, he's figured out what works. Meanwhile, we have Desky making his way towards zone. Is he going to make this kick out and cross move simultaneously? Getting a little bit closer, just needing to bring his hips up a little bit more so that his left foot sticks at the same time as his right hand. Brushing the hold after the zone a little bit while PJ rests.
And PJ also taking some time to brush. Again, we're kind of hitting the middle of the competitor list, so some of these the chalk kind of building up on some of these holds, especially those start holds. So fun fact about Desky, he looks up to Medji, so that should be pretty cool. He did join the first 2 legs of bouldering, landing for 13th and 4th. So he did make finals in the second leg, but was a bit short on the first one.
Cutting over to PJ here, locking down the sequence for the first couple of moves. His face looks full of concentration. Finally figuring out the bat hang beta. That, with 1 minute left, is it enough? Is this toe hooking precise enough to pull on in order to match that volume? Opting out with 50 seconds left, saving his energy. I'm not sure if that counts as zone, but he did seem to use it. Zone has to be touched with the hand? Interesting. New information to me. We're gonna move to Desky here with 30 seconds left. Let's see if he manages to make his way. Waving out to the crowd, who walks off. We're gonna just welcome in our next set of climbers.
So we're, I think, finally going to be able to see M3, correct? So the upper half, so we're going to be starting with Gerald. We'll be starting on M2. We will see ERP, today's crowd favorite, on M3. So we get a first glimpse of how easy or how hard he makes this look. So right now he must be feeling great. He was able to save a lot of energy with how quickly he made work of M1 and M2. Let's see if that difference in energy is the difference of the podium for M3. Here our spotlight is coming in. And there's a little bit of a delay if I'm not mistaken. And they should be coming on.
On the mats now, ERP on our slab. Crowd going crazy for him. He's shown twice now what he can do. Can he execute this next boulder? On boulder 2, we have Alec. Is this Gerald? We have Gerald on boulder 2. I really like the difference in build between Gerald and JP. Both brothers. Gerald being the more bulky built one, and JP being the more light and toned one, I suppose.
And I do think this is also a nice little contrast between them. You can kind of see their styles coming out. PJ opting not to cut loose at all, and Desky starting the boulder for the first time, showing the crowd how it's done. And Gerald getting that first move on his second attempt.
ERP here now kicking out onto the screen hold on the slap attempt. Gerald making quick work of the match into this left foot. Let's see if he gets to bat hang this the way the set is intended. ERP chimneying his way up on this volume in the screen hold. Gerald canvassing the move similar to what ERP did a while ago. Let's see if he can execute and send this boulder.
I'm not sure if you saw, but did you see his face kind of huff? Like, that might have been the most effort I've seen him put in any of these rounds so far. Here, kind of looking for where to put his foot. That mobility showing, but all of that weight is on his right hand. Desky falls.
That's ERP. That's ERP. ERP and Gerald falling similar at the same time. But both of them already seem to have unlocked whatever it is that's stopping them from sending this boulder. Hopefully in their next attempt we see them sending that. ERP taking a moment to sit down and stretch his legs. Gerald looking up at the boulder and trying to read it as best as you can. Let's take a peek at our chat to see what's happening. Electrifying commentating, Pico and Pepe, keep it up. Thank you, Diane, for tuning in from the Philippines. ERP back on, establishing the start, kicking out his right foot here now. Chimney sequence.
If I'm not mistaken, that zone hold is a no texture hold. So ERP opting for a heel hook. Very, very hard to pull off because I don't know if any of you noticed, but his shoes are slip-on, and Gerald here making quick work again of that first sequence.
1 minute 20 left on the clock. Gerald unlocked. What the hell was that? giving the crowd a bit of a show. I don't know if you can hear the cheering with how much he's locked in here. What a show. Hey, he definitely feels the crowd cheering for him. The energy here is crazy.
I think that is actually a perfect time to mention what he says is what he loves about competing here is the people. He loves being here, he loves hearing the cheers, and he loves the support. What he actually told me during his interview was that it is more fun in the Philippines.
Classic tagline, which is ERP falling here again on the slab. No zone for him. Gerald's been hanging on here for a hot minute. 20 seconds left, a very nice rest position. Biding his time, trying to shake out the pump for his last ditch effort. ERP calling it there. Let's see. One last pull for Gerald here with 10 seconds on the clock. Ooh, falling off. Great effort from him and ERP as well. But let's bring out our next climber.
So far, actually, he's the only other climber other than ERP to make the zone. So while it may be a bit sad that we didn't see a top there, that is actually a very impactful considering how this round has gone so far.
On the mats, and now we have Alex Ho and Jin Si Ho. They have the same last name. Are they related? I didn't get to ask that. Anyway. What a fight. Yes. Thank you, Danny. Jin sizing up the slab boulder. Oops. While we have Alex reading out the first sequence.
Opting to kind of canvas through that start sequence. Dropped his legs back down. He did not like that foothold. Almost finding it. Actually, Jin not looking too comfortable in the start position, but he does find that right foot. Let's see. So far, we haven't seen a zone on M3. This might be it. So far, he hasn't used it, so...
Again, usage of the zone hold is what determines if it counts as a point or not. Sorry, that's my foot. Jin here, trying to make his way up, mantling on the volumes, but not managing to stick it.
So Alex taking some time to really brush these holds. Especially with the beta, he's kind of opting for very powerful in the hands. So he really needs all that contact he can get. Jin, I'm not too sure if he goes awarded that zone, but I guess we'll see in a bit. Really biding his time. Let's see what happens here. Alex opting to campus, holding it very close to holding it.
The scores are on the screen. Again, these are provisional. They are not final. You have ERP in first with 2 tops, Paul in second with 1 top, and Pok Sakon with 1 top as well. Again, provisional. Not all of our climbers have climbed, so these will change eventually. Jin again on M3, right back where he fell off a while ago. Wiping his hands on his pants, trying to get the sweat off. Coming all the way down. Oof. Campusing a slab?
That last volume, the third volume, is actually quite bad. So let's try to see if we can figure out a way from here to mantle onto these volumes.
Campusing a slab. I think it's the first time I've seen that. 1 minute on the clock here. Both our climbers still in the process of figuring out what they want to do, or rather, what the boulder wants them to do. Finally nailing the dynamic 180, followed by another 180, making it a full 360. 37 seconds left on the clock.
Alex, quite quickly glancing to the clock, making his way up this problem. I think this might be his last go that he can really do. Not looking too comfortable on that crimp, but he finds his way to that underclaim.
20 seconds left here. Can he make it? He's taking a peek at the clock, trying to find if he has another try. Jin brushing the holds. I think maybe just for the next guy. 7 seconds left here. We need to see Alex make a move. That's it for both our climbers.
So let's welcome back. On M3 will be Yanfai. And on M2, he might like this one. There's Bongsalon. So Bongsalon actually mentioned to me he wanted to see a 360. I'm not too sure if this entirely counts as a 360, but he definitely gets to face the crowd, which I feel like will energize him a lot. Let's see if he can get this on his first go.
Yanfai coming up on the slab here. Still haven't established a start technically. Now he's good to go. He's established a start, all 4 points on that volume. Reaching out with the right hand instead of kicking out like the way our other competitors have done so before. A bit of his not his anti-style I'd say, but he does prefer crimps. Both these boulders, the slab boulder rather, not really having either of the things he's looking for.
I think he should be awarded the zone there. He reached towards the zone with his left hand and was able to shift his right hand. Let's see, we have not seen actually the sequence past the zone, so I'm excited to figure out if anyone can figure it out. But Bongsalon here on M2, eyeing up that first hold. Again, it's a blind around the volume, but here he is, just really jamming his foot in that start position, holding it.
Semi-static. Oh shit, we got, oh sorry, I cursed. Yanfai on zone, bouncing on his feet here on the volumes. Excuse my language, is the surprise is, oh my god, what is happening? Bongsalon jamming himself in between both volumes. Taking a minute to rest here. What an insane display of athleticism from everyone. Yanfai standing straight up at the top of our slab wall while Bongsalon reaches zone. Will we see a top from both our climbers?
So much happening, Bongsalon popping off, but Yanfai making his way. This last volume is deceptively terrible. I looked at it from the side profile and there is nothing on that, but here he is making it look good.
One hand, two hands. Our first stop on M3 by Yanfai. Amazing effort there, amazing control and patience from Yanfai with 1 minute and 30.
So far, every boulder we've seen proved to be toppable, albeit
Please, when they're topping, can you switch to the topping and
the spread on the scoreboard is actually very, very wide. But we're not done here. We have still one competitor on the mat, someone to watch, someone to cheer, and he's giving it his all with 1 minute left on the clock. Again, with that left foot jamming in that start position, kind of swings out just a bit too much.
Exactly 1 minute left here for Bongsalon. It's kind of dialed down what the boulder is meant to be. Opting for a more static first move, similar to what what PJ did earlier. Great match on his hands here, so he can control this 180 move. Ooh, had a dropping himself once more. Actually fully horizontal here.
And with 30 seconds left on the clock, he will have to make quick moves on this top sequence. We saw earlier that it takes quite a while. Taking a quick peek at the crowd, taking a quick peek at the clock. With less than 20 seconds, he has to make a move here.
Trying to match the double crimp here and crossing his arms over. High stepping left foot, 6 seconds left on the clock. And popping out at the wrong moment. Quick wave at the crowd, and that's it for Bongsalon on this boulder. We'll bring out onto the mats now our next couple of climbers. We have Dusky and Paul PJ on his third boulder. We've seen Dusky pull some crazy moves yesterday during semis. Let's see if he can find the beta for this. Let me switch the cameras really quick so we can see what Paul is doing as well. Establishing the start with no problem whatsoever.
Both of these climbers established very quickly, and Desky looking at the crowd, giving him a little smile, asking him for a bit of energy, and here he is making a quick work towards the zone. Let's see if he can reach it, slipping a bit, pushing himself into these two volumes, and he makes it to the zone.
Desky, slow and steady, trying to keep control of his pump here. PJ falling off the slab just for now, right before the zone. We see a lot of our climbers resting here in this position, very similar to like a lead climber outdoors. It's quite entertaining. Let's see if this rest is enough for Desky to execute this boulder with 3 minutes.
But again, this is one of his first attempts, and he's doing so well. He's eyeing it up all the way from down here. Let's see what happens here. There's no way.
I want to see this!
Ooh, testing out a dynamic beta for the last move. I don't think it works. I don't think it works for Desky here. Meanwhile, PJ here making his way through the slab. We saw earlier how Yanfei chimneyed all the way up and actually used the zone hold despite it being Bulltex to pull his way up and over onto the volumes.
And Desky, I think, being one of our taller competitors, was not comfortable sneaking his left foot up onto the zone. So let's see how he figures. So Paul, not looking too comfortable in that position, drops down, takes a quick peek at the clock, looks back at the problem, trying to figure it out, trying to dissect everything he can possibly do. And with 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes on the clock, Desky looking like he's rearing up for another attempt. So let's see. And Paul back on the wall as well.
Slipping out of that dynamic move here. Meanwhile, PJ fully understanding the first sequence of moves. Oof, and kind of dynamically mantling onto these two volumes.
I actually saw the judges on M2 shift a bit as Desky established that first position. I think his left hand left that first hold before his right foot touched, so maybe we should keep an eye out for that. Again, false starts can actually be the difference between making a top and not. So with 1 minute left on the clock, let's see what happens here. Again, I think Desky did the similar thing where his right foot didn't touch before he moved his hands.
PJ here again. Despite it being slab, I'm sure this is PJ jumping down. I'm sure it's tiring to attempt over and over. Opting out at 30 seconds left, PJ is walked off. Desky, on the other hand, is still trying to nail that 180. Quick wave into the crowd, and he's off as well. 20 seconds left on the clock, but let's welcome in our next set of climbers.
So we will likely have a little break here while we remove some holds, if I'm not mistaken. Because we will actually be able to see ERP on the first climber on M4. M4 is something I don't think we've ever really seen or anything of like that here in Beehive. Well, here in the Philippines, actually, a move this high up, looking really risky. The kind of thing we usually regularly see kind of close to the mats, but with the climbers of this caliber, let's see what happens.
Short setting break for us here while our route setters take out some of the redundant boulders that are already finished. Again, our scores are live, but they are provisional. If you guys are curious as to what the score is, we'll show it really quickly, just for us to get an idea of who's in the lead and what's happening on the scoreboard. ERP in the lead still with 2. Let me see if I have to refresh this. Yeah, ERP is still 49.8 in the lead, followed by PJ with 35. Yanfai coming in third with 34.7. Poxacon in fourth with 34.0. Gerald Versil with 2 zones, 19.9, and Desky coming in last with 19.7 with 2 zones as well. Again, not over. 2 more boulders for us to climb, for the last 3 climbers to climb, rather. Let's see if this changes anything for them. ERP back on the mats here for his 4th boulder, alongside Gerald on his 3rd. Again, we have this mega boulder of sorts, starting from our cube and going straight onto the comp wall. Gerald establishing the start and setting up to make his way towards the green holds. Desky giving a look at these ERP, making his way on the ceiling of the cube.
Yeah, so ERP establishing, kind of compressing the cube with his feet. Goes into the jump. And Gerald also making more progress than we've seen most of our competitors make. But here, I guess we get to see ERP make his way to the setup for the zone, the lâcher. And here he is, setting up for the big move. Let's see what happens here.
Again, this is a lâcher. Let's see if ERP can generate the necessary energy to come in. Just missing the second hold, but he does seem to understand what it is that he needs to do. Again, ERP described himself as a dynamic climber. He also wanted a mega route that's 2 walls long, so this is probably like him winning the lottery. You have his mega route that's 2 walls long and a dynamic chord.
So Gerald actually and Desky actually both mentioned that they did want to see a lâcher. So I'm excited to see those two. We'll see them towards the end of this round on those boulders. So Gerald actually making some really good progress on his first attempt, if I was not mistaken. But ERP not yet on the wall, so let's focus here on Gerald.
The camera angle is a little funny. You have ERP's legs dangling over Gerald's screen here. Later you'll see it happen again. Meanwhile, Gerald making his way up, mantling the double volumes and trying to frog his legs to get some extra tension so he can get a bit higher on this volume. Getting his right foot on now. It looks like he's going to want to mantle his left arm. Can he squeeze in his left foot onto this volume? Ooh, similar to what we saw Yanfei do over on ERP's screen. It looks like we're going to have Gerald topping this boulder if he manages to control his movements. And we have another top here on M3 by Gerald. On his second or third attempt, I'm not so sure. So congrats to him. We're going to change our camera angle a little bit just so we have our focus on ERP. The floor is yours, ERP. Good luck with 1 minute left on the clock.
So with 1 minute on the clock, on his first attempt, he was able to make it to the lâcher, asking the crowd for some of his energy. It's the last boulder of the day, of the comp, of the league. Here he is, making quick work on that big spanning move. Struggling to get back to the zone with 30 seconds on the clock. Will he go for one more go? I'm not too sure. He waves goodbye to the crowd. And he will not get anything but a zone. So next we're gonna see Jinsey as well as Alex on the slab. So Jinsey on his last boulder of the day. Let's see if he can end the night on a good note.
We'll switch our cameras now so that we have a view of both our climbers.
Yeah, so many of these athletes are on their free time setters or coaches. So climbing is life for a lot of these guys, and it shows. So Jinsey setting up to get to the hold on the exit of the cube, toe hooking. Now dropping his body. Let's see if he can swing into campusing, opting to campus. His legs swing onto Alex's screen.
That hanging now on Boulder 4.
Oops. Oh.
Alex Ho slipping on the zone, and we have Jin here resting a little bit right before jumping into this lâché move. Let's see it. Almost jumping all the way to the last hold. It looks doable. 2 minutes and 40, a lot of time to rest. After an attempt like that, it's no doubt that his heart rate is through the roof. So it's imperative that he takes his time to rest and relax a little bit before trying again.
So far, what I am noticing on this first boulder is that the top sequence isn't the hardest, but getting to that zone, it looks like such a mental and physical battle. Most of these athletes look so tired after that first attempt. That first attempt looking really good, but they're figuring out so much on the wall, and that's essentially just a flat over, like it's a, what degree is it? A 0 degree overhang, essentially.
Alex here again on M3. He was looking a little confident reaching into the zone here earlier. Let's see if he can manage not to slip out as he did a while ago. Damn. Using the zone a little bit to create some tension as he mantles his left hand. Slipping out of the dual text zone hold. That is devious setting. Putting a dual text thumb press on the slab. Back on M4, we have Jin.
Jin made his way to the zone again. Again, like I said earlier, that is the physical part. That is a lot of the fight of the boulder. And the last sequence, that lâché, is a highlight for sure. But it is not the main challenge. The main challenge is having enough in the tank to try it multiple times to really get enough attempts to get it down. So I think this is one of those boulders that you have to get in a flasher up to 3 attempts. Anything more than that, you just burn out, especially at the end of a comp.
40 seconds left here. Still enough time, I hope, for our climbers to make their way to the top. Both our climbers have reached zone at least, but we have seen climbers top M3. We've seen we've seen close to the top here on M4. Again, both our climbers falling right when it's crucial that they don't. Right back on the wall. Jin on M4 falling once more with 8 seconds left. I think that's it for his climb today. We'll bring in our next set of climbers. We have PJ on. We have Popsakon on his third boulder and PJ on his last boulder. Yanfai on his last boulder.
Yanfai kind of trying to figure out this 3D style of the start. It's actually quite high up. Okay, opting to campus into the right hand. Looking for those feet, and he gets it on. Again, like I said, these first attempts are very quality, but the difficulty is really getting it so that you can almost just flash it.
Popsakon here, fiddling with the zone hold, trying to figure out how he's meant to use it. while Yanfei climbs the ceiling of this cube, cuts loose, gets his feet back on, and then we have that fall right before the zone hold, if I'm not mistaken. Danny commenting on the flexibility of all our climbers here today. Underrated skill set is flexibility. I don't think it's something we see a lot from local climbers, at least from my personal experience, not being a very flexible climber, and the other climbers I observe in the climbing gyms. But yeah, here we are, Yanfei back on.
Boksakon, actually, majority of these competitors did tell me that they have joined too many comps to count. They don't know how many comps. If I asked them to give a ballpark number, they say it's gotta be more than 70. So these guys are not strangers to the stage. But let's see if they can handle the pressure still. Again, these are hard boulders, pushing them to their limit.
Yanfei now on the zone hold, at least toe hooking it, bad hanging it in a way. Let's see if he can manage to control it enough to be granted the zone point. That looks like it to me. He can set up now for the lâcher. Boksakon, you're mantling the hell. Ooh, really close attempt here from Yanfei. With 1 minute and 50 left on the clock. What a crazy boulder.
I will come back to climbing just for this.
1 minute 30 on the clock. Okay, one of our feeds went dead.
What happened?
A bit of a technical issue on the... But so far on M4, Yanfei just resting, so Boksakon making quick work onto this mantle, but just looking a bit tired there on that attempt. Yanfei hopping back on the wall. I'll try to keep you updated. He's making his way towards the zone, but our feed, there seems to be some technical issue right now. We'll see if we can get that feedback up to you guys real quick. Boksakon getting to the zone, rocking over really nicely. Now he's on that right foot. Left hand pops, fights to keep it on. Let's see if he can get his left foot up. That seems to be the issue. Shifting his weight to the right, looking for that right foot, getting onto the last foothold. Yanfei setting up again for that lâcher. Boksakon finishes. Yanfei not able to get it done. Falls before the last hold. And with 17 seconds left, I don't think anything. So right now we're gonna try to get that feedback up to you, okay? What's wrong?
Let's bring out for his third boulder is Jesse Zumski.
And for his last boulder of the night, we have
So here we have Desky, the last climber on M3. Let's see how he does in the slab style. We're still trying to get that feedback for you, but PJ made quick work of the start of M4. Cutting loose. Desky, again, experimenting with his body positions, trying to figure out how to get to the zone. So right now, PJ is on this lâcher, setting up. We've seen most of the athletes make it to this point, but again, nobody has gotten that top yet. And PJ just hesitating just a bit.
Sorry about the technical difficulties with the camera, but we are back here. Let's see, we just missed PJ's first couple attempts here on the lâcher. We have Desky on the slab, using his height advantage here to kind of split from the start to the middle volume, but maybe his balance is just not right for this. Oops. Wala na wala ulit. And we're back. Paul on the lache here. Sorry again for the technical difficulties. We'll try to make the camera, get the camera back online. 2 minutes left on the clock. Still a lot of time for both our athletes. And hopefully enough time for us to fix this camera. Paul just missing the lache move again. Out. 1 minute left on the clock here. We have Paul on his last attempt, making his way towards the lache. Falling off on the second to last hold, not close enough to grab the top on that boulder. Paul waves to the crowd and walks off. Meanwhile, we have Desky still here fighting his way with 25 seconds left. Trying to get onto the slab.
Can you swap to this camera first?
Let's get a closer look here on what Desky's up to. 10 seconds left for our clock, for our climber here.
I'm gonna go adjust that camera.
So we are on our last 4 climbers of the night, again with some technical difficulties. I think someone accidentally pulled on one of our wires, killing the feed. So we're going to be swapping to a different camera real quick. Again, last 4 climbers, we're going to be starting with Gerald hopping on M4, his last climb of the league. Again, this is the finals of the finale. Here he is quickly establishing that start position, making his way to the zone. Again, the zone is not free, but again, these are very, very strong climbers. We get a good look here of that move towards the zone, a big move onto what they might consider a jug, but I promise you that is not an easy move. And here we get to see a lache, and you get to really see the distance. Not getting the distance he needs to really get into that paddle position to that top hold. So the next 4 climbers will be alone in this last problem. We get to really focus on them. Gerald again establishing on M4, making his way towards the zone. The deceptively difficult part, these holds are not terrible, but they are not good either. Here he is, setting up again a second attempt at the lache. We don't see too many attempts on this lache so far. And here he is, sticking it, making his way to the last hold. This is a big difference maker so far.
The crowd going crazy for Gerald. Doing a front lever on the last hold. It's a little treat for us here. Little waves and a big bow. Gerald Brazil, ladies and gentlemen.
GG boys, we got it!
Jeff Kappa asking Pico, how many attempts do you think you need to land on that lâcher? Be honest.
Again, I will reiterate, I am the best in the world at lâchers. I will get that instantaneously. Getting there, I probably cannot do it. But if I'm being honest, that would take me at least 60 attempts.
To our live viewers, thoughts on the camera work, the camera setup here? A little aesthetic, no? What do you think? You got like a Looney Tunes vibe.
So here we have Alex on his final climb again. This will be hopping into a 1-2 to that far hole. That might be one of the few athletes we've seen do that. Very powerful sequence, opting to campus through. Again, looking to campus to that zone. No, establishing some feet. Finding those handholds. There we go. Here he is setting up again for that lâcher. We've seen it done. We know it's doable. Let's see if Alex can do it. And he does! What? What?
And I have no words for what I just witnessed. Again, random flash from Alex Ho. Stopping on the first hold of the lâcher with a smear of the right foot. What an amazing display of athleticism. On the mats now, we have Poksakon Chotikrai from Thailand again. Chanting from the crowd, send train. Let's see if Poksakon can make it happen. What a crazy, crazy night.
And again, the Philippine crowd giving all these athletes all of their energy. There is so much energy, you can feel it electrifying across the crowd. And here, let's see. He hasn't maybe had the round he wanted, but let's see if he can cap off the night with a highlight. Again, the last two athletes showing us how it's done, that it can be done. Let's see if Poksakon can add to that list. Here he is, very controlled, making his way to the zone, crossing over, and then hanging just a bit to recover before this big move. Let's see. Again, this big swing, it's all about that follow through. Again, stopping on that first hold, controlling that movement and making a top shot, waving to the crowd and cheering. That top meant a lot to him.
Another send and another flash for our climbers here. Our last and final climber, Desky Zulfi.
So Desky, last night's crowd favorite. Let's see if he can electrify the crowd today. Desky did tell me he was excited for a lâcher, and this is his dream come true. I am very, very sure that right here he will be able to deliver. Swinging into this lâcher. Making it way, way better than anyone can ever do. What the hell? What the hell? Hey, Philippines! Hey, I don't know if you guys can hear the crowd.
What the hell is happening on this comp? Send after send after send after send, flash after flash after flash. What a crazy display of skill and talent our climbers have shown tonight. Wow.
I have no words. That was not something that is not, I don't know, like the Philippine crowd left speechless. They don't know how to react. They don't know what they just saw, and that was insane. The heart rates, I can feel the air beating.
Someone sleep.
And right now, like, the scoreboard is so different from how we saw it. And like I said earlier, anything can happen, and well, something did happen. Obviously, what we have, these results flashed on your screens right now are just provisional, but put Poksakan on the first position with 3 tops. That was crazy. Gerald coming in close with 2 tops, and ERP after those 2 crazy showings at the first 2 just couldn't close it out until the end. Oh my god, my head is like, that's just crazy.
We'll just take this time to thank our sponsors, our title sponsor, Oma Jadi Anyer, our regional sponsors, Eiger Tropical Adventure, Iralo, Psych Chalk, and Keyhold. Our major sponsors, 8A Performance, Wheyl, Mountain Hardware, and Yeti. And then we have our minor sponsors, Flow State Bouldering Gym, BFit Gym, and Weekdays. Our partners, Evian, Vita C, Ascend Physical Therapy and Wellness, Matt Fitness, Jollibee, and our media partner, The Game. We can't forget, of course, our donors, D-Husk, Unilab, Chalkbag Project, Aura Athletica, Monkey Eagle Brewery, Not Just Juice, and Ori Creamery. Our hotel partners, Seda Residences Makati, the City Flats Circuit. Thank you so much for making this happen for us tonight. This crazy night could not have been possible without all your help. Thank you as well to everyone watching on our live stream. We have our awarding in a few moments. Yeah, thank you so much for making this event possible from wherever you guys are, helping us keep the energy going from your homes or from your gyms. Thank you so much.
And to award our winners is the Queen Bee and her husband.
The King Bee.
Hello to our viewers, our 50 viewers on our YouTube stream. We've just started awarding. Right here on third place, we have Cebu's one and only Lisa Vidal. We're starting awarding for our women first, and then we'll move on to the men's afterward. We've seen through the whole comp Lisa's grit and her resilience to keep trying hard, even if a lot of these boulders are incredibly difficult. In second place, in open, we have Chicky Manalastas from Adelaide, Australia. Look a bit yellow.
Again, we're celebrating Chichi Manalasta. And let's call your champion. All the way from Singapore is
In first place from Singapore, we have Joelle. All the way from Singapore also. Shout out to all of our open women climbers, showing a lot of skill.
once again, let's give it up for your Boulder League Round 3 Rocka Manila 2026 winners!
Congratulations to all of our C League Leg 3 round 3 winners for this year.
Let's call on the winners of the Open Men's category. Let's start with your 13.
Moving on to our open men competitors, we have in third place ERP himself, Emmanuel Ryan Paul from Singapore. congrats to ERP from Singapore for placing third in this year's C-League Round 3. In second place, Gerald Versil from Singapore also.
Once again, all the way to the center, your second place leader, Gerald Versil. Now let's call out our champion for your category.
And finally, our champion for Open Men's category, we have Pokchakon Kotikrai from Thailand. What happens there?
Once again, let's cheer on the C Boulder round 3.
Again, our winners for round 3 of C-League Rocka Manila 2026. Once again, just want to give a shout out to our sponsors for helping make C Boulder League 2026 happen. Our title sponsor, Oma Jati Anyer, our major sponsors, 8A Performance, Wheyl, Mountain Hardware, and Yeti. Our minor sponsors, Flow State Bouldering Gym, BFit Gym, and Weekdays. We have our partners, Evian. Thank you for keeping us hydrated throughout this last 2 days. Vita C, Ascend Physical Therapy and Wellness, Matt Fitness for providing us our gym equipment for our athletes, Jollibee for sponsoring our food, and The Game as our media partner. Our donors, E-Husk, Coconut Milk, Unilab, Shock Bag Project, Aura Athletica, Monkey Eagle Brewery, and Not Just Juice, and Ori Creamery. Our hotel partners, Seda Residences Makati, the City Flats Circuit. Yeah, thank you so much again for helping make this comp happen. Now we'll be announcing the overall winner for all 3 legs of C Boulder League 2026.
Sa rock mo? Ano na yung 60K? 61.
And here she is, your C Bouldering 2026.
Our C Boulder League 2026 champion, Joelle from Singapore. Is this safe? We're never gonna, well, we'll find out now. This is a little tradition we cooked up here at Beehive Makati for our Rocka Manila comp. We have our climbers lowered down from the ceiling. I hope this is okay. Cheering Joelle on. Hopefully, ladies and gentlemen, our champion for C Boulder League, Joelle from Singapore. Congrats to Joelle. Oh my God, with the beer. Our overall champion of the C Boulder League men's, we have PJ Verosil. Congratulations to PJ from Singapore as well. Congrats to both of our Singaporean athletes for coming out on top after all 3 legs of this comp.
I just want to share a little bit about the vision of C Bouldering, and that is for the world will know us. And so with that being said, we have a surprise prize for our overall champion. In support of stacks climbing portside boulders, we are giving a round-trip ticket accommodation to Perth, Australia in August.
Congratulations, thank you to Southeast Asia. We will dominate the world. It's our time to colonize. Okay, Southeast Asia. Let's go. It's our turn. Once again, your overall champion. Congratulations. And that is it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending and competing in the C Boulder League Round 3 Rocka Manila 2026. See you next year. It's time to party. It's time to party.
Big picture, just small. Wait.